we're going to go ahead and get started. I think my Wi-Fi has been fixed. I did a couple tests on it, and it seems to be doing pretty fine. Yeah, that quality looks a lot better. There we go. I had to get everything rewired the other day, so hopefully it should be working good now. So today we are going to be doing a Merkel, Germany, and we're going to restore the German Empire. Could do the Nazi one. Don't really want to, though. So I think we'll do the German Empire. We'll rebuild that. So we're going to be making Germany great again. We'll start out. We got to go down the economic tree in order to get down to Merkel. We got to put her in power. Can't go Schroeder if we want to do that. We don't want to strengthen Schroeder, so we'll go for coal industry. Start off with that. There we go. Germany has a pretty good economy to start with. 45 civilian industry. That's really good. What's the tax rate at? 37, so it's pretty high, but not like extreme. So we'll have a lot for construction still, which is nice. Let's get our tech figured out here. We will want to get a lot of good military technologies, but Germany actually starts off really advanced, which is realistic because they have, very advanced weapon technologies, despite the fact that they really only export them. I mean, Germany will be involved in peacekeeping missions occasionally, but for the most part, they don't really use their weapons. They have a good standing military, but they don't do much with it, which is reasonable. I think they've collectively understood that war is not always a great thing. Alright, get that close air support as well. We got our aircraft, we got our APCs, we got recon tanks, but we got a lot of other stuff we'll need to work on here. Go. I don't think we have ATGMs either. ATGMs. And pads. Do we have artillery? We should have artillery. There it is. Not super advanced, but that's okay. There we go. A lot of small arms, and then a lot of IFVs when we're able to. We'll start working on more civilian industry to build up our economic base. Do high infrastructure first. Brandenburg's infrastructure is surprisingly low. You would think it'd be higher since that's Berlin, but apparently not. We have our modest little military here. Not bad. They're very well trained, though. We're using, like, all APCs, which... APCs are okay. Armored infantry is a lot better, but... yeah, they'll work for now. We're not going to be fighting any wars of aggression for... the next period. Why do we have so many old guard? Holy shit. He's tier 4, and he can get a trait, so we'll go for him. Depending on what he can get, yeah. We'll take that defensive doctrine when we're able to. Alright, get all of our planes out of here. I'm sure we have a lot. Yes, we do. Oh yeah, we got a lot. Not enough service manpower. We have... oh wow, we don't. We're out of manpower. That's intense. Alright. Let's work on some convoys. We'll make some attack subs. And I think we'll start on... we can't get carriers, but we can get destroyers, so we'll split between those two. Meanwhile, we'll do industrial complexes. Oh, good. Wow, industrial project has 200 political power for pop. That's really good. I didn't realize you could get that much. Interesting. Hell yeah. That'll work. And then we have a little political power to start. We got to get down a level of corruption, so we'll do that. We have no corruption now, and we will begin. Germany starts off in a really good position, honestly, which makes sense. They're one of the pinnacle world economies, and especially in the post-Trump era, probably one of the most powerful diplomatically in the world. I mean, the only other person I'd say on their level, China. But this is 2000, so that's a little before their extreme rise to the EU. 2000, the German economy was really good, but they weren't like absolutely European dominant like they are nowadays. Okay, any other decisions we should be doing here? We'll do Euroskepticism. Since we're going to go with the German Empire, I think it is non-aligned, but we definitely don't want the EU to be strong, because the weaker the EU is, the more we'll be able to expand within it in the future. Mostly. We need to try and break up NATO too, but that won't be easy. All are possible with time, though, so we'll see. Okay. We got a lot of debt as well. I didn't realize that. 1.5 trillion. Not awful. Not great. We'll get that down pretty quickly because we are running a budget surplus. It's not a bad one either. Almost $1 billion a day, so given a couple years, we'll have that debt paid off, and we can start to do foreign investment. We've got really good factions here too. Industrial conglomerates, labor unions, and small and medium business owners. They're not great for what we're going to become, but they're great for the beginning and building up our economic base, which is what you always want to be doing at the start of a Millennium Dog game, for the most part, and depending on who you're playing, of course. There are exceptions to that. America's already investing in us. Should probably try and improve relations. I really want to have a very close ally with the US this game. As the German Empire, I'm not sure if we'll be non-aligned or if we'll actually be nationalist or not. Yeah, we'll be nationalist. House of Hohenzollern. That's the royal family. There's no non-aligned groups for this, so we will have to go with them. Which isn't awful, honestly. It's not a big deal. We do lose a little bit of money every year with the EU budget, but the things we get out of it are more than worthwhile. Okay. We're not going to go with Schroeder, so we'll go with education. Give us a lot of political power. What do we want to use of our political power? We'll probably want to go for fast growth immediately. We'll want to... Do we have highest level research? Let's go look at that. No, we'll do that right now. Wait, we can afford that. That'll give us that 20% research bonus. Universal healthcare would be really nice too, so we'll go for that. And we still are running a surplus. And lastly, we will take this. Which will probably just about balance the budget for the most part. But if we can afford to spend on these programs in the early game, there's really no reason not to, because the benefits they give are quite substantial. Especially universal education. I mean, look at that. You get a 5% construction speed and a 20% research speed. That's significant. That's very significant. 20% over the course of 20 years, which is how long most people would play this game. That's a lot, so we'll definitely be enjoying that. Okay. In terms of expansion after we create the German Empire, I'm really not sure how we want to do that. I'm going to keep my eye on what countries do what, because if anyone goes nationalist, they'll get kicked out of NATO. So that's what I'm hoping for. Now, Sweden is not in NATO. I don't think Finland is either. No, they're not. So Sweden and Finland are both possibilities. The thing is, it'll take us a long time, because there's a lot of focuses we need to do before we actually form the German Empire. And during that period, if world tension goes up really high, those countries will get guaranteed. So we'll just have to wait and see what we're going to be able to do this game or not be able to do. So as with any hard-selling game, the early game is really just building industry and waiting. So we will do that. We're going to recognize some stuff. We got a lot of command power. Let's go ahead and get him his defensive doctrine trait. And we'll give him charismatic if he can take it. Yep, there we go. Let's see if he can get anything good. Panzer leader. How's the quality of the stream? So much better. Holy shit, that's amazing. We'll do combined arms expert. Because I'm going to use a lot of mechanized divisions for the most part. I like to have, in Millennium Dawn especially, a good mix of armored infantry divisions and tank divisions. So combined arms expert, I think, is a little bit better to have for your main general. At least for my strategy. It differs, obviously, for other things. Let's go ahead and... What do we want to do here? We're really just chilling right now, honestly. So I'm not going to rush into anything. What we're going to want to do with our next political powers, we're going to want to go probably for a pure export economy, just to maximize our construction capacity, because I'm not too worried about producing equipment right now. Are we selling everything that we can? The steel is what we really want to be exporting, so we will go for an export economy as soon as we're able to. Let's go for mixed economy right now. Yeah, there we go. Give us a few extra civilian industry, which we could definitely use. 28 military factory, 8 dockyards, and 58 civilian factories. That's solid. I'm going to want a lot more dockyards and a lot more civilian industry. So we'll start on the dockyards in probably a year or two. I want to get a little bit of a bigger economic civilian base, and then we'll go for that. Consolidate that budget. Pincher and reform will only give us 150 political power. So we'll have to go for the green card initiative. So let's go work on international business. I want to get those research slots as quickly as possible. I prefer generally to do the Schroeder tree with Germany because I like doing the EU decisions. But if you're playing Merkel, you get a lot of research slots. Because, I mean, she was, I believe, like a science teacher, wasn't she? I know she had a degree in science. So despite the fact she's actually more of a conservative leader in Germany because she's part of the Christian Dems, she's very pro-education. So it'll be nice to be a German Empire technological superpower. Sounds like a lot of fun. They're all in NATO, right? Yep. 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 Absolutely. Oh, Austria's not in NATO. I didn't know that. We could do a modern Anschluss. That would be kind of fun. Goodbye, Austria. We'll see. We might do that. See how our relations are with America right now. Let's get that trade agreement. And we'll take that non-aggression pact as soon as they're willing to give it to us. We went to a very good relations with the US. Especially once we become the German Empire, because there we go. Nice. Go for the export economy too. Again, I don't care how much. Let's see, that needs to go a little bit higher. Trade influence needs to go higher. We got a couple decisions for trade influence deals, I think. Let's go look at that. In the beginning, we're not doing any fighting. So we don't need to be producing a lot of equipment because we're going to be getting better equipment to replace it anyway by the time we're going to war, so. Yeah, Sino-German deals. That would give us a really good trade policy with China. Transatlantic Treaty Organization would be probably a good idea. So I might go down this route first because I want to make sure that we're exporting all of our steel. Because we produce a lot of steel. I think mainly in the Rhineland, I want to say. Let's go look at that, actually. We could probably build some infrastructure to get more of it so we can export more as well. So it's a little bit dispersed. There's a lot in the Rhineland. There's a lot up here too. Let's go ahead and see if we can build some infrastructure. How much would that help? That's an extra civilian factory. We'd have to build 4, which is 40,000 cost. So for the same cost, I don't think that's worth it. Let's see if any other ones do a little bit better. So you got to think about costs, right? Civilian industry versus building infrastructure. Infrastructure will increase build time as well, so you have to factor that in, but yeah, see, that's not worth it. Anywhere else? Maybe up here? No, I'm not going to do these. They're not giving enough. I will do this one, because this is a little over 1 civilian factory, so we will do that, but that's another one. We'll do those two, but everything else we'll just wait on. There we go. Nice. Another 200 political power. We are going to go for a complete globalized trade economy. We will be switching that back to probably a balanced focus later on once we want to start producing more military equipment, but we're not there yet. So that just jumped us up by around 10 civilian factories. That's why I wanted to do that. Trade, more like 20 actually. Trade is really useful, especially Millennium Dawn. It's how you really just get a strong economy in the early game when you have no business having one. I mean, we do. We're Germany, obviously, but still. Things can always be better. How's our mobile networks? Pretty good. Everyone's got full bars, which is what we want. Repairs trade relations with the world countries. Germany often hails itself export fights master, world champion of exports. Yeah. The German economy has traditionally seen significant trade surpluses, selling for more to other industrial nations than Germany itself purchased from them. So they have a really high trade surplus, which you definitely want. One of the few things Donald Trump actually had the right idea on was the trade deficit. That's one of the things he talked about when he got elected president was we need to reduce our trade deficit. And all the liberals were like, oh, no, we don't have to do that. But he was right. You don't want to have a trade deficit if you can help it, but it's not It's not like as big of a deal as he made it out to be, but it is a big deal. Because, I mean, if you have a trade deficit, labor value is just leaving your economy. So your economy does become weaker if you have a trade deficit. There's plenty of other factors at play, but it is important to keep that in mind. I should really take some more economics classes. Like, I have a little bit of a background in economics. I've read a fair amount of books about it. I've taken classes, but that's something I think is really important to understand properly. I mean, economics is really, I don't know. It's very complicated. A lot of it's bullshit, but there's some really important stuff to learn in there. Economics always... I've met a lot of economics majors in college, and they always act like, I don't know, like they're saving the goddamn planet every time they're doing anything related to economics. It's like, yeah, what you guys do is very important, but like, it's like psychology. It's a field that isn't mastered yet, you know? There's still like so much more to do in terms of research and like understanding how to actually utilize it properly. I think. Infrastructure in Thuringia, very nice. Bundeswehr. Oh, that's a military junta. We don't want that. That's not a good idea. What's the Free Valor? What's that? Free voters. Conservative countryside. So they're like reactionaries, I guess. Reactionaries are not fun. God, we get so much political power from our economics decisions. That's ridiculous. That's why Germany is just so influential in the game. Globalized trade economy, volunteer service, good. Good. We'll go for some weapons companies now. No, we're gonna go for fast growth. I want to focus on the economy because we are running a pretty good surplus. That's fine. I don't have to worry about that. We'll do that. Makes more sense, I think. So we got the 900 surplus of IFVs. I might start to produce some of those. We're not producing a lot of gear, but we are producing a little bit. We have an APC deficit, which is fine. I'm going to go ahead. How much army experience do I have? 24, it's not bad. We'll turn one of these APC divisions into our armored infantry division. Bonza Brigade, very nice. That'll cost too much. We're gonna have to wait a little bit till we have some more division experience because I do want to make a marine. Oh, we got an economic boom. Wow, very nice. That was free. Didn't have to pay for that. But I want to make a marine infantry, armored infantry divisions. That'll be the bulk of our forces in Europe. But we'll wait till we have a little bit more army experience before we do that. Let's wait and work on the economy some more. You get access to so much political power to Germany because they don't make a lot every turn. I mean, if we look at this, the daily 4.82, that's not awful. Once we leave the EU, it will be a bit better as well. But the fact that with your economic decisions for industrial projects and industrial factory renting, you get, if you do both of those at once, which you can do, I think, every month or two, that's 400 political power. That's a lot. So I really would love to learn how that mechanic works because some countries, when you do industrial projects, you get 100 political power. Some countries you get no political power, and some countries you get 200, like Germany. So I really would like to ask the devs how that is decided, because I've looked it up before, and I haven't found a concrete answer on that. So, whoa, who are they aligning with? Probably China. No, it's weird. I love NATO. I would love to see NATO collapse this game since we're going the German Empire, so we definitely want to have a very weak NATO if possible, so we can expand more. The fact that Austria is not in NATO is really fun. I really am going to try and take Austria later on. Fighting through the mountains will be a pain in the ass, but if we get some paratroopers, drop them in Vienna, I think we're fine. Okay, we're just going to pick up all these research slots, honestly. I mean, this is kind of insane. When you go the Merkel route, you just get so much science. It's kind of crazy. And you do have to go the Merkel route if you want to be able to reform the German Empire, or bring back the Nazi Party, because apparently she is considered much more conservative. I'm not an expert by any means on German politics. I have a very vague understanding for it. And the Christian Dems, from my understanding, are one of the more conservative parties in Germany that have real political power. I mean, there's much more far-right ones, but they don't have a lot of political power, at least they haven't in the past. I always find it really interesting how, because I mean, I'm from America, so growing up, my sense of political understanding came from, an American perspective. In America, we only have 2 political parties. Realistically, we have probably around 10, but they're all put under the umbrella of like either Republican or Democrat. So what we consider conservative here is considered far right in Europe, or what we consider liberal here is considered centrist in Europe. It's really interesting how that works, how the scales, the political scales, are very different based on locale. I think it's interesting. We just have a much bigger conservative culture here, I think. Now, I'm deciding if I really want to build big in the Navy. Since we're kind of landlocked in Europe and we will want to be expansionist as the German Empire, I think it would make sense for us to probably build up a good Navy, because we'll definitely need one to go abroad. And if we want to go toe-to-toe with America, which is a possibility, we are going to need an absolutely insanely bigger Navy. So I think we may go work on that. Let's see, what do we got right now? What's our destroyer tech like? We are so far behind on carriers. I would love to get some carriers, but I think these would take forever. Subs will take a while. We're up to date on destroyers, which is nice, so. You know what? We're gonna start researching carriers, because I would love to get a couple carriers for later game. We're gonna probably need them if we want to fight America, because we need to have at least some aircraft if we invade them, because America's aircraft is just ridiculous. They start off with like 10,000 in the beginning of the game, just the beginning alone without any production. They start off with 10,000. America's power in real life, but especially Millennium Dawn, is really in their air force. I mean, the American military and Millennium Dawn, it's scary. Like, their divisions are really strong, obviously, right? But that's not what you should be afraid of. You need to be afraid of their Navy, and more specifically, you need to be afraid of their Air Force, because the American Air Force in this game is, realistically, a nightmare. So we're running a really good government here. We have maxed out political spending on education and on health and on welfare. We have a very extensive bureaucratic state. Our economy is doing great. We're in real good shape right now. Just need to expand on this. We lost some factories. How come? I guess we lost some trade relations with someone or something. Let's see how much we were exporting. Hopefully we're exporting most of our steel. 485, not all, but most. We're exporting most of our stuff, which is good. What to do with this political power? We can start to influence other countries, but I don't really want to do that yet. We need to raise our GDP per capita, but can't really rush that. I'd love to replace labor unions, because we do need to start going towards more militaristic stuff. Bankers is really nice. Maritime industry would be useful. Military would also be useful since we're going nationalist, but it only costs 1450 political power to replace them too. Now let's do defense companies. Soft attack. We'll go for soft attack over reliability. IFVs, there we go. And we've used up all our political power. We'll get a lot more very quickly though. Now look at this. Every time we lease industrial complexes, which admittedly costs 15 billion, which is, we make that up in 15 days, we get 200 political power, which is a lot. That's a lot. And we get the same amount when we do industrial projects, which is a whole separate decision. I don't know if I agree with that metric. I don't know. I don't know how you would justify that from a roleplay perspective. I mean, I get that, like, building, industrial projects, expanding industry, building the economy, I get that that would make a government more, popular with people, you can get more stuff done. The 400 political power every month or two, I don't know. I'm happy to use it, but that's a lot. I do question that. see if there's any other decisions we want to do right now. The U.S. is building influence with us. That's fine. Sure, we'll take that. Let's go ahead and get another research slot. By the time we're done here, we're going to have so many. German science in this game is just... makes me think of that JoJo quote. German science. It's real in this game. German science is so good. Which I think really fits the roleplay we're doing, right? We're rebuilding the German Empire. And back in the day, the German Empire, it was the technological superpower of the world for a very short period of time. You know, after the end of the Franco-Prussian War, the foundation of Germany, there was around a 20-30 year time period prior to World War I where Germany wasn't at war, and they were just, you know, their industry was unmatched, their science was unmatched. I mean, they were, most of, like, I think, like, the scientific prizes in that era were all going to Germany. So, we're going to recreate that, and I think we can. If we have a lot of research slots, if we have a really good economy, we can recreate sort of the experience of the German Empire in the modern world. As strange of a concept as that is. Strange scenarios are, I think, what make not just Millennium Dawn, but Hearts of Iron modded games so much fun. So you can just do the craziest shit possible. And it works. It's kind of balanced, usually. Alright, we're going to go ahead and do fixed aircraft research. I want to get all these defense companies done, so our research is just lightning speed. Actually, I should probably go for the abolished military. We're not going to fight yet, so we don't need this. Yeah, once I save out the political power, actually I'm almost there. There we go. We'll abolish the military. That's going to give us an even bigger governmental surplus. We'll get these back later, but until we're actually fighting a war, we don't really need to. I'm also not going to build more divisions right now, so I'm not really worried about our military. Because, I mean, if we look at our focus tree, we're going here. This is where we're headed for the German Empire. But we still have a lot of focuses before we get there. You know, so we'll start to build up the military once we actually reform the German Empire. Okay. We're going to go for excavation first, because I really want to get more resources. Because our exports are considerable. And we want to really build off of that. Germany, by nature, in the modern world, is a trade power. So, we need to definitely utilize that. Alright, our interest rate is down to 1.4. I want to get that down to 0.8%. We'll get there. Because for me, I don't really care about how much debt I have. Unless I got, like, you know, 20 trillion or something. That's a problem. But if your debt's below 5 trillion, just get your interest rate down. Don't worry about the number. The number looks scary. It's not. It's the interest rate that's scary. Like, if you had 0% interest rates and you had a fuck ton of loans, would you give a shit? Probably not. You shouldn't give a shit. But loans don't come without interest rates most of the time. So that's what you need to be looking at. Alright, hopefully we don't lose here. Ah, shit, we went down to fast growth. That's fine. That's not the end of the world. We had an economic boom for a little bit. I don't usually like to pay the political cost for economic boom, unless I have, like, nothing else to do with my political power. Because chances are, for one, it costs you 121 billion. I didn't realize this when I started playing Millennium Dawn, but to actually increase your economic cycle, there's a cost associated with it, and it's actually quite high. Every time you upgrade this, it costs you 120 billion. That's a lot of money. Plus, I've found that an economic boom tends not to last long, because you'll get these events that will get rid of your economic boom very quickly, and then you just wasted 700 political power and 120 billion dollars for maybe, you know, a month or two of a good economy, certainly, but not good enough to justify that cost, unless you can just throw political power around like candy, which you can get to that point, but we're not there yet, not by a long shot. Alright, got some close air support. Let's go for the next level of that. I think we can probably do that. Yep, 95. This is what we're going to be mass producing. These close air support, if you play Millennium Dawn, always get close air support. It's really just ridiculously strong. It's good to have fixed wing aircraft too for air superiority, but close air support is what will win you ground wars. Mostly. We got another research slot. God damn. I'm going to pick up this last one before we keep going down this tree. Do we have to go... We will have to go with Schroeder. So we can't go down this tree until 2002. So let's go ahead and do that research slot. We'll do a little bit more of like trade relations stuff. Because I really want to have high trade relations with people around the world for now. Because that's what really is making our economy strong. Or was. So I think once we form the German Empire, the first country we're going to try and annex is Austria. Because if we let world tension get really high, they will be guaranteed by all of Europe. So there's a very narrow window in the start of this game where you can pretty much just annex a country or two. Because once world tension gets over around usually 25%, it's pretty much over for you if you want to be a warmonger. Unless you are willing to fight NATO, which you probably aren't, because realistically you're not strong enough to do that. So, we'll annex Austria. If we still can annex another country, we'll go after Sweden. Because if I recall correctly, Sweden actually has... not as great as I thought. Their natural resources are okay, but... They have a pretty good population. They usually have a fair amount of factories, so... If we could pick up Austria and Sweden by the time the world starts to justifying everyone, we'd be in really good shape. Denmark's not on the table. They're NATO. Sweden is not NATO, so... They are unprotected, mostly. For now. They do have an event to join NATO if they want to, but... If we can blitz them in time, we don't have to worry about that. What to do with this political power? I guess we can do our last couple of defense companies. That's fine. We'll go with that one. We'll pick up the sub one, they'll be done. I'm not going to pick up the helicopter one. I don't plan on building helicopters. I don't personally find them to be particularly useful. There's other aircraft that are a lot better in Millennium Dawn, from what I've seen, so we're probably not going to build those. It'd be fun to take Poland. If we could take Poland in this game, it'd be a lot of fun, but there is that. Wars against NATO are really just not winnable. They aren't. I've been a maxed out level military superpower Russia before, watched half of NATO leave, fought a war, and still lost. Because as long as this guy joins, you're not winning your war. It's really that simple. If you're in a war at Millennium Dawn and it's before 2020, you're not going to beat the US. They are still the military superpower. Man, our science is just ridiculous. So good. Wonder if we could set intervention forces. Somalia actually, I think they beat their rebels. They got a couple more. Can we... No, not yet. I'm going to go for global interventionism when we can, because we are going to go for neo-imperialism as soon as we form the German Empire, so we might as well get closer to that right now. It would also allow us to send intervention forces, perhaps even get an attaché with a foreign power, which would allow us to get army experience, which would be really nice, seeing as we only have 41 right now. Which isn't awful, but I did defund the military. I abolished the military, which means we are not going to be getting army experience per turn, so... It's really not as bad as that looks, though. Abolishing the military is not that bad. Because you can get rid of it in a second. I'm not going to do that, though. We need 580. That's what we're waiting for. We might be able to get it right now. I think we can do industrial projects. Yeah, we can. We can do both. Look at that political power gain. That's ridiculous. Pick up global interventionism. Then we'll get the sub company, and then we'll be good on all that. I think next we're probably going to replace a faction, is what we'll do. Perhaps. Let's look and see what the big countries are up to. Oh wow, Russia's going with Zyuganov, so they're going to be going with the USSR. So Russia is going to be communist this game. Let's go ahead and do foreign policy. We are going to have to go down the Schroeder route so that we can go into Merkel. Do we? Yeah, to go into Merkel we have to. So we'll work on foreign policy pragmatism, which will make the rest of the world like us more, so hopefully they'll buy more of our lovely German exports. Criticize the American presence. They want Taiwan. They really want Taiwan in this game. They might even get it. We'll see. I think there is an event that actually allows the US to stop guaranteeing Taiwan. I think I've seen that happen before. Reassure Japan. Nothing particularly interesting happening so far. I mean, Russia's gone communist. That's a big deal, but not unexpected. Most games I've seen, Zyuganov tends to get power. More than anyone else, I'd say, in my experience. Which is limited, because my sample size isn't massive, of course. What do I want to go for next here? We can start on our... We're already doing our land doctrine. Yes, so let's work on our air doctrine. Look how many research slots we got. That's ridiculous. And we get another, I think 2 more with a Merkel route. Let's go look at that. I guess 2 more. 2, 1, 2. Yeah, we get 2 more with Merkel. That's ridiculous. So good. So ridiculously good. We are going to win re-election. I think it's happening in, yeah, literally this month. It's about to happen. I'd love to try and get Merkel to form a party, but I don't think it's possible. The SPD are just too dominant, so that's fine. Most games I prefer Schroeder to get power, but not this game. You can't form the German Empire, Schroeder. He is too much of a pro-EU boy. He likes the EU. I like the EU too, but that's not what we're doing this game. Go. We're gonna run out of research slots very quickly, I think. Just a guess. That actually is not really that useful. So let's go see if there's something else we could use. Too early for most of these. Work on the intangible stuff for our military. Coalition re-elected. Yeah, there we go. Schroeder's very dominant. He won't be dominant for long though. This will be his last term in power. We'll see to that. Merkel will be replacing him. Probably in 2005, but we might force an election early on if we get the nationalists in charge. I'm not sure how hard that is to do with Germany. We have to wait till 2003 before we can go down the Merkel route. That's fine. We'll just work on our trade policy and economics until then. Germany's focus tree is really actually quite small, honestly. Like, it's a solid tree, but it's just not that big compared to, you know, like China, Brazil, US, something like that. Which is kind of strange, because Germany is one of the modern pinnacle world powers, so I'm kind of surprised about that. But then again, like, India doesn't even have a focus tree. And they are such a interesting and important country in the modern world. I think there's a lot of similarities between Brazil and India, in that I think most people underestimate them. They underestimate where they can go to. I think both of those countries will end up being very important in the future. Still too early for that. I don't really want to focus on aircraft. We're pretty good right now on that. So we'll work on some decryption, I guess. It's pretty short. Down to 1.39 trillion. What's that interest rate at? 1.1, not bad. And we'll work on it. We can work on encryption. Is there something else I'm missing though? Those aren't important. Let's work on population growth, because we don't have a lot of that. Actually, it's not bad. That's around 1.3 million per year, civilian growth. So if we could get that a little higher, it'd be nice, because population's power. I mean, in this game, population only means manpower, which is useful, of course. But in real life, population is also economic growth, especially in a country like Germany. If you can give people good-paying jobs that add value to the economy, your population growth is only going to make you more prosperous and more, powerful. If you're a country that can't give people jobs, then population growth is a very negative thing to have. Population mechanics are really just dependent on the government's capacity to utilize them, I think. The neutral parties are getting a lot stronger for some reason. Bundes 90. Bundesness 90. Don't know what that is. Never heard of that group before. Got a lot of political power here. Not sure what I want to do with it. Go look real quick. We don't have a lot of interesting decisions at the start of the game. Most countries don't. Let's go ahead and do cybersecurity. We're going to get hacked a lot because we're Germany. So what do I want to do with this political power? That's the question. We'll get that submarine company. How about that? And I think we're going to save up to probably replace labor unions. Labor unions are okay. They're just not particularly useful. I mean, like, look at what they give you. They give you production efficiency base, production efficiency growth, and political power gain. All those are very, very small, and none of them are particularly useful at the moment and in the future, I think. So, we'll replace labor unions. Since we're forming the German Empire, it doesn't make sense for us to be pro-union anyway. What do we want to do here? Trade deal. Euroscepticism. I like that. We'll go with a Transatlantic Treaty Organization first, though. By investing in the Deutsche Amerikanische Handelskammern, apologies for my pronunciation here, German-American Chamber of Commerce, the German economy could increase its bilateral ties to the markets in the United States, particularly by tailoring high-end German goods to the needs of American industry. That would serve both the German role as an export nation and America's role as an import nation. Fuck. We are an import nation. It's so... I'm not going to rant about that. America has the capacity to be an export country, but we choose not to be because their corporations are lazy as fuck. It's more complicated than that, but... Alright, sure. We could do a nationalist propaganda campaign, actually. We'll go do that. Why not? We'll cut into our political power for a minute, but we're mainly getting our political power from these economic decisions anyway, so it's not a huge deal. Let's also look at our national spirits here. I haven't looked at those. I played Germany before the Millennium Dawn, but we can give it another look here. Christian, obviously. German legacy, so military spending is a nightmare, which is why we're going to have a very small, specialized, but powerful military. We are an EU member. We are a G7 country. We're in NATO. We're on the Euro. We have the Kraken data leak, and I forget what this one is. Asylum shopping. I don't know what that's for. Oh, maybe... No, it's too early for, like, the migration crisis of Syria. I don't know. And we are a great power, of course. We're just going to be saving up our political power now. I could go for an economic boom, but it's still a bit of a waste, because what I want to do is I want to replace labor unions, and when I'm done with that, I think we're going to use political power to probably get influence over maybe Denmark. We could realistically probably try and puppet Denmark. It's doable, because they don't get a lot of political power to begin with, so, and they like us, so puppeting them is definitely a viable possibility. Gotta make sure we utilize our diplomatic power as well as our military power. A strong country utilizes both. Basic cybersecurity infrastructure as well. Lovely. Got a lot of command power. Can we do any anti-terror? Anything anti-terror related? Yeah, training mission to Kurdistan. You don't really do that one. That's odd. Oh, that's fine. We'll help out the Kurds a little bit. We could try and puppet Kurdistan. That'd be interesting. America can have their Iraq puppet, we can have our Kurdistan puppet. I've gotten into the habit of putting salt in my coffee. My aunt showed me that trick, and I cannot stop doing it now. It's just so good. It's very unintuitive. When she first told me about it, she's like, Zach, you should put some salt in your coffee. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? She's like, no, just trust me. And I did. It makes the flavor so much better, which makes sense. I mean, salt is used primarily in cooking to enhance flavor. And the same thing can apply to coffee, apparently. Makes it so much better. Much more rich, stronger tasting. I don't love like dark roasts, but I like my coffee to be strong, you know? It's gotta be able to slap me in the face a little bit, wake me up, you know? Can't do like really light stuff. I can. I just don't like it. Alright, we're gonna get that trade policy growth with the US, which is lovely. We also have a trade treaty with them already. Trade treaty. What the fuck are those called? It's not trade treaties. Trade agreement, there we go. One would think that I had not studied this. Okay. We'll do trade with Canada too. Well, is there anything else that's better to be doing? Strengthening Volkswagen would be really nice. Let's go do that actually. Unless this will boost our... This would increase the SPD's power, which I don't really want to do. No, we can go do this later. If Merkel gets power, we can go down this route. Because I don't want to strengthen Schroeder. We want to kick him out, so we'll wait to do this until later. So we'll work on our trade deals. We'll work on our trade deal with Canada. Then I think we're going to get trade deals optimally with Russia. Because we want to probably have at least neutral relations with Russia. Because they're going communist. Zyuganov's in power. Which means they are going to be militarily very, very strong. They'll probably go after Eastern Europe too, so... We want to try and keep them somewhat in our good graces. Keep your friends close, enemy closer, all that sort of thing. They're definitely our enemy. The nationalists are getting power very quickly. Oh yeah, because we did the nationalist propaganda campaign. That'll do it. Definitely worthwhile. EAID. Alternative for Germany. We're going to put the House of Hohenzollern in power, but it's fine for now. Almost halfway to replacing England Unions. I have to decide who we want to replace that with. I'm thinking probably either the military, so we get that daily national support, and it helps out in the long term with just military quality. But I think international bankers would also be really useful. Not doing the clergy, not doing farmers, landowners. Maritime's also not bad, but we can replace one of these other ones with it later. I think we're going to do international bankers. So we're going monarchists, so we're not for the people, obviously. We want to protect our economic interests. Wonder who will it be. I think there is like a surviving heir of the Hohenzollern family, isn't there? He's like an older guy. I read about that one time. The descendants of Frederick the Great. Pretty strong line in terms of monarchies. Monarchies are so hit and miss, right? Like, sometimes you just have ridiculously amazing leaders, like, you know, Napoleon, for example, or Frederick the Great. But then other times you just have incompetent idiots who fuck everything up. Having a monarchy for your government is really just gambling, political gambling. Or it's like, you know, like in Game of Thrones, the coin flip of the Targaryens, right? One will be amazing, one will be crazy. Similar with monarchies. It's not like 50-50, but either you get like a very strong, good ruler, a good monarch who can get things done, or you have just some asshole who likes to party all day and get drunk and doesn't do anything, so. Monarchies are political gambling. They really are. Let's go look at our economic decisions. Let's go ahead and get a spy agency too. Should definitely go ahead and do that. B&D. Complexes and projects are up to 1170. I think we need 1450, right? Yep. Almost there. Do another nationalist propaganda campaign shortly, which I do want to do. We want to start taking away power from the SPD because they're just so strong right now. Schroeder is very popular. We want him to not be popular. 1.2 trillion in debt. Interest rate is down to almost 0.8%. It won't go below 0.8. I've seen it happen before, but I don't think it's possible for most countries. Ethiopia's industrial sector has recently experienced a massive boom that the government of Meles Zenawi is now looking to expand upon. The hopes of turning Ethiopia into an industrial powerhouse, however, can only be realized with foreign investments. And the Ethiopian government has approached us to be convinced our national companies. Do you support Ethiopia's growth? Absolutely. Will that give us They give us a bit of influence, political power. Yeah, give them political power. That's fine, though. Industrializing Ethiopia is a good thing, generally. As an export nation, it behooves us to get economies stronger so they can buy more of our goods. And the closer they are to us in the process, the more they will buy from us in the future. We are a drug dealer, and our products are high-quality consumer goods, which a lot of people get addicted to. Just got to get one more little bump of that good technology. So now Schroeder is head of most important Russian gas company, Gazprom. Is he really? Pepica? Is that like actually a thing in real life? That sounds like some major corruption if that's true. He seemed like a solid leader from what I've read of history though, but I'm not an expert on German history, or German political history for that matter. Oh, we get a little bit of oil. Oh wow, look at that trade policy. They'll like us a lot more. We'll go for that. Oil trade negotiations. The German petroleum supply is one of the country's most pressing emergencies. Germany's oil sources are diverse. Norway, Nigeria, Libya, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Scotland, also Russia for natural gas, I think. Germany operates on all continents to gain and secure access to valuable resources. We'll do that. Trade relations with our country, it would be very useful. I didn't know that. Russian gas company. Working on that. What's nationalism at? 15%. That's not bad. We have our spy agency now. Beginning our agent shortly. We could make Schroeder retire. Not gonna do that though. Does he actually give us any bonuses as a leader? Let's go look at that. Whoa, he's pro-Russian. I didn't know Schroeder was pro-Russian. Apparently that's actually a thing. Let me look up what he's doing right now. Popping up his Wikipedia page right now. The best place to find out information. Chancellor of Germany. What's he currently doing? Work on these two. Business activities. He's a retainer for a Swiss publisher. He's on a bunch of like companies' boards. A lot of trade stuff, trains, infrastructure. Oh, he's on the Rothschild board. God damn. He's on Hanover 96 advisory board. It's a football team. Wow. This man leads an interesting ass life. God damn. He's like doing so much now. I don't see anything about an oil company though. I got a mistake. He's the head of a Russian oil company. Rosneft. I don't see that on the list here on Wikipedia, but it doesn't always tell you everything. Oh no, here it is. Relationship with Gazprom and Rosneft. As Chancellor, Gerhard Schroeder was a strong advocate of the Nord Stream pipeline project, which now supplies Russian gas directly to Germany, thereby bypassing transit countries. And now he's on the board. Ooh, that's very corruption. That's ooh, I don't know about that. Interests of Germany at heart, but I don't know about that. That's kind of sketchy. Apparently there was a lot of controversy about that. Wow, Pepica, I did not know that. Thanks for telling me. That's interesting. I'll have to read more about that later. He seems like a very interesting character. It's very rare to have, like, leaders who actively, like, seek out getting their government a part of, like, bigger things, right? So, like, nationalism is popular for a lot of, like, European and world leaders generally, where, like, they want to focus on making their country strong, independent, without anyone else. But Schroeder was willing to work and expand Germany's participation in the EU. That's a rare thing. I mean, EU was, like, popular back in the day, right? But, like, being able to hand away some control of your own government to a larger organization is not an easy thing to do, politically or just, like, personally. So the fact that he was so open to push Germany into the future, and I think EU models are the future, period. So the fact that he was able to understand, I think is impressive, personally. Because I think we're at that point as a species politically where we're starting to understand that the nation state is not the end all for government. There's going to be another level after the nation state, and whether that's a UN sort of government that just, you know, controls the whole planet, or whether that's regional, you know, network sort of organizations like EU, very tough to say. But either one or the other will be the future, or something similar, I think. 70 more political power, we can get that faction replaced. Go ahead and do that. We'll keep working on these other, like, we can go ahead and do actually small arms. Getting better small arms earlier is better, so we can just start to mass produce those. 1.17 trillion in debt. We are at a 0.8 interest rate, which is really nice. It's only 13 divisions, so we need to start working on that, but in order to do that, we'll have to properly fund the military, which I don't want to do yet. We are cutting our costs with our military spending. Wow, look at that economy. We've almost doubled in, wow, literally 2 years. It's impressive. Getting pure exports really helped, though. We're a globalized trade economy now, which is really useful. 105 factories now. 9/11 is hit. America's about to go through a big personality change. This will really piss off America. We're not going to do that. They're a good trading partner. It would boost our national support, but not really worth pissing off America, so we'll stand with them. A little early for gene editing. We do advanced computing yet. Early, but that's fine. 2 years is not that bad, considering how many research slots we have. We've got a lot. Okay. I'm going to probably start to build a lot of biofuel refineries at some point, too. Because we want to become fuel... number one, we want to become fuel efficient... independent, there's the word I'm looking for. But if we can become an oil exporter, that would be even better. Not good for the environment, but that's not super important to us yet. It's not a mechanic for global warming and those sorts of things, but that'd be a really fun mechanic to add to Millennium Dawn, global warming, but the devs are working on plenty of other things right now, so I'm sure it's on their list somewhere. Okay. Probably want to strengthen our ties down here. Let's do... We'll do Sino-German deals first. Getting a good trade deal with China I think is useful, so we'll go do that right now. We'll prioritize that. We can go ahead and replace that faction too. Let's go do that. We'll put the bankers in charge. There we go. Trade deal opinion factor, resource gain efficiency. Gives us pro-Western support. That fucking sucks, but that's fine. It also gives us civilian construction speed. But the SPD is still losing value, so that's good. What do we want to do with our political power next? All of these are what we want. I'm not going to replace any more factions until we get the German Empire put in place. Then we'll put the military in charge, probably instead of small and medium business. Beyond that, I think we're really out of stuff to use on political power. So now we're going to start to influence Germany. Or not Germany, Denmark. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. If we could vassalize them, that'd be lovely. They actually have a nationalist contingent getting popular. That's interesting. They are up to 17% nationalism. Very interesting. We're going to continue to kill every EU bill that comes across our desk. The weaker the EU is, the stronger we will become. keep getting rid of this debt. We're getting close to be below 1 trillion, which is a very big moment. Let's go ahead and start to produce. Where are they at? 75, no, 95 version is what I want. We're going to prioritize this now. I'm not going to build. How's it going, Tracy? How you doing? No, we're not going fascist. We're going nationalist. So we got the option with the Germany tree in Millennium Dawn to reform the German Empire. You can reform the Fourth Reich, so you can go fascist. You could go down that route, but we're going to go down the German Empire route. Bring back the Hohenzollern. So we're going to be a monarchy. Nationalist monarchist, more or less. But do you play much Millennium Dawn, Tracy? Oh wow, we're out of stuff to build here. We'll keep building this up, I guess. Work on all these. Civilian industry is the #1 priority in Millennium Dawn, because that's your GDP. We'll get more building slots after we raise our GDP per capita one more time. I want to get this up as high as possible. Based. Hell yeah. The German Empire was best Germany. Changed my mind. People like to glorify Nazi Germany. They did some cool things, I guess. Well, you know what I mean. Like, they had some good policy, right? But the country, the aspect of Germany that I think did the best was the German Empire. They weren't around for long, but goddamn, they were good. They were scientifically industrially, they were just so strong. I prefer Novum Vexillum, to be honest. I think I tried that once, and if I remember correctly, there weren't a lot of focus trees for countries. Correct me if I'm wrong, but should probably check that mod out again. We'll keep investing in Ethiopia here. Millennium Dawn combat system sucks. It's not awful, it's just not great. The big thing, right, is that you really just have to build armored infantry and tanks. There's not really another viable way to play the game. So you're really kind of hemmed in what you can build if you want to build properly. There's not a lot of different ways you can play it. I mean, there are, but not really. Close air support, armored infantry divisions, and tank divisions will beat any other 99% of the time. So you're right. You're really hemmed in what you can do to have a strong military. Is Novum Vexillum a little bit better for that? Is their combat system a bit better? I think the update will change a lot of different things, because the next Millennium Dawn update is going to add a whole missile system. So not only can you fire like just regular ballistic missiles, but they will be re-adding nukes back into the game with the missile system. So I think that'll make things way more interesting. Way more dangerous, but way more interesting too. Almost done. There we go. We got our Chinese trade deals. I don't really need that political power, so Eastern Europe versus Russia. I'm going to focus on European relations. It's more like vanilla and you don't have to build so much different equipment. Well, that's good. It's a lot easier. I don't mind all the different equipment with Millennium Dawn. It makes the learning curve higher, certainly. But once you figure out how to use it, it's really not that bad. If you don't mind micromanaging a little bit, Millennium Dawn's combat system really isn't that bad. And you play a playthrough or two and you get the hang of it mostly. There's more stuff to build, but it's not awful. But that's good. Simplicity is sometimes really nice. I play a lot of Millennium Dawn, so once in a while I'll go back to playing the base game. And I'll go to, like, you know, building equipment. I'll build like 2 or 3 different types of things. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Because, I mean, when you're playing Millennium Dawn, like, just look at this. This is our production. We need all of this, but mostly. So, it's a lot different. It's a lot different. But if you don't mind the learning curve, it gets really fun really quick, I think. Whatever mods do you really like? For me, it's Millennium Dawn, Kaiserreich, and Old World Blues. Turns me off a bit. That's understandable. But you also have to think about, like, you know, from a modern perspective. Modern divisions, modern military, they use a lot more equipment than back in the day. So I think it is realistic. You could simplify Millennium Dawn. You could simplify the combat system. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I think the devs were trying to, you know, show just how complex modern military equipment, you know, is. It's way more even complex than this game shows, obviously, but I think it tries to show that a little bit, which is nice. Trade relations, we'll pick that up. There we go. Kaiser Ducks. Nice. That's a mod I only checked out once. I actually haven't played it a lot. I heard it's really good. Everyone talks about how fun that one is. That one and in Siege, I think it's called. I need to check that one out too. Wasn't made for modern day warfare. No, it really wasn't. It absolutely wasn't, Tracy. But I think the devs of Millennium Dawn have done a really good job trying to balance, you know, trying to create a mod that works for the modern day within the Hearts of Iron system. Because you can only do so much. Because like you said, this game is built for World War II, obviously. So you're not going to have an amazing, perfect military system in the modern era. You're just not. And I like that there's a bit more complexity to it. I enjoy that. Because Hearts of Iron is fantastic, but it does get a little bit simple at times, I think. The military aspect yourself, like you leading your troops, telling them where to go, who to fight first, you know, that kind of thing, that's complex. But in terms of just equipment manufacturing and the economy, in the base game it is incredibly basic. Nothing wrong with that, but sometimes I like a bit more of a challenge, a little bit more complexity, you know. I think it's fun. Paradox games and strategy games are appealing to me for numerous reasons, but a very big one is the challenge aspect. Okay, expand the Rhine. The Rhine is the most heavily used trade river in Europe, and it is shared pride in the Netherlands, Germany, Luxembourg, France, Switzerland, Germany, and the Netherlands depend on each other to maximize the trade potential. Ah, shit. We might go to stagnant growth. No, we stayed. Good. We're at stable growth. I am going to spend the political power to go up to fast growth when we can. Because I try and usually stay on fast growth. Going up to economic boom is not worth the political power cost, but fast growth is generally worth it. There we go. I think we can probably do it now. Almost. Literally 6 more political power. Good number of day, I think. There we go. Back to fast growth. Economy's looking really good here. Yeah, that did cost a lot of money though. That's why I don't like changing economic cycles. Like, it makes your economy stronger, but it also costs you 120 billion just to increase it, which sucks. 200 political power? No, I want to upgrade GDP per capita. We have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 18, 24 factories before we can raise our GDP per capita. Getting there. We have really high construction speeds due to all our different modifiers, which is really nice. Western outlook. French are going to stay very, very democratic. I see them go nationalist in this game, because they can go very nationalist in this. France can. They can bring back a Napoleonaire. But they're not going to be doing that, so that's fine. 17 manpower seems realistic amount. Well, let me show you why that's happening. That's why that's happening. We have an abolished military, because it's dramatically reducing our military spending. Once we form the German Empire, we're going to go out of abolished military into volunteer service, and we're going to go to huge military spending, and we're going to start mass producing divisions. But I'm not doing that quite yet, because right now we are working on building up our economic base and using our political power to foster good relations with our countries, so. Yeah, we're not recruiting anyone, so that does make sense. There's 17 guys on standby if we need them, so that's good. Northern markets, we'll work with Belgium. I mean, because a lot of people are down on the Bundeswehr, they don't get a lot of respect. Really? The German military doesn't get a lot of respect? I mean, I imagine that a lot of that's really just related to, like, you know, the history of the German military, right? I would assume. Or is it something else? Why is that? It's very, I know it's very different in Germany compared to America, because in America, the military is really worshipped here. Like, they're really worshipped. If you say anything bad about the army, even if you're right, you just get shut down in America. But I know in Germany it's very different. Alright, America wants help with the Taliban. We'll help them out. We want good relations with America, so we'll do that. We'll start to work on urban combat. How's it going, Benjamin? Good to see you. I don't like hero worship the military, but I do respect the military. Like, most of my family was in the military. I never went. I considered it for a while, but I didn't do it. I don't do well with authority, so it wouldn't have ended well, I don't think. But a lot of my family's in the military, a lot of my friends are in the military, so I respect it, but I don't worship it, you know? A lot of Americans act like, you know, if you're in the military, you can't do anything wrong, which obviously isn't true. But at the same time, I think I do respect it a lot, so it's a very weird thing. I'm doing pretty good, man. Doing pretty good. How about you? Been a rough week, but a lot better now than playing some Millennium done. Finally got my internet fixed too, so the stream quality should be a lot better today from now on. Apparently a bunch of the cables were just like completely defunct, so the cable guy had to replace a bunch of it. He was here for like hours. So hopefully it'll be good now. It's more of a joke. Our Ministry of Defense is a woman who has no experience. That's weird. Why did they put her in power if she doesn't have experience? That seems dangerous. We have basically no working Air Force. Really? At all? That's insane. Modern wars are like, you have to have a good Air Force. So that's crazy. No, modern Nazi Germany, no. We're doing the modern German Empire. We're going to put the Hohenzollerns back in power, which is the Prussian royal family. So we're going to be going monarchist German Empire. That's crazy. I assume the defense minister is like appointed by your government. So did Merkel appoint her, or how did that woman manage to get that position? It's very strange. Merkel appointed her? It sounds to me like that's just a political power pick. She was like an up-and-coming political power. Wait, isn't that one woman, isn't she like really far right as well? Let me look her up. Oh, Karen Bauer. Yeah, she actually got power in Germany. My last time I played German Save of Millennium Dawn, she became the chancellor. So I know what you're talking about. I didn't know she had I didn't know that she had no experience though. That's crazy. Goddamn. She was supposed to replace Merkel, but she fell off and they wanted her to basically still be a part of the government. Ah, I see. So she lost political favor and they gave her like, you know, a position to tell her to shut up. That's not good though. Your defense ministry is not where you want to put your political favors. I mean, it's not smart. It's a very important position. For numerous reasons. That's shitty. That's really annoying. I'm sure that's very aggravating. I assume you're German, Tracy, so I can imagine that's very aggravating for you. As someone who also lives in a country who makes very poor decisions on who they put in power. Like in America, I don't know if it's worse, but it's similar. Like here, a lot of positions of government are really given as political favors. So you end up having people in charge of very important positions who really have no business being there. But, you know, they helped out a candidate for president, so they get given a position of power, which is just insane. It's just another reason why, you know, democracy is by nature inefficient and not a really great form of government. Bay the F-22s. You want me to get the Air Force out? We don't have any manpower right now, so I can't get any more of the Air Force out, if you're talking about in the game, Benjamin. So we'll have to wait to do that. Because I do have the military completely defunded right now, as we grow our economy. As soon as we form the German Empire, we will be bringing it back very powerfully. What to work on here? Working on advanced computing. We work on Edge. Gives us a research speed. Definitely worthwhile. Buy the F-22 from the US. You mean get a license from them for it? Benjamin, as Germany, you actually produce aircraft that's as good as the American aircraft, so we don't really need to do that. I think their close air support's a little bit better, but not significantly, so we're going to produce domestic military goods, I think, this game. Typically, I will get licenses from America, but I also typically tend to play countries with really bad technology, and German technology is arguably equally good as America, arguably better. So, work on that. A couple of days ago, when our veterans returned from Afghanistan, she told the public that the soldiers wanted a quiet return without a ceremony, etc. And then basically the leader of the mission of Afghanistan came out and said it was the opposite. Really? Huh. That's interesting. Was Merkel not really, like, did she really not like the military or something? I know a little bit about Merkel, but not a lot. Is she like really anti-military or something like that? Says a lot about her. Shit. Do I have water? I got water. Yeah, I do. Hydrate. I mean, from my understanding, Merkel is... I mean, she's not really far right, but isn't she considered a conservative politician in Germany? Correct me if I'm wrong. Because isn't she the head of the Christian Dems, which is considered, like, fairly conservative by German standards? I might be wrong about that. I had a German friend, and that's how he described it to me. Infrastructure, we'll absolutely take that. Not really anymore. Well, I know, like, the far right is getting a lot stronger in Germany, right? So I'm sure that makes her look more or less conservative, I should say. But traditionally, she's considered a conservative by German standards. Right. I want to make sure I have got that right. It's a really interesting phenomenon in the last 2 decades. The rise of the far right all around the world. It's not just like, you know, a Western thing. Far-right movements have been gaining traction all across the world in the last couple decades, which is pretty scary, I think. Look out for construction. She was national conservative in her early days, but turned to the left when she came into power. Really interesting. I mean, the refugee crisis, yeah, that was not a conservative move to take in all those refugees. Far-right in Germany is a joke. Well, that's good, because when the far-right gets power in Germany, things don't tend to go well, so that's good. I remember a couple months ago there was that whole scandal where didn't like a special forces unit in Germany get shut down because a bunch of them were like really far right. I remember reading an article about that. But that's good. You don't want a group like that getting power. That's a real scare. That's like a actual issue here in America now. The far right, I'm not talking like conservatives who want lower taxes. I'm talking far right in America is getting more and more powerful. Just sad. All the time. Yeah. Huh. And Merkel's been in charge of Germany for a long time now. I imagine she's got to be getting close to retirement, I would think. I mean, you guys don't have term limits, right? So she can stay a while longer, but I would imagine that she's getting tired. Most leaders can only go for so long because the stress and the emotional commitment of government at a high level is just, it's extreme. Some people have the capacity for it, but that only goes so long. You do get burned down. Gone in September, really? Merkel? Oh, right, they're having that big election, right? Who are the big candidates to replace her? How's it going, Dubai? Good to see you. How you doing? What are you up to today? What are you playing? We work on... No, too early for those. We'll just keep working on the air doctrine. That'll work for now. Industrial projects. Oh, my voice is cracking today. There we go. Balkan interests. The more trade relations we get, the better. Let's see how much of our goods we're exporting. A lot. We could be exporting more, though. I think we were about ready to go down the Schroeder route so we can get Merkel in charge, too. Let's go look at that. September 1st, 2002, so literally a little over a week. So our next focus will be putting Merkel into power. Can we send forces to Somalia? I kind of want to do that. They will take 1 unit, so we can send 1 unit. We'll send our AFE unit. Or IFE unit, I should say. Panzer Brigade. Let's go ahead and modify this a little bit. Marines are a little bit better. God damn it. There we go. I think we have enough to replace these, so we'll be fine. 22, we don't need that much. That'll work. 22 width. I'm going to mess around with it a little bit more, but that'll work for now. So let's go ahead and wait till they start stocked up. I think we can yeah, they're reinforced now. So we'll send one of our infantry units to go fight in Somalia. Engineer, Fortress Buster. We'll go just an engineer. We'll send him down there. Alright. Help is on the way. I think we're going to have to probably not defund the military anymore. Yeah. We'll go to a volunteer service again. Somalia has refused to allow our forces to enter their country. Why is that? Strategic reasons to be hostile to Germany. Alright. What about Afghanistan? Can we help out over there? Yeah, they'll take a unit. We'll send it over there. I mean, CDU, Conservatives, will obviously win. Their candidates suck pretty hard. A day or two ago, he was laughing his ass off while our Interior Minister was talking about the casualties and destruction from the floods. Really, that's fucking disgusting. Holy shit. He even had to come out and apologize publicly. Wow. I imagine that really hurt him in the polls. Can't be laughing about that kind of thing. That's just psychopathic. Huh. So what's... There's no other party that has a shot at it, realistically. I know the Conservatives are pretty dominant politically in Germany, but there's, like, no avenue for another party to win it, like, at all. Can't really do much here. We'll wait until that. There we go. We can help out in Afghanistan now. Can you get any good traits? Scavenger wouldn't be awful, but they don't have a lot of equipment that we could use anyway. Here we go. I'm gonna push them back. American tanks are over here as well, so we're gonna win this. We got British tanks, American tanks, and armored infantry from us, obviously. So I don't think Afghanistan will really be able to hold off against that. Realistically. Let's go ahead and push it in the west. I like how the AA is just like not taking territory. There we go. Getting a lot of foreign investment, which is really nice. I think it's based partially off of opinion or trade relations, so the fact that everyone likes us for those reasons make us a very appealing target for foreign investment, which is lovely. Push them here in Chag Sharon, something like that. We're probably going to get more manpower as well, so we'll be able to actually bring in our Air Force, because a lot of them that we were not able to put out due to manpower problems. The Greens had one. They were ahead in the polls in spring, but fell off after a corruption scandal and tax evasion of their leader was made public. Yep, that'll do it. Corruption scandals kill candidates quicker than anything else, honestly. That sucks. A Green Party winning, I think, would probably be a good thing. Because it seems to me nowadays, there's a lot of important things still in politics, but climate change really takes center stage. So putting leaders in charge of countries that are actually going to address climate change, I think, is probably one of the most important things. It's so weird, especially in America. Climate change is it's a political issue, which is really weird. Because the far right, you know, they're paid off by the oil lobby, so they take positions against climate change, which is such a weird thing, because the whole climate change problem is not a political issue. It's a human issue, you know? So it's so weird. Not really, in my opinion. They are just the populist party as the AFD. Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. So there's really no other popular and established and actually useful parties in Germany. It's really just the conservatives then. That's really sad. It's good to have options, you know, as a country. It's good to have viable political options. For one, it makes the debate more interesting and useful. There's a lot of truth in that having a good candidate run by a party that won't win is useful, because if you can get on stage in debates and you can force a country to talk about important problems, you can shift the policy goals of the other parties to a degree, I think. So it sucks that y'all don't have someone like that. I'm a big Bernie Sanders fan in America. I understand that he will never hold major political office, which is fine. But I think his main use to America is that he forces the debate to go certain directions. And I think it's good if countries have an outsider candidate like that who will force the mainstream parties to talk about issues they otherwise wouldn't want to, in my opinion. FDP is good, free market party, which wants to lower taxes, so semi-conservative as well. Voted for them last time. Nice. So it sounds to me like Labor's kind of dead in Germany then. I know Labor was never too big to begin with, but we could influence Turkey, or we could go after a Russian partnership. I don't really want to do either. So do pension reform. I'm going to spend all this political power on Denmark because I want to try and vassalize them, or puppet them, I should say. %. If we get that up to 80, we can puppet them. Yeah, Schroeder, who you're playing as, was the last good leader. Yep, that's what I thought. That's sad. It's good for countries to have some labor power. Labor is a little bit dangerous, but when it does good stuff, it's really useful. Yeah, Schroeder's been out for a long time, so labor sounds like they are definitely dead. Not many countries really have a strong labor movement anymore. Which is a good and a bad thing. Britain kind of does, but not really. The Labour Party is really weak. We don't have a Labour Party in America. I mean, the Democratic Socialists, but they're a joke. They're really a joke. They're laughable. Mexico kind of does, I guess. It's very corrupt. Same with Brazil. They've got a labor movement, but it's corrupt. Those two go hand in hand, which is really sad. Alright, we are down to 800 billion. Pretty nice. Just gonna keep pushing here in Afghanistan. I'm gonna try and move around like this, and we're gonna try and encircle all these units in Kabul. That end the war. So does the FDP have a good candidate for the election in September, Tracy, would you say? Or are they just not running anyone remotely viable? Keep working on fuel refining. Oh, I don't want to push across this river. Hopefully I can just push him back. Let's try and do that. Let's go ahead and just try and overrun this unit. It's almost broken. So we'll retreat. Go. We have to break through. Cool. Good. We were able to do that. If one of them could reinforce this, I could push across the river, and then we could hit them from like 4 sides, but it doesn't look like the AI has enough units for that, unfortunately. Ooh. Alright, we did get a unit over here, so I'm going to try and move around. If we push from across the river, it'll be a lot stronger. We are really in dangerous territory here, but yeah, our organization is just so low. There we go. Once we get that built back up, we're going to push towards Kabul. I could push this way. That'd actually probably get encirclement better, but I don't have any reinforcements down here, so we're going to have to go that way. Oh yeah, that debt's just melting at this point. What's our economy like? 7.8, wow. We're probably the number 2 economy, maybe 3. I think China is a little bit wealthier than us right now, but I think that's it. those machines. Oh, we had another one. Apparently not. Guess we can influence Turkey. I would try and pull them into the EU if we were playing a shorter game, but we're going to do a Merkel game, so we don't want to do that. This guy's name is great. Frank Liedenberger. It's a good German name. You fox, help me push. We'll go like that. We're not going to get a big encirclement, but even if we take out 2 or 3 divisions, that would significantly help out the war effort. Because Afghanistan's really just running with really basic infantry divisions, so they went for quantity over quality. Oh, they're pushing back a little bit. Goddamn. Alright, how long until we can go down Schroeder 2? We actually do have to do this. Oh, I didn't want to have to do this. We also need higher stability. Do we have any decisions that can give us more stability? Let's go look at that. Stability. Maybe not. That's not good. Internal faction replaced. How long do we have that for? Probably a lot longer. That's unfortunate. So we need 60% stability, but we don't need it like right now. We'll have to just keep our eye on that. Okay. Done with those. Let's get some better mobile networks here. There we go. Mobile networks actually do increase construction speed. Not by a lot, but by a significant amount, so should always keep an eye on that. Alright, come on. We gotta win this eventually. There we go. Do they have air superiority? Yes, they do. Wow. We could give some of our airplanes to Afghanistan, but I don't really want to do that, so. Getting into any of the Merkel options for either the German Empire or the reformed Nazi Germany, they take a long time to get to. Germany doesn't have a massive focus tree, but it has a lot of like events that require certain dates to happen. So you have to wait a few years to really do anything, which is fine. I mean, we had plenty of time to develop our economy, which is arguably more important anyway. The economy is not nearly as interesting as political changes, but it's a lot more useful most of the time. We are almost all the way up. I think we have one more level after this, don't we? Where's this max? This might be max. New veterans is max. Any other conflicts we could get involved with? Stick our noses in stuff that doesn't concern us. Could go into the Congo. Not going to do that. Could do nationalism. Yeah, let's go for that. Why not? Got a lot of political power. What party is Merkel? Isn't she the, Christian Democratic Union? So I'm going to boost their power a little bit, our political power, so that she will win the next election, which is coming up in 2 years. We could force elections early, but I don't really want to do that. So Merkel will get power, and then through Merkel we'll put the nationalists in power. If we go right down here, we will encircle them and encircle them. Easier said than done. Getting big encirclements is so fucking fun. It's hard to do that Millennium Dawn, though. It's much easier to do that in the base game. Oh my gosh. That economy, though. Goddamn. So once we get our debt paid off, we're gonna just, like, do tons of foreign investment. Mainly in Europe, I think. Come on. You know you want it. Help me out down here. Well, that's a mechanized unit. That'll be harder to push through. We should still get there eventually, though. Well, maybe. The organization's not really going down. Given enough time, I think we'll do it. So this one, Turkey, let's go ahead. We will have to go down this route. I really didn't want to, but we can artificially get his party to be weaker, so it's fine. Because we do not want Schroeder to win re-election. It's not in our interest for that. Way too early. I guess we'll work on these. Production efficiency isn't super important right now, but the more that we get, the better, generally. So that's fine. Maybe I'll make some more coffee in a little bit, too. Some more coffee. Oh, it's still only 1. Usually I start streaming around 3, but I wanted to see if my stream quality was going to work today before I streamed. And it is working very nicely. That's so wonderful. That whole week where my Wi-Fi wasn't working was just such a pain in the ass. Because I really wanted to stream, but couldn't do it. Alright, we're going to try and push them to straight back. Can we do that? Already in combat, can't change. That's fine. There we go. Alright, their organization is starting to go down very quickly now, so we should be able to push through there. Meanwhile, we've done all of our decisions we can do here. What's nationalism at? Let's go look at that. 20%. Acclimatization, 54%. Perfect. Our organization's going down pretty quickly, actually, so we really need to push through here. Urban operations is important to get because a lot of fighting Millennium Dawn will be in cities, and if you don't have good modifiers for cities, you will just get absolutely fucked up, so need to avoid that if possible. Here we go. Push through, push through. Fuck yeah. Alright, they're gonna back us up. He's going down here, right? Yeah, we're fine. Oh no, he's pushing this way immediately. You see? No, he's not moving. This is risky, but I'm gonna risk it. Two days, 3 hours. 2 days, 15 hours. We're fine. Theoretically. This is risky. I think, yeah. Yeah, we pulled it off. Good, we got the encirclement. So we're just going to push them until they're gone. Cool, that worked out nicely. We will work on infrastructure reform. Got another technology slot here. Guess we'll just work on 3D printers. These end up giving better stuff, I think, eventually. Thought they did. Yep, monthly population growth at the end of it. It is really useful. Which population growth are we getting? That's not bad. Like 1.8 million a year. Not awful. Considering population growth in Western developed countries with high GDP per capita is very low. Not bad at all. Good, we're going to start to overwhelm these units. Oh, hold up. Our organization is really low. Let's try and get that back. Well, we're winning, but... Alrighty. We'll be very careful with that. We don't want to get forced into retreat here. Now, let's just wait when we can. Down to 600 billion in debt, so we've kept our debt... I want probably by like 60%. The interest rate on it is really just negligible at this point. Yo, let's be careful over here, guys. Stretch a little bit thin. This is what we're gonna do. Plug that gap. When our organization's at max, we're gonna just finish off these 2 units here. Got 4 divisions here to destroy. So this will be a big military victory. Oh, come on now. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's how we getting circled. Come on now. We'll let that just handle itself. Check up on it in a little while. France has 12% influence over us now. That's pretty high. So is Russia. I'm not worried until those get over 20%, but should definitely keep an eye on it. I think we're just going to keep dumping influence into Denmark. We can't give them economic aid unless our GDP per capita is higher. That's funny. We're poorer than they are. Wouldn't imagine that would stop a country from saying no. How's it going, Draco? Good to see you. Your fatherland. Hell yeah. We're going with we're gonna rebuild the German Empire this game. So we're gonna be a scientific, industrial, and military superpower. That's the plan. Oh wow, okay. Give it glory, mate. Damn fucking right. Don't worry about that. There's more enough glory to go around here. I think our economy is 3rd best in the world right now. Let's go look at that. 8.42 at a 37% tax rate. China's is higher. I think Japan is probably higher too. A little bit. So we have the 4th strongest economy in the world right now. America, China, Japan, then us. I want to get to number 2. We can get to number 2. It's very doable. Because in 2 weeks it might be dead. What might be dead? Germany? What's happening? All the flooding and stuff? It's been pretty bad. I know that. It'll get worse too. Merkel will win the next election. It's good. A lot of stuff, yeah. It's been pretty awful. It's been so sad to see. I've seen so many other pictures of it, and it's so weird to see because, like, Germany's such a developed nation, such a rich country. But climate change don't give a fuck. It's still gonna fuck you up. It's awful. It's 20 kilometers next to me. Oh, Jesus. That's awful. Was it the one in the Palatine? There's one in the Palatine, and there was somewhere else too, right? That's horrible. Seeing natural devastation like that is awful. I lived in California most of my life, so I got to see firsthand what the fires did. There was a fire, a really big one when I lived in a smaller town in California that came, I think, 3 miles close to our city. They were telling us we might have to evacuate and stuff. My friend's childhood home got burned down and everything, so natural disasters are awful. Awful you have to experience that. It's in Nordrhein-Westfalen, going down to Bayern. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Pretty horrible to watch that stuff happen, but realistically, we all have to get used to this kind of thing. Because climate change is past that point where it's just going to start fucking the world up. It already is, right? But it will get worse. It will get worse every single year from now on. It's harsh to say, but we have to start getting used to these sorts of things. Because, you know, past generations chose not to deal with them. It's awful. Do gene editing. The response has seemed pretty good by the German government, though, which isn't surprising. The German government seems to be fairly competent with things like that, disaster relief, so that's really nice. $125 factories. How many civilian factories do we have now? 89. Really good. Really, really good. No, they do not want to die down here. We just don't have enough units. How do I want to do this? I'm going to go cut off that unit over there. That's what I'm going to go do. We can get that surrounded, just take it out. Hopefully the AI can hold over here. I don't trust them to do that, but we don't really have another choice, honestly. I could push straight for their capital. I don't really want to risk it, though. No, they're going to go for it. So we'll destroy that mechanized unit. Afghanistan war. Absolutely. We're helping out the US on this one. Because for now, we are still democratic, so we need to back up our American allies. I don't really want Salafism getting power anyway, so. Good, we killed that division. Let's get some decryption. That'll help out a lot with battles like this. They're gonna get here. Alright, we took their second capital. What percent are they at? I don't have the war up here, so I can't see where the capitulation level's at, but it's got to be getting somewhat close. They are pushing out over here. That's fine. What do you mean with your democratic now? Well, what do you mean, Draco? Wait, democratic now? Oh, because we're going German Empire. So for now, we're staying democratic. But we're going to go with Merkel, and you have a decision with Merkel where you can go with rehabilitate Prussia, or we can bring back the Hohenzollerns. So we're going to go like nationalist monarchy eventually. Because I think reforming the German Empire will be a lot of fun. So, we're democratic right now. We will not stay that way. Not a fan of that, Draco? Well, last Germany game I did, I played a democratic one, where I like just focused on the EU. It was a lot of fun, but I think a German Empire game would be a lot of fun. I've been wanting to do this for a while, so. Alright, we're just fucking them up down here. Hell no, not a fan. Remember, it's a roleplay. I'm not a nationalist or anything. I just find it interesting to do a game like that. You're gonna need to hold that, dude. I swear. When you send intervention forces, 99% of it is really just babysitting the AI. Just stay there. There we go. Okay, we're breaking them. That's fine. You know, it's weird. I'm a very politically liberal. I don't know. My politics are really strange, but I definitely sit more on the left of politics. But when I play Hearts of Iron, I really like to play nationalist countries. I find it to be more interesting. It's really weird. Alright, this is over. They're gonna capitulate at any second now. How have they not capitulated? Holy shit. They do not want to go down, apparently. There we go. This is over. Yep, there we go. Alright, we went to Afghanistan, so that means America is going to go into Iraq, which is fine. I don't really care about that. Iraq's not really important. We could send intervention forces out again, but I really see a reason to do that, honestly. Industrial projects. Let's go ahead and put all this political power into Denmark again. We are slowly getting ready to puppet them. We're going to try and annex Sweden and Austria, but we're going to probably try and puppet Denmark. It is possible in the mod to kill different races in your own country. No, it's not. That is not a thing. Hearts of Iron actually, not Hearts of Iron, Paradox, the game developer Paradox, specifically has banned that from mods. Like, racial genocide is banned from mods, so if you try and put that into a mod, Paradox will go after you, actually. That's why there's not any mods that really do that. Because Paradox has explicitly said you're not to do that with their game, so, yeah. Deutsche Bank. We'll go with the Agenda 2010. We'll do that for now. So no, you can't do that. There's not an option for that. You can do that a little bit in EU4, but I think Paradox just got so much backlash when they did that stuff in EU4 that they're just steering clear of it now. I mean, ethnic cleansing is a thing that's happened in history and will probably happen in the future, but that doesn't change the fact that it's absolutely fucking horrifying. So, I understand why I don't want it to put in the game. I have very mixed feelings about that sort of thing. Like, adding horrible, horrible things to video games. It's, on the one hand, it's good to do that so you, like, understand it. But on the other hand, it's dangerous because, like, some people just don't look at it that way. They'll see, like, an ethnic cleansing aspect of a game, and then they just, like, really get into it, and it's just all fucked up. Because, I mean, those sorts of aspects, I think, in theory, should be in games. Because you need to be able to understand how horrific things like that are. And plus, it's just, you know, if it happened in history, why not? But at the same time, people take shit way too far. So you can hunt for Muslims and stuff? No, that's not really an option. I know there's certain events with certain countries in Millennium Dawn where you can expel certain groups. Like if you play Saudi, I know that you can like choose to side with the Sunnis or the Shia, and then you can expel all the populations from the other group. So you can do that with some of the Middle Eastern countries, but in Europe it's not really an option. They don't really give you an option for it. So it's very limited. And it's not ethnic cleansing, it's just, you know, kicking people out of your country. Which isn't great either, but it's a lot better than, you know, murdering races of people. Gotta build some more stuff here. I'm not sure what I want to build though. Kind of running out of slots here, which is good. We'll be able to raise our GDP per capita, but guess we could just work on infrastructure for now. Get some more of these. That should be good. There we go. Put it on the border there. I'm sure at some point we'll probably fight a war with France, realistically. Especially if we can kick them out of NATO. Yeah, for that kind of stuff, Paradox doesn't really have much tolerance. They will really go after you. Ooh, Norway just left NATO. That was a bad move. That was a really bad move, guys, but alright. The Roots is in charge. Left-wing radicals. So, Norway went socialist and they left NATO. That's interesting. We'll pick them off later, once we form the German Empire. So it's not horror going to Nazi right consider the Republic. No, it's not. I've actually never done it, so I don't know if there's just some events where you do horrible things. I've never done it because it hasn't appealed to me. But my understanding is no, because Paradox simply doesn't allow that kind of stuff. Yeah. I haven't played it though, so maybe you'll get an event where you can like ethnically cleanse people. I doubt it though, because again, Paradox explicitly has said mods are not to do that. Yep. For better or worse, that's the way it is. 18%. We are not going up that... Well, we are kind of going up quickly. There we go. The head of the Nationalist Outlook is Mika Werner. Don't know who that is. But then again, I really only know who Merkel is and Schroeder in German politics. Can we send our intervention forces anywhere else? Sudan. Not really interested in getting involved with that. Somalia. They still don't want our help. Alright, that's fine. The UNITA never accepts help, so you can't back them up. I don't think there's really any other conflicts going on. Yeah, so we're sitting tight for now. I could abolish the military again. Nah, I'm just gonna build up that army experience so I can make our divisions a little bit better. Since we are getting closer to when we're gonna start fight some more wars. I'd say 2005, 2006 is when we're really gonna start to get quite aggressive. Warmonger a wee bit. There we go. Almost done with that. Austria's still not NATO, right? They're our first target for annexation, if we can pull it off. They are in the mountains, but they also have really no standing military, so we can just overrun them very quickly. If we had to drag that war in the Alps, that'd be awful, but we don't have to deal with that, so we can just overrun them optimally. So much technology. So much. Nothing can stand up to the power of German engineering. Did we lose stability again? God damn. We need to get more. I'm not sure how to do that. We don't really have any decisions that will give that to us, I don't think. If we boost Schroeder's party's power, I am pretty sure that'll increase stability. Let's go ahead and give that a shot right now. Yep, there we go. Alright, we're good. We can go ahead and go down to... I'm not going to try and say that word. Since Luftane's withdrawal, Schroeder's support among left-wing forces in Germany has been waning. Juggling the interests of employers and employees, of unions and corporations, of the economy and the working class has been controversial, to say the least. Gerhard Schroeder, to save face, must now pass party leadership to fully focus on his office as Federal Chancellor. Alright, we're going to wait for that. I'm just going to leave him to do counter-intelligence for now. We should probably get some more agents if we can. We got the civilian industry to do that, so why not? Let's go. We also need to get a cybersecurity division too, so we can stop hacking. Well, our debt is almost gone. We are down to 370 billion. That is solid. So we started off, I think, at 1.4 trillion. So getting rid of that debt is absolutely amazing. I want this to go all the way to 0. At that point, I'm going to start doing foreign investments. We're up to 9. Wow. We're toe-to-toe with, I think, Japan now, aren't we? Nope, they're beating us by a little bit. We've almost caught up to the Japanese economy. Getting there. That'll put us into 3rd place in terms of economics. It'll be the foreign investments which will really push us over the top, I think. Because those actually give you quite a lot of money. Going for a Commonwealth? Wow, okay. Britain's being very conservative. Changing the music. I got stuck. I think it's loading right now. There we go. Aha! Our GDP per capita just went up. Wonderful. Puts us up to 30,000. Not where I want it. I want it at least 50,000. Because 30,000 GDP per capita is really not that great. Compared to many countries, it's alright, but not good enough for us. So we need to build more civilian industry. Actually, we only need... If you're over 80 factories, you actually don't have to completely build up all your building slots. So for GDP per capita, it's really interesting. If you have fewer factories than 79, you need every single building slot filled. But if you have more factories than 78, which we do, then you can only have 1 empty building. So we actually don't have to build all of these up at once. So we just have to go to 14, 17. Naval base. Build 2 there. Oh, apparently there's a whole separate thing for naval bases. Interesting. Okay, 13. If we build all of these, we will be able to raise our GDP per capita again. So that looks good. GDP per capita is really not the best metric for understanding your citizens' wealth, but it's the most popular. Because GDP per capita is actually really... It doesn't factor in extreme wealth inequality, which is unfortunate. Why is it not letting me pay this off? I'm right-clicking, but it will not let me. Maybe it's a tab thing. Yep, there we go. Sometimes when you tab out of games, you have to do it again in order to be able to play without problems. World tension's already actually quite high, 29% this early. That really sucks. That'll make our expansion a lot harder. Because as Germany, you can't really form a nationalist government really early. And in Millennium Dawn, you really want to go nationalist as early as possible before world tension gets really high. Because once it gets this high, you are very limited in what you can do without triggering fucking NATO. So, gotta be a bit careful here. Got our robots now. We'll go for AI robotics. $300 billion. Exactly. Who won in Somalia? No one. Well. Wow. Somalia went nationalist. Military junta's in charge now. Not the best outcome, but that's fine. We're not going to stay a democracy, so I'm not worried about that. If we were staying a democracy, that'd be problematic, but... democracy is not going to last long. Almost done with this event. There's a lot of 70-day focuses for Germany, unfortunately, so it takes forever to get anything you want done. That's how it works for most Western democracies. Governments are just inefficient. There we go, done with that. I think, yeah, we're a little too early on this. We have to wait until 2005. In the meantime, we're gonna work on military reform. Let's go work on that a little bit. Get that out of the way now. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna start a new cup of coffee. I will be back in like 2 minutes. I am back. Alright. So close to paying off our debt. Wonderful. $275 billion. Units for most world governments. We're going to want to get rid of the globalized trade economy at some point too, because we need to start mass producing military equipment pretty soon here. Mainly IFVs. We're going to need a lot of those, because all my divisions are very heavy on IFV usage most of the time. So, how much of that are we producing? Not nearly as much as we should be. There we go. This is what we really need to be producing. Better small arms. Let's go do that. There we go. Can make a 65 carrier. Obviously, we won't be doing that. I'm not going to build carriers until we can make the 2005 version. We've been asked to join the Iraqi War. We will help with that because we don't want to piss off America. We're about to be really warmongery too, so us warmongers have to stick together. Our first war of offensive war is going to be Austria, I think. Let's go for global interventionism as well. We're now one step away from near imperialism, which we can pick up as soon as we form the German Empire. What is this music? Let's switch this. Let me go back to lo-fi. There we go. Let's get a cybersecurity division. There we go. Fuel refining. Keep going down that route. Definitely want to get a lot of biofuel refineries here before too long. Industrial projects. We'll do another nationalist propaganda campaign as well. Also want to boost their popularity as much as possible, so we can just go straight for the German Empire. Don't have to wait around for that. I'm sure the events will give us a lot of popularity too, but we want to make sure that we have a very centralized government. Alright, we're up to a 1980 carrier models. We'll go with 95. I do want to produce a lot more naval yards too before too long. That's important. I'm going to space these out a little bit. What's the production cost on naval yards? Let's look at that. No, it's lower than military factories. I think it is. 3,000, that's it? Oh, I need naval yards, not naval bases. Those are two very different things. There we go. 65,000 versus 3,000. Naval yards actually... Oh, thank you. Oh, I know. They actually cost way more to produce than I expected. Thank you. Because military industry is 65,000. Construction is actually lower. That's interesting. That's really odd. Huh. Alrighty. $230 billion in debt. Russia's investing in us. That's weird. Why are they doing that? I don't trust that. What are you up to, Russia? They are communists, so... Yep. Working on the military. They did create a faction with China. Yep. The Fifth International. Hong Kong, Abkhazia, and China and Russia. Not a bad faction. That's fairly strong, actually. We'll probably get invited to that later on. Nationalist countries tend to get invited to the Fifth International, which is really weird, but it's just how this game tends to go, for the most part. Okay, we're almost ready. We've done with Bundeswehr reform. Reform our military. Sierra Leone Civil War is over. Congo is also over. Wow. So it's just Angola and UNITA fighting in Africa right now. I think everyone else is done with their little wars. Yep. The world is mostly war-free now. Let's see if we can help change that. Outdated equipment in production. Oh, older aircraft, that's fine. No template. Recons and helicopters. Let's get rid of those. And TRA helicopters. Don't need those. We do need to import some more technology metals. That's one thing we have really no choice but to do. Austria is the main person who has a lot of them. It's interesting. I always find in Millennium Dawn that the #1 resource I always end up having a huge deficit in is technology metals. Because there's a lot of equipment you have to produce in Millennium Dawn. And most of it requires them, so... Having good trade relations with the Congo or Australia, or optimally conquering the Congo is your best bet, but... not easy to do. They are in a strategically very defensible area. All jungle down there. No supply lines. We'll do land doctrine for now. Wait, can we do... not yet. May 1st, so we got around 8 more months before we can put Merkel in power. We'll put her in power pretty soon. Keep doing excavation. Can we do another level of construction, or is it too early? Yeah, too early. What about computing? Too early. 4G too early. We can do this stuff. Give us a little bit of a research speed bonus, so we'll go for that. 2 years to do that. Oh, awful. Not bad. More foreign investment. Austria's still looking very annexable. They'll get guaranteed though. They're a Western power, so they will get guaranteed. I'm really hoping that either Sweden or Austria would have gone socialist, but neither did. Now, I think what we're going to probably do first is invade Norway, because Norway's communist, which means that at the very least America will not guarantee them. France and the UK might, but we could well, no, they're NATO, so we can't fight them either, but we'll see. Sure we can't justify anyone else around us. If literally any European country gets a world tension event, we can go to war with them now because we are in limited interventionism, which is a really interesting mechanic. When you have global interventionism, if anyone generates world tension, you can basically go to war with them. Even other no, you can't go to war with other Western powers though, if they're Western. And America just went into Iraq. Good luck with that. They should just overrun them very quickly. It's weird. Some games, Iraq falls within like a month. Some games, it takes them almost a year. So, I don't really know why that is, but it's just how it goes. It's fine. Nationalism is now at 21%. Not bad. To 130 factories now, 93 civilian industries. So we have a really strong economic base to build off of now. More investment from America. This is why it's really nice to have a non-aggression pact and a trade agreement with the US. They'll just throw money at you. To America, the whole world is a strip club. They just make it rain on everyone. Well, if you're a democracy. We'll keep doing recruitment so we can get another agent. I'm going to put half this political power into Denmark. Hey kid, you want some... Oh, they don't want military aid. Oh well. 37%. We'll get that up some more. Puppeting Denmark would be lovely. They're strategically very important for going into Scandinavia, so... If we could pull that off, that would be so nice. Six more months and we can get Merkel in charge. Almost there. No other wars we can really get involved in right now, so just chilling. I'm gonna close some of these EU decisions because I'm not gonna really do any of them. So there's no need for these to be taking up space. There we go, that's better. No other events are really to be done right now, so we're waiting. Printers. Keep going on those. Our research speeds are so ridiculously high right now. 78% bonus on research speeds. That's insane. Look at that. The only thing slowing us down is our GDP per capita, but that's about to change. Because as soon as we go up to 50,000, I think we get a small research bonus. Let's go look at that. Yeah, you don't get a bonus for 50. I think you get a bonus for 90. I think it's like 2 or 3%. Just not a lot, but that adds up. Oh no, you actually don't get a research bonus. You get max industries and state, which is really useful, and then construction speed bonus, which is alright. Alright, we're really just... We're waiting for... Vertraunefrage. I'm saying that wrong. Vertraunefrage. Which will allow us to put Merkel in power, but we still got a couple months, so... I'm gonna go down the Volkswagen tree, because that'll give us a lot more industry. Because we can artificially make the SPD weaker, so we don't really have to worry about them getting more influence. Utilize SPD influence in Lower Saxony. Go. Alright, 100 billion to go, and we are completely out of debt. Being a debtless country in the modern world is no small achievement, seeing as modern economics really just is built around debt mechanics, for the most part. We can start to produce more divisions, but we really don't have a lot of manpower, so I'm going to wait on that. We could raise our military funding right now, but I want to wait until our debt's all gone. Then we'll start to properly fund the military. Start producing those IFE units, divisions I should say, en masse. We're doing a little bit of foreign investment. I don't remember doing that, but... No, I know what that is. That's our investment I think we did in Ethiopia, because they approached us for that. I assume that's where that's coming from. Angola won against the UNITA, so they're going to stay a form of socialism, I guess. I don't really know much about Angola. My knowledge of African countries generally is not great, but... There we are. 78 billion. Let's look at where our economy grew to. Oh, even better. Still running a $1.4 billion a day surplus. Could do another nationalist propaganda campaign. I'm going to wait on that. I don't think that's too big of a deal. We'll strengthen Volkswagen. The German Ministry of Finance found that 30% of jobs in Lower Saxony are either directly provided by or indirectly dependent on Volkswagen, the largest company in Germany and Germany's main corporate applicant of soft power abroad. Several percentage points of the German economy are solely provided by this one company. It is too big to fail. So we'll keep investing in that. And when that's done, we'll do one more focus after that, and then we'll be able to put Merkel in charge. And the road, I should say, to the German Empire will begin. Are we all caught up here? Yep. Don't need any more of those, so let's build a couple biofuel refineries. There we go. Become fuel independent. Oh, hopefully this doesn't bring us down. Prefer to stay on past growth. Oh, it did stay. Good. Okay. Ooh, George Bush just got elected in America. So he did win the 2004 election. Oh boy. America's going to be really warlike then. But they're still going to pretend to be democratic. So we won't be able to ally them as the German Empire, probably. Because that's a nationalist party. I don't know how I feel about monarchist parties being considered nationalist in Millennium Dawn, because monarchism is related to nationalism, but it's not always the case. Some monarchies are really not nationalistic. So I think some monarchies should probably be in the non-aligned faction, but I doubt the game will ever focus on that, which is reasonable. Industrial projects. We'll keep putting our political power into Denmark. Actually, let's go ahead and raise our military spending a little bit, because it's going to cost so much political power to raise it due to having the German legacy. So, it costs a lot to move this up or down, which sucks. But it's realistic, I think, mostly. We'll work on 4G. It's really early for that, but that's fine. $130 factories total. We started off around, what's it, 80? It's not bad. Good growth. Keep working on that. Up to a 1,000 surplus of IFVs, that's not nearly enough. That'll only create a couple divisions. We're gonna need a lot more. I guess I'll have to just build up a lot of just base infantry forces for invasions, which really sucks. Because I don't like using just basic infantry in Millennium Dawn. It's really not that great. If you can use armored infantry, you should always do that. The problem is building up a big enough IFV production line to really be able to deal with that. Not easy. January, February, March, April, May, 4 months. We'll go up one more level in military spending. Okay, we got some more options here for Volkswagen. I think the India plant gives us 3 or 4 civilian factories. Oh, 1. Okay, not what I thought. This will do 3, so we'll go down that, then we'll do Dresden. Actually, no, because we can only do 1 more focus, really, before... We'll do Dresden and Leipzig. Get another agent as well. I'm gonna put... We'll put you in France. I want to try and push France into nationalism so we can go to war with them. Because any country that becomes nationalist is automatically kicked out of NATO. So the best way to go to war with a country that's in NATO is to just change their politics so that they get kicked out. Then you can just pick them off. Like a bird of prey. Let's go look at our economy. I think our spending probably went way up because that military spending changes. No, not really. We're almost up to 10 billion a day. There is he. Probably keep influencing Denmark a little bit too. No, I need to conserve political power right now. There's a couple other things we're going to do with it. Especially once Merkel gets power, we'll need to just dump all of our political power into pushing monarchist popularity up. So we got another loan again. Not sure why we did that. Wow, we got a lot of manpower. Good. Alright, let's go ahead and get our Air Force out. So we do have a lot of planes here. Not like the US or something, but quite a few. A little less than 1,000. Nothing too crazy, but more than good enough for what we want to do. I want to train up our Navy if possible, too. I think we're just mainly submarines. Oh, we got some destroyers, too. train them. We have enough fuel to last a little while. Okay, once this factory's done, we're going to go up in GDP per capita again. I'm going to work on some naval yards here too. There we go. I can start to produce some more Panzer Brigades too. Let's go ahead and edit these, make sure these are exactly what I want. 18. Don't need that. We'll put an engineer company and a recon company. Do one more. We'll do some AA. There we go. That's what I want. Start to mass produce these guys. I'm just going to use up all the ones I can. We have enough IFVs for 6 divisions, so we'll make all 6 of those. Speaking of IFVs, can we do... Yeah, we can go ahead and get a better one. Let's go do that. Looking good. Our spy got kicked out. Why was our spy kicked out of France? Go back in there. We are now over 10 billion a day, so our economy is very strong. Let's go compare ourselves to Japan again. 37% tax rate is 10.2. They're at 10.4 at a similar tax rate. So it's the exact same, yeah. So we are probably 2 civilian factories away from being bigger economically than Japan, which will put us in 3rd, obviously behind China, and US, of course. Goes without saying. Just cannot get our debt down to 0, though. Despite being a globalized trade economy focus, which exports basically all our goods, we still produce enough to be able to manufacture most of the military gear that we need, which is lovely. The only thing we're having to really import is technology metals, but basically every country has to do that because they're only found in certain places. Primarily in this game, Australia and the Congo. Yeah, we're running out of things to build here. Mobile networks completely built up. We'll build a couple more biofuel refineries. We'll build one in Brandenburg. We'll build a couple fuel silos as well. Those are good to have when you go to war, so you don't have to worry about all your oil running out, which is devastating, especially for us, because we're going to specialize in pretty much entirely IFB divisions, armored infantry divisions, which will require a lot of oil. So if we run out of oil, our divisions are basically useless. So we can't be doing that. All right, 3 billion in debt. It's a wonderful sight to see. We are now out of debt. Cool. All right, so we're going to start saving up all in our treasury, and we're going to do foreign investment now. We start off with 1.4 trillion in debt. We now have none. Very good feeling, to be sure. Apparently, we need one more factory somewhere. 6, 7. We got to build these naval yards. Once we build one of... No, we need to build 2 of them. Once we build both of these naval yards, in either Sachsen, we will be able to raise our GDP per capita. We gotta wait till then. I'm gonna upgrade our naval bases too. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Because we do want to become a bit of a naval power. Not like massively, but a little bit I think would be a bad idea. For the most part. So we'll do that. Two months to go. Then we'll be able Let's put Merkel in charge. $145,000 manpower. That is way better. Thank goodness. We were at 17 for a while. Can't build much of a military with 17 soldiers on standby. See if our jets are done preparing. Training, I should say. Not quite. Almost there. We're about to run out of oil, so I'm going to import a little bit. We'll import 18. That's enough. Almost done with those manufactories. Made 1 month ago. I'm just going to hold off on picking a new one until we can go ahead and get Merkel. It's May 1st, isn't it? Yeah, May 1st. Which is 20 days away, I think. Around there. Alright, 58 billion surplus. Let's go invest in Denmark. And in Sweden. We can. Actually, are not going to let us build any civilian industry. But Norway. Yeah, there we go. We need 42 billion. I'm going to take out a little bit of a loan here. Do that. There we go. That's good for now. Puts us up to 72 billion in foreign investment. And Iraq was puppeted by America. No surprises there. Conservatives are in power. That's about right. Alright, we completed those manufactories. Now we're waiting the 12 days until we can get this decision. Election is heating up. Alright, we need to make sure that Merkel's party wins. So I'm going to go ahead and boost them a bunch. All the way, frankly. It's the CDU CSU, right? That's Merkel? I think that's Merkel. CDU. Yep, that's the one we want. Alright, they're up to 41%, so they are going to win the election now. They can form a coalition government with someone else. We'll probably form a coalition government with the AfD, which will push nationalism up a little bit more, which is what we want. We'll attack the neutral party. There we go. Give the nationalists more power. Nope. Hit the Minecraft button. Nice. Go. We gotta... Oh, we went into debt because building those manufacturers actually cost money. I think that's what happened. A lot of decisions in Millennium Dawn for building industry will actually cost you money, as in like income. So always be careful with that, especially if you don't have a lot. Alright, May 3rd. Let's go ahead and do it. More than 60% stability. Fuck. The election should be happening automatically though, shouldn't they? Yeah, April. I'm just going to wait for the election to be decided because we need 60% stability. And in order to get that, I'd have to boost the SPD, and I don't want to do that. There we go, 67%. I don't know why we just got a bunch, but that'll work. Oh, forming a new government. There we go. Alright, we're going to form a new government. We'd have to invite the SPD. Can we not invite a nationalist government? Yeah, there we go. Merkel's in charge now. We'll invite the SPD. Alright, we formed the government. Merkel is now in charge of Germany. The CDU is in charge. Lovely. We're in a really big political power deficit, but we'll make that up very quickly. I'm going to do another nationalist propaganda campaign. Nationalism is at 23%. We need that to be much higher. Looking good. All right. Alright, now we just have to wait for the rest of these focuses to go by. I'm gonna keep pumping political power into Denmark. Good. Halfway to puppeting them? Just about. They gave us a bunch of debt, though. That's fine. Almost done with our civilian industry in Sjælland. It's going to take over a year to build those 5 civilian factories in Norway, but that's good. So that means when we annex Norway, we'll be able to take all those back. We'll be able to get our return on investment. Nice, and I agree. I pushed entire NATO as Soviet Union 48 Special Forces and 200 infantry to hold the line. Yep. If you do that kind of strategy, if you game Millennium Dawn, you will win the wars. I try not to do that as much because it's just... What's up? Oh, okay. Because it's really gamey, you know? And that's not the funnest. I like to min-max sometimes, but for me, it's all about the roleplay, so try not to do that. Special forces in Millennium Dawn are ridiculous. Let's go. Too early for modern computing. It's too early for closer support. Yep. By the way, combat width has changed by 50%, so 15, 30, or 60 auto whiffs to go for. Really? Is that new? Is that like a new Hearts of Iron update, or is that a Millennium Dawn thing? Because I haven't heard about that at all. There we go. I think we can go up in artillery. Let's go ahead and do that. Our artillery is really bad right now. Because I've been building 20 and 40 mainly. Huh. It's a mod thing. Really? I didn't know that. I'll go for a 30 then. Let's go ahead and change our division. There we go. 30 width. The weight off. Pulled off on that then. Also, fucking tungsten is real shit in this game. You're talking about technology metals, right? They are like definitive in being able to produce the equipment that you need, so absolutely. They are so important. That's why annexing the Congo is always like a big goal for me. Because on the map, they've got so many technology metals down here. The only other place with that many is, of course, Australia. They have so many technology metals. Look at that. That's insane. But you can't annex Australia because they're in NATO. Let's go for humanoid robots. Yep. Yeah, they are very important. You're absolutely right about that. They're very key. Let's see if we can invest in Iceland. Give Iceland some civilian factories. Oh, they'll let us. We can build 2. We'll do that. There we go. Like, steel easy to get by, aluminum is somewhat easy to come by, but tungsten, like, yep. Technology metals are a nightmare in this game. They really are. There's a little bit in Austria, which is why I want to annex them, if we can, so. That'd be really nice. That's where I always get. I always get into, like, a massive war of NATO, and then NATO tends to have, like, all their allies, because Australia has most technology metals, so. NATO just cuts me off from being able to get them, and I can't produce the gear I need, then I lose the war. But oh, nice. Our GDP per capita is up to 50,000. Awesome. I've been able to get the Congo into the 5th Internationale a couple times. So as Russia and China, I've been able to secure the technology metals that I've needed, but as a nationalist, it's a lot harder, because the Congo will either go communist or democratic, usually. Also, investing in countries is not really good. Better to lower taxes. It is, but I like to roleplay it out, because when this gets big enough, it gets really fun. You have to also remember, international investments gives you influence over other countries as well, which is really useful for a number of different reasons. But from a min-max perspective, you are absolutely correct. Six, 7, 6, 11, 11, and 9. There we go. When those are done, we'll go up to 100,000 GDP per capita. Here we go. We can immediately go into German conservatism, I believe. Yep. Merkel should refuse any coalition and lead a minority government against leftist opposition. The Union could do so with limited initial aid from the FDP, even though further assistance from right-wing members among the Greens and the SPD would be required to actually get policy made. A politically somewhat unsuccessful term, it might be ideologically useful to position the Union as a conservative hardliner. So we're going to become really Eurosceptical, and we're going to give nationalism more power. Influence is also broken. Send like 300 guns and you get 4% influence. Absolutely. The only thing limiting how quickly you can build that up with arms is whether they accept or there's a little bit of a cooldown on it, but absolutely. That's the way you do it. Let's do it again, actually. Vehicles, most countries will usually accept. Small arms countries oftentimes will have enough of they won't accept, but if you're a really technologically advanced country like Germany and you offer vehicles to countries, they almost always accept because your vehicles are just so good that they're going to want them no matter how many they have. So yeah, it is a little bit broken. I mean, it's somewhat realistic. Like, in reality, in the real world, sending lots of military equipment to a country is how you get a lot of influence over them. But I don't think it's quite to the degree that the mod allows it. But that's the thing, right? Mods don't replicate reality perfectly. They never will. Let's keep boosting nationalism. Can we do a nationalist propaganda? Yes, we can. Let's go do that. There we go. The other thing to note about foreign investments is the reason I really like to do it, and the reason I'm choosing Norway. I built a ton of civilian industry there. I'm going to build more. I mean, the return on investment isn't fantastic, but I also plan on annexing Norway. So if you build a bunch of civilian industry in a country that you plan on annexing, your return on investment is massive, because you're only using GDP, which is more efficient than construction, to get factories which you'll end up just taking back anyway. So if you can build a bunch of civilian industry in a country you plan on annexing, that's really useful, I think. Too early on those. Are we still working on carrier? Yeah. We can work on advanced subs too. Let's go ahead and do that. What planes do you build? I find that multi-role fighters are not worth it because of tungsten, but it's a real bother to do both CAS and AS fighters. I do CAS fighters, primarily. These guys. I do primarily those, and then I'll do like a big mix of other stuff. So I got Typhoons, which are multi-role fighters. I don't think I have fixed wing aircraft. And then attack helicopters are really useful too, because attack helicopters are just a different type of close air support, essentially. So close air support helicopters, and then close air support planes. And then a few multi-role fighters as well, just for the air superiority bonus. Slovenia wants to bail out. We get a ton of influence over them, so we'll do that. We got the money for it. See if I can build anything else in Norway. Yeah, I can. Cool. Build one more there. We'll build a little bit more in Denmark too, if they'll let us. They will. Let's keep influencing this country. %. We need to get that up to 80. We'll need to turn them nationalist too, but they're actually not too far away, so it's not a big issue. Alright, we are running out of things to research. Our research is just so good. I could go down a Special Forces route and just get, like, really overpowered Special Forces units, but I'm going to try and not do that. I might, but not now. That Typhoon is not a multi-role, it is an air superiority fighter. Is it really? Oh, it is AS. You're right about that. Where's my multi-role then? F-16As. We'll switch to producing those. That's fine. Thank you for that. You're absolutely right. Do the other fuel research by refineries are broken? Yeah, they are. We'll definitely need to add more of those. We're about to get a bunch of research slots completely free, so we'll start to go for this. I want to become a major oil exporter. We are going to be going German Empire, nationalist Germany, but there's no reason we can't stay a major exporter for a lot of world economies. If we go into Northern Africa, which we probably will, we'll get access to a lot more fuel that way as well. So we'll see. If we can become a prime oil exporter, I'd be very happy with that. The world tension's so high. I do not like that. It's going to make annexation and conquest very difficult for us. And I am not going to fight a war with NATO. There's no way that's going to happen, so we have to be very careful here. I think we have a bigger economy than China. Let's go look at that. Nope. 10, 11.4. We're neck and neck with China. 2 or 3 more civilian industries and we will be the second biggest economy in the world. Which is fantastic. Why are you producing outdated equipment? Which equipment was that? I'm producing older school... Let's go look. There's a couple now. F-16As. They're outdated, apparently. Do I have a newer one? Eurofighter, I think, is newer. Let's see. Yeah, it is. Martyr 1. Which one is that? IFVs, we got newer ones of those. Phoenix, we've got newer. Yeah, those are utility vehicles. I don't want outdated equipment. That's the problem. I have the outdated equipment menu open. There we go. We got one more. STPZs. Where's that at? Not seeing that one. What's the full name of it? The Fuchs. There it is. APCs. Alright, we're all up to date now. Cool. Can we produce more IFEs? Do we have enough for that? I don't think we do. Check it out though. No, we still don't have enough IFEs. We've got a surplus of pretty much everything else. Yeah, we just have a 520 deficit of IFEs. We had the money, we could actually go buy them. I'm gonna go do that. I think I just decline that. Shit, oh well. Go to the vehicle store. Buy a bunch of IFEs. Yeah, we can afford it, so why not? There we go. Looking good. We can do some more foreign investment here in a moment as well. Projects. There we go. Alrighty, we're looking good here. Get a little bit more technology metals. And a little bit more light metal. Go. Okay, where do we want to do more foreign investment? Probably Austria, because I plan on annexing Austria, so let's see if we can build some more civilian industry there. We can build one. And we'll just save up for a little bit while. The thing with going any army that uses oil is that you will run out as any country. 3,000 planes is like 80,000 fuel a day. Yeah, but we only have 1,000 planes as Germany. We don't have a big air force, so that's why I'm not too worried about it. We're also building a lot of fuel silos. We're also going to start to build a lot of biofuel refineries. So I'm planning on becoming completely fuel independent. Will that succeed? Maybe. We'll see. Or I need 30% nationalism for this. Both of these will boost it by 3%. What are we at right now? It's 26. So if we do one of these, are either of these shorter? No. Autobahn privatization. When one of those is done, we'll be able to go down the rest of the German Empire route. What else do we need to do here? Can we get better... No, not really. Can't get better aircraft quite yet. We can go for that. That's really short. We don't have anything else to really spend political power on, so I'm going to keep putting it into Denmark. Ooh. Yeah, we are definitely the second biggest economy in the world now. There we go. 47%. If you don't have a lot of planes, you will be yeeted on unless you rely on NATO. I fought 6,000 fighters as Soviets against NATO. Yeah, but I'm not planning on fighting NATO, so I'm not too worried about it. We are going to build up our air force, but in the beginning, we're only going to be fighting wars that we can absolutely dominate in. Now, if we want to go to war with NATO, we will need to build up a massive air force to deal with France, the UK, and America's just insane aircraft levels. But that will be for later. We're not planning on a big war with NATO anytime soon. Gotta figure out where we want to do some more foreign investments. Could do Sweden, I guess. Right, they're not going to let us build anymore there. Could do Finland. They're not also interested in civilian industry developments. How about Switzerland? They won't fight us probably, so... Nope. We can build a biofuel refinery, I guess. How about Czech? We can build a couple there. Make us like us a bit more. Belgium. Nope. Netherlands. Oh, really? Man, are they? They're really all just maxed out economically, I think. Also, have you seen France has a more aggressive focus tree than Germany? If you go fascist France, you'll get a ton of war posts. Yeah. So before my internet died, I was doing a France game, but I ended up getting into a war with NATO, and we got absolutely destroyed. I managed to annex a lot of Germany first, though, so that was fun. But absolutely, playing a Napoleonic or just any sort of nationalist France is really fun. You get some crazy focus trees with it. If you go down to your Casus Belli tree, down here, you get, like, Casus Bellis on a lot of the world, frankly. So, you're absolutely right. But we're doing a German Empire game, because that just seems more interesting. I definitely want to do another nationalist France game at some point, and actually do it right. Because the last one was a lot of fun, until fucking NATO got called. I almost got out of that war, too. I got a ceasefire with Germany and annexed, like, all of southern Germany and all the way up to Berlin. And then it kicked America out of the war very briefly. But America was reinvited by someone else I was fighting. I think Spain, so... So close, but not quite. When you play a nationalist country in Europe in Millennium Dawn, you have to be very, very careful. You have to move very slowly. Because if you go too fast, NATO will just fucking murder you. So you have to just, you know, very, very slowly creep out and expand your borders. Which is not easy to do. Alright. Are there any other countries going nationalist? Another country going nationalist would be fun to invest in. Italy went socialist? Partito Comunista Italiano. Yeah, Italy's communist. Holy shit. The FF International is going to be really strong, because they're probably going to get invited to the Russia-China faction. Gotta keep my eye on that. Any other nationalist countries here? Austria a little bit, but I'm going to annex them. What about America? Whoa, America's getting pretty strong nationalism. We could invest in America. Don't really want to do that, though. No, not really anyone else to invest in. Japan doesn't look like they're going nationalist this game, so that's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and lower some taxes then. There we go. Get more factories constructing. Also, France starts with almost the 2005 tech in year 2000, where Germany has almost all of it, almost none of it, I meant. Yeah, so when you start off as France in Millennium Dawn, your tech is insane. You're even further ahead than Germany. I think it's France you have the best tech in the world, with maybe the exception of America, so, yeah. France is a really fun nation to start off with and play a nationalist game, because you also have a really easy route to invade Africa. You can go straight into Algeria, no problem. You only need naval supremacy over one region. And you don't actually have a bad navy as France at the start of the game, which is kind of surprising, but yeah, so. Also, Israel starts with 2015 MBT in year 2000, because why not? I did not know that. It's not surprising. Israeli technology is insane as well. An Israel game would be a lot of fun. I do want to do it. At some point. Now that my internet is back, I'll be able to stream a lot, play a lot more different types of games, which will be fun. When my internet was offline for really around a week, and I used that time mainly just to play lots of Minecraft with my girlfriend. My girlfriend got into Minecraft. She'd never really gotten into it before. She's really enjoying it, so we've been playing that. I played Minecraft a lot when I was a kid, but I haven't played it too much in recent years. It's a fun game, but I prefer strategy games now. They're just more interesting. Alright, we can stop importing oil now. We have a fairly big stockpile. I want to build some more fuel silos too. Want a lot of those built up. Be a good idea. Alright, we gotta do some foreign investment here. Well, let's invest in Portugal. Can we do that? Maybe. Do one. How about Spain? Nope, not interested. Algeria? Nope. What about Italy? They're communists, but we can invest in them. Actually, no, let's not do that, because they're going to join the 5th International, so we don't want to make them a lot stronger. Oh! They do not want us investing in them. Okay. That's fun. Serbia will take a little bit. There we go. What about Romania? We're almost out of money. I want to invest as much of it as possible. Then we'll lower taxes again after this. Ukraine, a little bit. That's good for now. Let's go ahead and lower taxes some more. You mentioned France's Navy. Don't even get me started. The Navy is the most broken shit I think I have ever experienced. Spam destroyers with only light batteries, and they will slaughter everything. Absolutely. Then even get more HP and air attack with light batteries. Yeah, France's military is in such good shape at the start of Millennium Dawn. Like, if you want to play a nationalist country on easy mode, just play France. It's really that easy. We're still not up to 30% support, apparently. What are we at? 28%. We need 2 more. Can we do a nationalist propaganda campaign? Yeah. We'll do this. We'll push it over. 70 days, and then we can inform the German Empire. Well, we have to do one more, I think, after that, so... We're getting closer. Germany's Navy isn't great at the start of the game. I want to build it up pretty big, though. Because we're kind of landlocked right now. Optimally, we can fight our way through Austria into the Balkans, but I don't know if that'll happen. NATO will probably stop us, so... Gotta be careful here. UAVs wouldn't be a bad idea. Their ground attack is quite high. Is it better than close air support? 24 versus 70. Not even close. Predator drones are really actually not that good. Damn. Interesting. We'll start to work on the Navy tree a little bit too. Tiny bit dead again, but very little. We're getting a little bit of income from our foreign investments, but it's not that much. It will never be a lot. It'll be really useful when we get it back, though. Annexing Norway is going to give us so many factories, if we're able to pull that off. That will make us very fucking strong. Let's get some better man pads. Complexes. That'll work. As Soviet Union, I integrated a few puppets and got an event that gave me cores on them. Do you know if that always happens? Because I'm not sure if I already had cores on them. Yeah, so as the Soviet Union, you are able to core all of your former territories in Eastern Europe and in Central Asia. So that happens every game, I believe. Which is fun. And realistic. I mean, Russia does have a core on them, technically. How much longer do we have here? A while. 45 days. We are running a bit of a deficit, so I'm going to have to raise taxes by 1. That'll work. We are no longer running a surplus. Whoa, what did the US just do? They just did something. Oh! What? They're in a faction. Is that the Monroe Alliance? What is this faction? The U.S. just joined the Commonwealth? What the fuck? So America's in a faction with the UK, Iraq, obviously, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada. That's interesting. I've never seen that happen before. I've never seen them go with the Commonwealth. Wow. Okay. That's interesting. I guess it's probably to offset the 5th Internationale, but still. Yeah, but the event gave cores on them when I integrated my puppets. The question is, if you are Germany integrating a puppet, Austria will, then you get a course. I don't know. I've never done the German Empire or the Nazi route with Germany, so I don't know what will happen with Austria. It would make sense if there was a decision for it, but I don't know. We'll have to see. We will find out shortly. Fuel refineries. Go. What's nationalism at now? 28%. When we finish this, we'll have 31, which will be enough. It's not going up. Change in other parties. What does that mean? Oh, Dems must be getting stronger. No, the Dems are getting weaker. What the heck? Huh. Weird. Not sure what's going on with our politics right now, but we're almost where we need to be, regardless. By the way, welfare is crazy expensive, so I would cut that down massively. Yeah, we were role-playing with it, but, like, now that we are conservative, about to go German Empire, we can definitely cut it. It gives a huge monthly population boost, which is really nice. And the political power gain is really nice, too. I don't really need a big surplus, so I'm not gonna... Oh, well, we'll take it down by 1. There we go. That gives us a 1 billion surplus. So I do want to keep some of its benefits, mainly the political power gain, but you are right. Welfare is incredibly expensive. Almost done. 7 days to go. Cool. German nationalism. Since the defeat in the Great Wars, the German people have culturally been more reserved about patriotic outbursts and displays of nationalism than other comparable societies. Not for long. Are we still running a deficit? No, we're not. That's weird. I'm not sure why that's still happening. Yeah, 1 billion surplus a day. Alright, we're almost there. 2 to go after this. Rehabilitate Prussia, and then Imperial ambitions. I think we get an event when we get Imperial ambition, but if not, we'll wait until the Hohenzollern Restoration in order to become formally nationalist, but I think we get an event over here, if I recall correctly. Could be wrong about that. Could be very wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. Alright, we're up to 95 carriers. After we get the 2005 one, we're going to start producing those. Take around 2 years. I really want to start producing more naval yards too, but we're going to need more territory in order to do that, because we've completely maxed out over here. Once we annex Norway, we'll be able to build a lot more naval ports, which would be nice. Not ports, naval yards. That's what it's called. Ports and yards are 2 very different things. Let's look at the other big countries. Curious to see what everyone's up to. Russia's reforming their military. China is doing something unknown. Japan's working on their economy. America's helping out Japan. Nothing particularly interesting going on at the moment. Just the usual stuff. I mean, I think the two really, really big events that have happened is Russia's going communist, obviously, and America's going reform, which will make them weaker in the short term, but stronger in the long term. Obviously, Lula's back in Brazil as well. It's a big deal. That will probably mean Brazil will join the Fifth International at some point. Once a big war starts off with Russia, they'll start to invite a lot of people to their faction. And most people will accept, because it's a very strong faction. China and Russia is very strong, especially since Zyuganov's in power. In my experience, Zyuganov's the strongest leader for the AI in Russia. The Dems are really weak, Putin tends to be really weak, the nationalists are strong, but not as strong as the communists. For the most part. Carriers are Veld. You get 7 slots that fit plane decks, but you can only have 3 at max. Yeah, that's annoying. So do you think carriers are good or not, Alex? I like them. I like to be able to bring a lot of aircraft into my naval invasions across to far parts of the world, which is why I like to use them. But the fact that you do only max out with 3 really sucks. You can only fit so many aircraft on the carriers, unfortunately. There's a couple techs you can get in Millennium Dawn that make those a little bit higher, but still not a ton. Alright, so up to 30%. Oof, we really need to hold that. I don't know if that idea will get invalidated, but it might. We have 22 more days as well. Alright, good. All of our divisions are completely restocked. We don't have surplus of IFVs, so I'm going to stop producing these for now. Well, let's make some good special forces unit. I'm going to probably make a 60 width if I can afford it. No, I can't, so we'll do a 30. That'll work for now. 19 width. Make a couple of those guys. We'll make 5. Those will be good for pushing and combat. Well, as in the base game, they suck like 130,000 IC to the same damage as 8,000 IC destroyers give. Yeah, I know in the base game they're not that great. Destroyer stacks are really the meta. Or Corvette stacks, depending on what you can do. Corvettes are a little bit more versatile than destroyers. But in Millennium Dawn, my understanding was that they are really useful. I could be wrong about that, though. I remember reading that on the Discord. Someone was talking about that. Okay, let's get you over here. Let's get you trained. Go. Six days. There we go, German nationalism. Now we're going to rehabilitate Prussia. During German occupation, Law Number 46 by the Allied authorities saw to the dissolution of the Free State of Prussia on the 25th of February 1947. Prussia played a huge part in German history, as cultural association with German monarchism and militarism mark it as a nationalist relic of times gone by. A fervor that the government could play into by certain nostalgic acts rehabilitating the Prussian state. Destroyers are 10 times more IC efficient. Yeah, that's my understanding too. I think I'm building those right now. I'm building, I think, attack submarines and destroyers. Let's go look at that. Yep. Do we have a better one? No, we don't. Shit. I'm still going to make a carrier too, because I do want to have some air force when we do our naval invasions that we can actually utilize. Because again, we are very much landlocked here in Europe, so if we want to expand into other regions of the world, which we are going to want to do, we will not be able to utilize our aircraft for naval invasions, which really suck. Which is why we need a bigger navy too. We're going to need to cover a lot of territory. Probably get naval basing rights with someone in Europe. Which won't be easy to do since we're going to be nationalists, but I'm sure someone will be open to it. See if we can pop out any more fighters too. Let me do a few. These guys are what we really want. They are really, really good. Close air support. So many days on that one. I'm going to go ahead and lower taxes a little bit more. Do 1 more percentile. We are still running a solid surplus. Let's go ahead and get some more agents as well. Outdated equipment, the FH-155. Where are you at? There you go, artillery. We got better artillery now. Cool. Submarines are also very, very good. They have crazy stealth, and a nuclear rocket sub can get a ton of heavy attack. Absolutely, yes. Do we have nuclear subs? Yeah, I don't think we do. Let me go look at that. Not quite. We could get those. We could pick them up. We're pretty good on naval tech, though. Surprisingly. Which you wouldn't expect for Germany, but it's the case. Our debt is completely gone again as well. We got so much political power. Not sure what I want to do with that. Could probably keep expanding our funding for the military. Let's go ahead and go up another level on that. We can afford it, I think. Should be fun. We'll do 1 level at a time. That's fine. We're still running a little bit of surplus. I'm going to leave it at large military spending for now. We'll eventually go up to total war, but I'm not really in a rush for that. We did not lose fast growth, thankfully. That's good. We need to plan our naval invasion of Norway. Military spending is so worth it. Just go all the way. Yeah, I will be going up on that. I want to reduce taxes down to 30% first, though. Find a way to balance that somehow. Complexes, nationalist propaganda. We're still sitting at 30%, so that's solid. The naval and army production boost is out of this world. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Let me just underline that. Large military spending gives you a 60% military industry output bonus and a 30% naval yard bonus output and a 12% military industry and dockyard construction speed. So the higher it goes, the better it gets. I mean, it caps out at 200% military industry output bonus and 100% naval yard output. That's insane. So getting up to this level is really useful. Now that we are going to start to militarize, we definitely want to do that. We built all the biofuel refineries we can. Probably start to build some more military factories too. Because we are going to have to start building up a very big military here in order to fight all the massive wars of conquest we're going to be doing. Go higher? No. Special forces bonus is really worth it, so we'll do that. Speaking of which, I think we have someone who can spawn out right now. Yep. Not yet. You're not trained yet. It's fine. We can make another IFV unit, though. Yes, 1. It's fine. Good. 300,000 manpower in the bank as well. Alright, we've really infiltrated France. I want to look at what their economy and military is like. Our economy is basically double theirs. The military is kind of negligible. So if we can kick... What I'm going to do here, as soon as we go nationalistic, I'm going to start influencing them to turn them nationalist. Because if they become fully nationalist, they'll get kicked out of NATO. And then we can just pick off France, which would be so nice. Because getting access to their population base, as well as all their factories, of course, would make us so strong. Really would. A little early on this. Yep. About naval tech. Can we go for... Let's go for 2005 destroyers. Let's do that. Anything else we can do here? Nope. Imports not fulfilled. Which ones are not fulfilled? That's weird. Oh, it's gone now. Okay. We should be almost done rehabilitating Prussia. Yeah, almost there. No template for the helicopters. I thought I got rid of those. Did I not? No, there's another one. Crap. Alright. And then 2005 artillery. I am going to use artillery in some divisions. How much of a surplus do we have of it? Where are you at? 3.5 thousand. I want to still produce a little bit more. Because I am going to utilize artillery in some divisions. Whoa! The U.S. just declared war on Cuba. Holy shit. Wow. Apparently got really tired of Castro finally. Wow. Holy shit. They're going to puppet Cuba. Going to turn them democratic. Fidel did not stay in power to the end, it seems. In real life, he stayed in power until he died. I think the last couple of years when he was really feeble, didn't he give like control to Raul, his brother? But for the most part, Fidel Castro ruled Cuba until his death, which is impressive. Cuba's such an interesting country. I would love to go there. I almost went to Cuba a couple of years ago, but I had a whole trip planned out with my buddies, but turns out we all ended up not having enough money to go do it. So we need 40% nationalist outlook. What are we at right now? 35. We need another 5%. Is it going up? No, it's going down. Democracy's going up. We need to replace international bankers. Sadly. Because they're really useful, but we're going to replace international bankers with the military, I think. Because it is giving daily democratic support. Pro-Western foreign influence on us. Okay, we need to get rid of that. Let's go ahead and try and do that right now, actually. National support. Holy shit. Propaganda campaign. That gets 0.1 a day. That is so high. Let's go ahead and do that. That's going to really push nationalism up, I think. 0.01 a day. Actually, really not that much, but we will slowly get more. Because we need to get up to 40% so that we can reform the German Empire. You need quite a lot, actually. I see you have erected the same conclusion as me about Marine IFE just being simply better. You're absolutely right, Alex. You're the one who told me about that. You're 100% right. The organization bonus is massive, so there's no reason not to do it, frankly. There really isn't. Those aren't particularly useful. Homegrown software. We need to go down this route, so let's go ahead and do that while we wait. But yeah, you're absolutely right about that. 100%. We'll lose 10% stability when it finishes. I don't mind becoming unstable in order to form the German Empire. Because we need to get there. And it's really the only way we can boost national support right now. So I'm okay with taking a stability hit. Because we're going to have to switch governments anyway, which will result in a huge stability loss. So I don't think it's a huge issue. It may be, but for now it's not. Because we do have 59% right now. And in Millennium Dawn, you can fight wars with like 2% stability. As long as you play smart, so. We just have to be mindful in our decision making here. Can I ever lower taxes anymore? Maybe. Let's go ahead and try. Yeah, we have tiny surplus, so we'll just hold it at 31% for now. I would optimally like to keep taxes at 30%. I think that's a really good balance, but we'll have to wait a little bit in order to do that. I could cut welfare into it, but I don't want to do that. I also need to be saving political power in order to replace a faction. Have you removed all corruption? Yes, we have no corruption at all in Germany. You start off with tier 2 corruption, so the first thing I did at the start of this game was to get rid of all corruption, so. Absolutely. Network battlefield, good. Our military is going to be so strong when we actually go to war here. It's kind of ridiculous. Germany is just a freaking war machine if you build it correctly. You go for that. Air attack bonus. Not a lot, but why not? We're running out of things to really research here, honestly. We're just so far ahead. Which is a really good problem to have, honestly. Okay. Looking good here. Can we make any more IFEs? Let's go check that out. So I do want to start producing units now. I'm not gonna rush it, but I do want to. Yep, we can do one. Do we have supplies for another one? Almost. We'll let that one build up. And we'll keep going with that. Alright. I'm gonna keep this in the treasury. I'm probably gonna stop doing foreign investments now. 30% tax, damn, I'm running 12% in my game. That with other modifiers are giving me 0% consumer goods. That is really good, Alex. That is very good. I'll get it down eventually, but I do want to keep high welfare spending and healthcare spending because I want to get our population a lot higher. So we have a higher core population. Mainly for roleplay reasons, frankly. Okay, no more biofuel refineries. No more naval yards. We'll keep building civilian industry then. When all these are done, we'll be able to upgrade our GDP per capita again, which will put it up to, I think, like 150,000 or 200,000. Let's go look. Our people are quite wealthy now, which is lovely. We're up to 50,000, so the next one will put us up to 90, which is solid. 90,000 GDP per capita is very respectable, so if we can get to that, we're in good shape. What's nationalism up to now? Let's look at that. I want to say probably like 38%, maybe 37, 36. Still got a little ways to go. Is one regionary max per state. I'm not sure how it works in Millennium Dawn. I think it depends on the state. But increasing GDP per capita increases the amount of factories you can obviously have. So right now we get 105% increase in industries per state. We'll get 145 after this. I don't think 1 is the max per state though, Alex. I'm pretty sure it's not that. I think it's a little bit higher for the base. I still got a crick in my neck. 2 days ago, I went to this really fun event. It's called Mud Volleyball. You basically play volleyball in like giant mud patches, essentially. It was a huge event. I thought it was going to be really small. I went with my aunt, and there were like probably 1,000 people there playing. It was really fun. I just got really drunk and played a bunch of volleyball. I was covered in mud. I still have mud like on my body. I keep finding mud. It's 2 days later. It was a lot of fun. I'd never done that before. I've done mud runs before. Mud runs are a lot of fun, but never done something like this. Homegrown software. With the Schulen ans Netz program in full effect, the funds should now also be diverted towards German multimedia companies like Nuremberg-based SoftMaker to develop utility and office programs to dissuade American-made software at the workplace. The German government could also subsidize the acquisition of licenses for such programs to double the incentive. So we're trying to make our own software. That's a good idea. Don't have to buy it from the Americans. Domestically made goods are almost always better for your economy. Mobile networks, we're up to date on everything. We'll make some more fuel silos. I want a lot of those. We should probably start to make some SAM sites as well, so we can shoot down aircraft. That'll be a very important late game if we go into war with NATO. I'll be back later to see how your conquest is going. Sounds good, Alex. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. I keep prioritizing civilian industry. We could build coastal fort. Yeah, let's do that. Fortress Germany. We shall become an impregnable fortress. We'll start with that. Okay. Looking good. Still balanced budget. Nationalism is down to 35%. Holy shit, we're losing. Changes in other parties. We really need to kill Dems power. Not sure how to do that. I think we formed a coalition with the SPD. That's the problem. Trying to think about how to go about this. Because we could force emergency elections, and we could form a government. We can't. We couldn't fight a non-aligned party, which would increase non-aligned power, and would reduce CDU power. It's worth a shot. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay. We're going to try and form a coalition government with a non-democratic party, which hopefully will reduce democratic power in government. We'll see if we can pull this off. I don't know if this will work or not. I've never tried it. It's worth a shot though, because we need some avenue to increase nationalist power. Otherwise, we won't be able to form the German Empire. Ah, fuck! They're gonna make us do that. Really don't want to have to do that. Yeah, because if we invite the AFD, I'm not sure if we can actually do that though. I'm just gonna take all power away from the SPD so that they don't exist essentially. I don't know if this will work. We're going to take a big political power hit. I could try and just form a government with the AFD themselves. And then invite this. No, because we couldn't do that because they're the second most popular political party. If we disperse power to... Let me try something. Oh, we don't have political power to do that. Not easy. Good, that reduced power. Wow. Holy crap. Oh my gosh, that worked perfectly. Nationalist outlook at 44%. Alright, Imperial ambition. Here we go. While often blamed for the initial rise of German proto-fascist sentiment and often associated with the blind nationalistic fervor of the early 1910s, the German Empire of 1871 to 1918 marked an era of stability and prosperity that the rest of Europe at the time failed to replicate. Cool, so we can get this now. That was so lucky. We really lucked out and we got that event, which really hurt democratic power. So we will be able to do this. We're gonna invite a non-aligned party, which will reduce the power of the Democratic Party. Good. All right, this will work out. Good. Cool. We will be able to form the German Empire here. Whew, that gambit paid off. I didn't know if that would work or not, but it did. Alright, when we're nationalists, we'll be able to start pushing nationalism in France. Do the same thing in Italy, but they're pretty communist now, so probably not going to do that. Too early. We can make another... Flight Deck 2 is really good, so we'll go for that. Need a few more technology medals. I'm just gonna... Oh, we're not importing... We're gonna stop importing from the Congo. They're not giving us what we need. There we go. That's better. Okay. I think we can probably make better subs now. Yep. There we go. And then we can get better destroyers too. Oh no, we actually haven't researched them yet. We almost have. Got better man pads. Where are they at? There you are. Okay. Get some more modern gear. We should have formed the government. Why haven't we formed the government yet? Oh, we don't have enough. I don't have the political power to force something, potentially. I really don't want it to have to take the political power hit, so I'm gonna use that. We need 1% more power, so I'm just gonna boost power of the Bundes 90. They actually don't. Is that not enough? We're still a percentage point away. Are we able to invite the AFD? No, because they're the second largest party in Germany, so we can't invite them. If we had the political power to disperse the nationalist power, we could do that, but that's not an option. We're going to have to wait. I think we're going to fail to form a government, which will really hurt our political power, but that's fine. That's okay. We'll get to where we need to go. That's all that matters. Looks like we're running a deficit now. No, we're not. We're fine. Change in popularity of non-alignment. Good. That'll be enough to... when this finishes, we can form a government. The question is if we have enough time to do so. Let's go look at that, actually. There we go. There's a certain time limit you have to form the government. It's not going to tell us, so we just have to wait. Okay. Would that be a waste? Maybe. Give it a shot anyway. Keep pushing the Hohenzollern power. 1% away. I'm gonna keep boosting Hohenzollern. If we could replace them. If we boost them one more time and we switch out the Bundes 90 with the House of Hohenzollern, we would be able to form a government, but in addition to that, we would also get more power for nationalism over time, which is what we also need. But we don't have enough political power for that. We failed to form a government, so it's just going to keep hitting us. Yeah, we fail. That's fine. No worries. I think we'll get an event to automatically do it anyway, as soon as we get Imperial ambitions, so we'll be fine after that. Go ahead and spawn out all those units. Let's go ahead and do that. That'll put us up to, I think, 27 units. Divisions, I should say. We'll do a whole separate division for our special forces. There we go. Train those guys up while we wait. 11 days. Oh, good. We got another level of fuel refining. How many biofuel refineries do we have? Let's go look at that. Oh, that's way too early. We'll keep going down this. I think we have 2. No, wait, 3. Okay. Oh, the U.S. killed Osama bin Laden. Nice. They got him. Bush got him this time. Not Obama. Hell yeah. Five days. Yep, America puppeted Cuba. Wow, that's crazy. I've never seen that happen in Millennium Dawn before. Interesting. Okay. Go. We might have to go all the way to the Hohenzollern event in order to form the German Empire. Yeah. Re-establish local thrones. While the German people at large remain skeptical of the return of the monarchy, some individual states are not so reserved. Returning the royal families of Bavaria, Baden, Württemberg, and Hanover to their social positions, albeit as figureheads, should make the idea more likable to the more Republican-minded parts of the German people. Let the boulevard press write about our own monarchs for once. Cool. So I'll boost nationalism and non-aligned, and then after that, I think we get the event. Hell fucking yeah. Merkel's just a very, very, very big monarchist in this game, in this reality. She loves monarchies. Apparently we need to import some more stuff to make those subs. Let's go look at what we need. We have such a big industrial base, we don't really have to worry about imports at this point. Yeah, technology metals. We'll import a couple more of those, we'll find. There we go. Still waiting. We might as well do another one of those. Keep this as strong as possible. When we get in excess of political capital, political power I should say, we're going to use it to really boost the House of Hohenzollern. We want that to be as strong as possible. I'm really curious to see who we're going to get as our leader when we put them in charge. Because the Hohenzollern bloodline had a lot of really impressive leaders throughout history, so. Get some not so great ones recently, but. Or in semi-recent years, I guess. It's been a while since they've had any power, but. Okay, what do we want to do here? It's a little early for construction, but we might as well go ahead and pick that up. Sir, do we have a bigger economy than China? 6 adds... Yes, we do. Yeah. Now we're just trying to chase down America in terms of economic strength, which is no easy thing to do. I mean, America's economy is just insane. $17 at 36. We're actually really not that far away. Holy shit. We're really close to being the biggest economy in the world. Economic boom, that helps us get there. Two. Yeah, we will surpass America pretty soon. Taking our rightful place as the true economic power of the world. Halfway there. It's only 3:20. Holy crap. I usually start streaming around this time. Started earlier today, though. Okay, we can produce some more stuff here. We do naval yards. Yeah, we can. Good. I want to build this up. We need to build up a really big navy. Biofuel refineries. We can do one more. I'm going to build a couple SAM sites. Probably down by France, because we are going to have to fight France at some point, so I'm going to build those down there. Nope, no enlarging the EU. We're going to go for our Article... Is it Article 50? I think it's Article 50 to leave the EU, isn't it? Yeah, Article 50. We'll go for that after we form the German Empire. Because I wanted to stay in the EU as long as possible. Bit of advice from Millennium Dawn, by the way. If you are playing a European country and you plan on going nationalist or fascist, stay in the EU as long as possible, because you'll be able to kill their bills. So there's a lot of bills in the EU that are voted on in this game that if it's not unanimous, they won't pass. So if you stay in the EU as a country that plans on leaving the EU, you can sabotage the EU so that it just stays really weak. So that's why I haven't left the EU yet. I want to stay in it so we can kill every bill that goes to the floor of the EU, so they can just keep it as weak as possible. Because they get a lot of really good benefits if they keep voting those in, so we don't want them to have them. So if you plan on fighting other members of the EU, stay in it as long as possible and sabotage everything. That would be my advice. It's very useful to do so. Alright, 11 days to go. We're also still in NATO. As soon as we form the German Empire, we will get kicked out of NATO, though. So, that will come to an end very quickly. A bit of a political power surplus now. Not a lot, though. We'll go ahead and take that. Get launch an uprising as the Hohenzollerns. That wouldn't go well. We'll wait. How's our air bases? We don't have any max level ones. We'll build a max level one over here and down here. Let's get preparing for all of our many wars we will be fighting soon. Let's go ahead and try and get more influence with Denmark. Offer them some military vehicles. They'll almost certainly say yes to that. We can actually offer them economic aid too. Yeah, cool. They're going to accept that. There we go. Start influence up through them now. 37%. Not bad, not great. Alright. Here we go. The Hohenzollern Restoration. All preparations for constitutional changes are complete. The Federal Republic can be laid to rest and a new constitutional monarchy can take its place. The Hohenzollern dynasty has made clear again and again that they do not seek power, but we shall be able to convince them to ceremonially lead a loving people. In the background, we can then run the show with fewer obstacles. Cool. Here we go. 67 days. As soon as we put them in power, we'll be able to go for neo-imperialism. Can we do that yet? I don't think so. Yeah. Once we get that, we'll be able to start to justify Norway. Let's go ahead and actually plan our naval invasion right now. I'm just going to go straight for Oslo. With them, And then I'm going to send my special forces over here. We'll take the ports over here. Norway actually doesn't have a lot of troops. Do we have enough capacity for that? Yes, we do. Cool. So, we should take them very quickly. Let's train up our other ships. We'll have a fairly sizable navy. Nothing crazy, though. Enough to invade Norway for now. Both Norway and Sweden are not in NATO, so we can pick them both off if we're able to. Be a little bit risky, though. Because we don't naturally just get casus bellis as Germany. We don't have like a whole casus belli tree like, you know, France or the UK does, so we'll have to manually justify on everyone we want to fight, which is a real pain in the ass. Go. 201 factories. So in 7 years, we have doubled our GDP. Not great, not awful. But as a Western power, you can only grow your economy so quickly. Compared to, like, you know, China or Ethiopia or something where it's much easier to develop very quickly. We'll go for that. A little early, but it's fine. Yep, we've killed this Dublin 2 regulation so many times now. The EU is just debilitated because we are killing every single bill that they try and pass. It's a very different world we're playing in. In reality, Germany is a huge proponent for the EU, for EU centralization, because they benefit so much off of it, but in this game it is very different. Merkel is a fervent anti-EU campaigner in our game. Oh, Eritrea got puppeted by Ethiopia. Damn. That doesn't normally happen. I think this will end up being a very interesting game. We've got a communist Russia. We've got a George Bush reform America. We've got Lula in charge of Brazil. China's shifted towards India. Germany is going Imperial. It's a very odd game. But the fun kind of odd. Unfulfilled imports from Australia, really? Low trade influence. There we go. And we'll import the rest of what we need from Chile, I guess. And we'll do one more of Chile. Perfect. We are all balanced out there. So, politically, after this, I'm going to save up and I'm going to get Total War. And then after I get Total War, I'm going to replace small and medium business owners with the military. And then after that, I'll probably replace international bankers with the maritime industry. So we can just mass produce ships. I think that's a good plan. Let's go ahead and recruit some more. I want to be able to really push France far right as quickly as possible. The more agents you have, the quicker that goes. I really need to go to the bathroom, but I want to wait for this to happen. As soon as we get this, I'm going to go to the bathroom really quickly. I drank a ton of coffee this morning, so how it goes. I'm good at on multiple routes at once, I think here. Yep. 5 days, here we go. The return of the German Empire. I assume we're going to change our flag. It was the same though, wasn't it? Maybe. Good. Oh no. That's not the best portrait, but alright. Yeah, we do have a different flag now. Mika Werner is our leader. We we are officially the German Empire. Alright, I will be right back. I really need to go to the bathroom. Alright, I am back. Cool, so we got the German Empire now. So we are going to immediately go for new imperialism. Should be able to. We don't have an autocratic party in charge. Oh, the CDU is actually still in charge somehow. Okay, so what we'll have to do is host emergency elections. Whoa, you got a whole bunch of events as the German Empire. Claim territory in Austria, claim Switzerland, claim Alsace-Lorraine, claim Luxembourg, claim Kaliningrad, nice. Take back land in Poland, holy shit. We get rid of the final settlement treaty too. Can we not do an emergency election? Why are we not able to do that? We'll have to just keep boosting power for them. America just canceled their non-aggression pact. No surprises there. Interesting. Why are we not able to host emergency elections? That's really odd. Yeah, we'll keep going down this route then while we wait. I would have thought that that event was supposed to put the House of Hohenzollern in power, wasn't it? Makes things a lot more difficult. That's fine. We have elections, right? Election in 2009. I don't want to wait 2 years. We'll have to wait. Now, we are going to have a lot of... So, once we does not have a spirit German legacy, how do we get rid of German legacy then? I assume this will do that. Yep. We have to leave the EU now. So we're going to go for Article 50. Let's go ahead and focus on getting Article 50. We're going to leave the EU. Once we do that, once we leave the EU, we can put House of Hohenzollern in power. We'll become nationalist, then we can get neo-imperialism, and then we can get a Castilian in Norway. So that is the plan for now. Let's go ahead and cancel this. We don't need to do this. We'll go focus on getting Article 50. EU decisions. The flag's cool, at least. It looks like our current leader will not be our leader once we get the Hohenzollerns in power, which is nice. He has a very aggressive face. Would be how I would put it. Doesn't look very monarchist to me. Why is it not letting us hold emergency elections? Maybe because I already did one? That's fine. We'll wait, I guess. We're gonna have to wait until 2009. So in the meanwhile, we're just gonna really beef up our military. That's our goal right now. I want to have probably at least 40 divisions prepared for when we go to war with Norway. Yeah, we can make more of these. Good. We're finally starting to mass produce IFVs. So we'll be able to make a lot of these guys. We got kicked out of NATO, right? Let's go look at that. No, they didn't kick us out of NATO. No, because the CDU is still in charge. That's why. As soon as we put the Hohenzollerns in power, we will get kicked out of NATO. Once we get kicked out of NATO and we get out of the EU, we can start to do our German Empire decisions to get rid of the German legacy and to start getting claims on the rest of Europe. We can actually go into Poland. Poland's in NATO, though. Poland is not in NATO. Wow. That opens the doors for some very interesting things we can do here. We can go ahead and justify war goal on Poland right now, actually. Let's see if we can pull this off. They're guaranteed by the Ukraine. I'm gonna justify on Austria. I suspect they're gonna get guaranteed, but it's worth a shot. If we could annex Austria, that'd be a really good way to start off. World tension's just really fucking high, though. Yeah. See, that added 9% world tensions just by guaranteeing on them. But we are still democratic, which means we might be able to get away with this. When you get casus bellis on other countries as a Western country, the chances of other countries guaranteeing them go down significantly. So, well, let's see what happens. You're going to pivot towards Austria now. They don't have a lot of soldiers. How many divisions do they have? 7, I think. Yeah, 7 divisions. We'll be able to overwhelm them very easily. We can hack them too. Let's go ahead and prepare for that. We don't really need to. They're not strong enough to necessitate that. Deck space. Railguns. Fuck yeah. Alright, we got better destroyers now. Cool. Nope. Oh, they won't end. We'll wait till this is done. I don't want to lose all this progress. It's still useful. Let's go do that. As soon as this is done, the 8th of August, which is tomorrow. Alright, now we'll go for the 2005 destroyers. No use just wasting a free destroyer like that. As soon as we get that election in 2009, we will be able to take over. I wonder if I should message the devs about that. I wonder if the devs planned on that or not. Because as a democratic government, we should be able to have emergency elections. I wonder if that's a glitch. That might be a glitch. I'm gonna write that down and send a message to the devs later. emergency elections. There we go. Nope. I'm gonna keep killing EU policy until the day we die. Or until we leave the EU. Same concept. Alright, is anyone guaranteeing them? No. Wow. It's because we're still democratic. If you're a democratic nation and you're able to justify war goals in other countries, you can basically get away with anything you want. So it might actually behoove us not to really go nationalist quite yet. Because it would allow us to probably annex Austria and potentially even Poland by the time that we actually form what we want to. Because we got 2 years. The election doesn't happen until 2009, so we could just carve out Europe until then. Sure, all policies. Okay. Get another agent. And we're going to max out. Go. We got way too many doing counterintelligence. Let's go send them somewhere. We'll send you to Russia. Want you to spy on Zuganon for me. See what those commie Pinko Reds are up to. Going down this tree. Holy shit, I think we're actually going to be able to take out Austria. Fine by me. Let's fucking do it. Take out Austria, take out Poland, and then take out Czech. That would be a really nice border. Thick Germany. Thick. T-H-I-C-C-C-C-K. We've got the biggest economy in the world now, I think. I think we might be a little bit bigger than America. 15 at 31. No, not quite. We're almost there, though. Almost. We can upgrade our mobile networks now, so let's go ahead and do that. See, we're just killing this bill every time. Everyone else votes yes, except for us, because it needs to be universal. So good. I really do need to do a full game of EU decisions. You can do it with any country in Europe, so we could pick a small one, even like Luxembourg or something, and go through the EU decisions. But I tried to do a Germany game before, really pro-EU with Schroeder. It was fun, but it's just really slow. Hearts of Iron is made for war, you know. If you're not playing a warmonger in Hearts of Iron, it will be less fun, in my opinion. I like to fight wars. One of the best parts of this game, obviously. The Dems are getting way more power. I don't like that. Yeah, they're going up by 0.01. Nationalism is losing. We'll do a nationalist propaganda campaign combined with a propaganda campaign. There we go. They'll lower our influence a little bit, or not our influence, our stability. But nationalism will get a lot stronger. Oh yeah, look at that. It'll go up very quickly. We need to be able to strong enough to win the next election against Merkel. So, as long as we can pull that off, we're fine. How long until our war with Austria? 114 days. How's it going, Benjamin? Nazi Germany is here, bro. You say you go for German Empire. Yeah, I'm going for the German Empire, Benjamin. We actually already formed it, technically. The decision was kind of glitched out. So, we are the German Empire, but we're still a democratic government. So, as soon as we go with the House of Hohenzollern, it's the German Empire. So, because we went down that route already. We got the Hohenzollern restoration. Just waiting on that right now. And we are about to annex our neighbor Austria. That's the nice thing about still being democratic, is we can get away with that. If we were nationalists right now, they'd be guaranteed by, at the very least, probably France and UK. Maybe America as well. Change the flag. It already changed. See? A little bit different. It's got the Iron Cross on there. I don't think we can change it again. I can go look. Nope, already changed. The decisions you get are really fun, though. Taking back Poland is definitely a goal in this game. Be tough to do, though, to get around NATO. I'm sure all the Eastern European countries are just freaking out right now. Not really. Really not. Is that the hitman? Oh my god. Romania's leader is the hitman guy. Isn't that him? Libertarian. Device Reaper. Isn't that Agent 47 or whatever from that game? I think it is. Could be wrong about that. God damn it. Millennium Dawn does have some funny stuff thrown in here and there. Done our withdrawal policy. Agent 47. Yeah, that's what I thought. That game was pretty fun. I used to play on Xbox. Long time ago. Your voice is low, bro. Like, the tone of my voice is low, or the volume is low? Like, hard to hear. What do you mean? Alright, withdrawal policies. Go for Rapid Strike. Article 50. What are we missing? We can't get Article 50 until we put the monarchists in charge. So we'll go keep working on Volkswagen. That's the plan. India is a large untapped market for the Volkswagen Group, whereas German cars are smash hits in China already. More time and marketing is needed to get the people of India, the second most populous country on Earth, on board. If German companies don't act fast, Indian ones will soon pop up to fill a niche as more Indians move into economic brackets able to afford vehicles. Makes sense. Want to tap that market. Definitely want to tap that market. Hydration. You could always be nice about it, Benjamin. That is a possibility. Good. Back up to 38%. Good. Dems are a little bit stronger, but what we'll do before the election is just dilute the power of the CDU. So we'll empower the SPD again to split the vote so that we will win, the whole Zealand vote will win, and then we'll be able to take power that way. Splitting the vote is a very useful political strategy. That's what will win elections. Okay, let's start upgrading our encryption so that we don't get hacked. If you're fighting a country in a war in Millennium Dawn and they hack you, it'll briefly give them a 20% division attack bonus. So, cybersecurity is very important in this game. Up until you're fighting another country in a war, don't worry about cybersecurity. It's not an issue. But if you're at war with other major countries, cybersecurity is really important because that will give your enemy a really big military advantage against you. Just a heads up on that. I didn't realize that for a long period of time. I thought that it wasn't a big deal. And I was like, why am I getting fucked up all the time? That's why. If you're just like overwhelmingly powerful, you don't really have to worry about it, but every little bit helps in war, right? So keep it in mind. Alright, we gotta be getting close to fighting Austria here. Yep. We almost have a full 24 of our armored infantry. That'll make us so strong once we're done with that. Days. Slovenia joined NATO. Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Bulgaria. Good. Not Austria. They're still not in NATO. Oh. What about Poland? Did they join NATO? No, they didn't. We might be able to take out Poland as well. coffee is really cold. I started it earlier. I completely forgot about it. I don't mind cold coffee, though. It's really not that bad. Not as good, but the effects are what's important for me, not the taste. Our Air Force is going to be really, really efficient. Those up, pick that up. We almost got enough political power. I could replace a faction, or I could influence Denmark. I'm going to replace a faction. We'll put the military in charge. Could really use that. Yugoslavia's life now? What the fuck? What do you mean Yugoslavia's alive? Oh yeah, in this game it is. Oh, because this game starts off in 2000. That's why. Yugoslavia hadn't been broken up yet. I think there's an event that breaks up Yugoslavia, but I think they have to choose it. Oh no, they actually don't have a political focus tree, so I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I've seen an event where Yugoslavia gets broken up, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Alright, I'm getting warmongery. Are we ready yet? Get to the list of our close air support down there. Go. Okay. We are ready for this war. I think we should just overwhelm Austria. They do have the mountains there to protect them, but we're just going to overwhelm them with our air and our divisions, I think. So. Days. Yeah, they're just mass-producing mechanized infantry, which will be pretty weak. They got 3 tank divisions. If we can... I'm just going to try to take that province. If we can surround all their tank divisions over in the west, we'll just win this war instantly. So I'm going to send all of those divisions to attack there. I'm just going to manually probably do the fighting. I think we can win this really easily. Hurry the fuck up. Come on. I want to go. You know what we're going to do? Yeah, it's a little early. We'll wait till it's done. I don't know. Going against Poland, we'd have to fight Ukraine. I don't know if we could beat both those countries at once. So I might go after Czech. Because I don't think they're guaranteed. Nope. So we'll just devour the Czech Republic next. We'll go after Switzerland, I suppose, but... I don't think that's smart, probably. 2008. The 2008 invasion of Austria. Historically accurate, right? Man, we just keep running out of things to make here. Ooh. Ooh. We'll make some more fuel silos. And I'm going to upgrade the infrastructure in Brandenburg. Alright, here we go. We need some war music. God damn it. I keep opening Minecraft. Get out and pin it. Alrighty. Here we go. War awareness is at 51%. What are you talking about? I don't know about that. If we take this, it's over. Oh, thank you, Communist Italy. Huh. Communist Italy is backing up Nationalist Germany. What a world. We'll make some more military factors. Here we go. Oh, yeah, there we go. All right, that's a dub. We'll just be able to steamroll these guys now. Are we not holding the line here? Boys, what the fuck are we doing? Switzerland has a focus. Do they have a focus tree? I've never looked at them. Let's go look at that. I don't think so. Whoa, they do. Wow. That'd be fun. A Switzerland game would be cool. The Mountain Fortress. Yeah, they do have a focus tree. I didn't know that. Interesting. Just gonna overrun all their units here. Yeah, this is over with. They're gonna capitulate any second now. Oh yeah. Encircled all their tank divisions at once. That's how you fucking do it right there. Oh, I forgot Liechtenstein's in the game. Which is a country, technically. There it is. Switzerland is a fun game. Yeah, I definitely want to try it out. Two countries I really want to try out, probably after this game. I want to do a Finland game, and I want to do maybe a Switzerland game. That'd be fun. Okay, they'll be capitulating at any moment. We overwhelm them. Fuck it, I'm justified on Poland. Well, let's look at the military. The Czech Republic or Poland? That is the question. We're gonna go after the Czech Republic. Because I invested in them a bunch already. Or we could go in... Let's go into Norway. Yeah, we're going to Norway. Because I built a lot of civilian industry in Norway. So I'd love to get back that investment. By the use of force. How's it going, TARDIS? Good to see you. It's France Cafe. Cafe. I'm not sure what cafe is. Well, the socialists are in charge now. The Western socialists. Lionel Jospin is the leader of France currently. We could justify on France. Fuck it. Let's do it. If we can knock out Norway and France early game, that'd be hilarious. Oh, lame. You coward. Fight me. You coward. France just joined NATO. Because they're cowards. Crap. Oh well. Let's knock these guys out. Spoil sports. No kidding. I wanted a 1v1 battle. To decide once and for... Well, no, we did this before, didn't we? The Franco-Prussian War. Never mind. We've already done this. We know what happens. We can do it again, though. Always fun. Goodbye, Austria. Alright, we're gonna go back to chill music. There we go. Goodbye. Wave goodbye to Austria. See you later. Goodbye. Now the world hates us because we're warmongers, but fuck them. They all wish they had the balls to do what we're doing. Okay. Alright, let's get set up for the invasion of Norway. Make sure they're not guaranteed first. Nope. We'll drop into Oslo. I'm gonna... Do we have transport airplanes? We could probably paradrop into Norway. Oh my gosh. Why can't I speak today? Do we? Let's go look at that. Yep, transport craft. There we go. We'll drop them way behind enemy lines. We'll drop them onto Trondheim. That's what we'll do. And then we'll reinforce one of our 16 units into Trondheim and into Oslo once we take the ports. We'll drop right on top of it. Why not? Cowabunga! Hitler begin. Hitler's not in this. We're the German Empire, so we don't have to worry about Hitler. He is a distant memory. Okay. How long until we go to war with Norway? Ooh, 240 days, so we got a minute. That'll be, I think, the last war we fight before we actually form the German Empire proper and put the monarchy in power. So being able to annex Austria and Norway before we even start warmongering is really nice, honestly. It'll put us in a very good position. I'm going to keep all of those units up here so we're able to reinforce into Norway very quickly. Still no conquest? Well, I mean, there's a country missing, Alex. Can you find it? Can you find the missing country? Europe is down one country. I'll let you see if you can find it. Attack the Czech Republic. We'll do that after Norway as well. We can't guarantee in France anymore. Bloodily. They died in a very bloody battle. I managed to surround all their tank divisions and just kill them, so it was over before it started. I'm not going to justify them. There's no point. We're going to raise world tension every time we justify. So I'm going to wait to justify on Norway. As soon as we get the German Empire, we are going to get claims on Austria, Luxembourg, Poland, Switzerland, and I think Russia. So we're not going to be without claims if we wait here a little bit. But yeah, we annexed Austria. They did not want to capitulate, though. It took us taking every single one of their provinces for them to capitulate. So you got to give them a little bit of respect for that. They did put up a pretty good fight. But not good enough. Not nearly good enough. It's still too early for that. I'm gonna take that research speed bonus. Got a lot of debt we need to deal with, but I don't really want to raise the tax rate, so I'm not really too worried about it. What's our interest rate at? 0.8%. Not an issue. Not an issue. Oh, we lost some of our divisions. I don't know why that happened. 16 divisions. Cool. We can use all of them. Well, let's just do this properly. 4, we can do up to 8 more, so we'll do only 2 more after this. Yep, we can send all 22. Wonderful. Well, we're going to take Norway very quickly. They're socialists, so they will not be backed up by NATO, thankfully. Pesky NATO. Putting their fucking head in shit that don't concern them. Remember to train all divisions to regular. Yes, we were working on it. I think I might have stopped, so thank you for reminding me. Let's go look at that. Because I stopped training them when we went to war with Austria. Yes, I did. There we go. Thank you for reminding me, Ox. Oh, good. We can make some more biofuel refineries. It's going to make us pretty much oil independent. As soon as we bump that technology up a little bit. Can't make any more naval yards. That'll be good for now. Volkswagen in China. Well, the Chinese already buy Volkswagen cars. More can be done to get the company to employ Chinese laborers in the People's Republic itself. By making the government there dependent on Volkswagen's investments and labor provisions, the German market influence in China would increase drastically. The planned factory in Chengdu and, I'm not going to say that, could easily empty tens of thousands. Cool. That'll give us 3 more civilian factories. Is Austria core? No, I don't think so. I think we might be able to core it, can't we? Yeah. So as soon as we leave the EU and leave NATO and get rid of the German legacy, which we'll get as soon as we form the German Empire, we will be able to core Austria. So we will be able to. We just can't yet. That focus gives China civs nothing else bad focus. No, it gives us civs, doesn't it? Let me go look at that. I'm 99% sure that we get them. They are built on those provinces, but they're owned by us, aren't they? I'm 99% sure that those are built by us. It's kind of like having off-map factories, is what that is. Millennium Dawn has these, the base game doesn't. So you'll be able to build civilian factories on foreign soil, but still get them, so. That'll be nice. We'll see. I might be wrong about that. We'll see what the focus does. I'm pretty sure that's what will happen, though. Alright, we're going to replace a faction with the military in a second. We can do that right now, actually. Replace small and medium business owners with the military. There we go. That'll make nationalism even stronger. They're gonna bitch about it. That's fine. They are welcome to. William, don't say... You're not enjoying this one, Benjamin? You know, what I've noticed is you have not enjoyed any games I've done in recent memory. Every time you say, fuck this world. Okay. 190 days to go. I really like the flag, the Iron Cross. It's really aesthetic looking, I think. I think this is the final flag we get. Even if we put the House of Hell and Zerlon in power, which we will be doing in a year, the elections. What month are they, by the way? April. Yeah, we got 11 months to go. So we'll be able to knock out Norway, and then we'll form the German Empire, and then NATO will hate us. So after that, expansion will be very difficult. Which isn't unexpected. Well, world sucks, deal with it. Exactly. Existence is suffering. Everyone knows that. And we killed Eurobonds. No need for that. I need to get that stability up. It's just because I think the nationalists are getting more powerful. Just reducing the power of the democratic government, reducing our stability. So I'm not worried about that. It's fine. We'll be okay. I need to put a spy in Poland. Let's go see how strong their military is. France is a joke. If we could have fought a one-on-one war with France, we would have destroyed them. But as soon as I justified on France, they joined NATO. Because they're cowards. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you specifically. You coward. To be fair, we do have like 2 times the divisions they do, but that won't stop me from talking shit. Okay, foreign influence is negligible. I'm gonna leave NATO. I'm not gonna do that until we have to, though. Steiermark. Where is Steiermark? Südtirol, that's in Austria, I think. Or maybe, is that Switzerland or Austria? Südtirol. Oh, Italy. Northern Italy. Oh, we can go to war with Italy. Italy is socialist, too, so they wouldn't be backed up by Europe. Whoa. We'll be able to annex Italy. That's awesome. That's really going to make us strong. Because you like the German Empire. Hell yeah, me too. I think it's a fun game. Hey, he's back with 13 views, huh? How's it going, just a random guy? Good to see you. Good to see you, Ukrainian. Been a minute. My internet is, fingers crossed, tap on wood, completely fixed now, so I will be able to start streaming a lot again. Took a little bit of hiatus while I was waiting for the internet guy to fix my cables. But he did that, so should be fine now. And it's a Germany game. Fuck yeah. Yeah, it is. German Empire game, specifically. We've already annexed Austria. We're about to annex Norway. And then after that, I think we're probably going to go into either Poland or Italy, depending on what we can get away with here. We're kind of tiptoeing around NATO right now. You now have the fall of all Europe. Absolutely. We will make all of Europe fall to our might. You put the military in charge? Yeah, military is one of the factions. I replaced one faction with international bankers, and I replaced small and medium business owners with the military. Because I want to really centralize support for the nationalists. And the military does give you nationalist support every day, so. Plus it gives a lot of just generally good stuff. Army morale increase, army organization increase. So, that's nice. No. Still at 0.8%. How long until Norway? I'm excited for this invasion. 34,160. Yeah, see, Alex, on my point, see how in our factories we now have 3 civilian factories from occupation? So we built 3 civilian factories in China, but we do retain them, so we did get those factories, that's what I thought. Now we'll keep doing homegrown software. Military industry instead of bankers is good, and fossil fuel is also good, I believe. Absolutely, we'll go for fossil fuel, but I want to get access to some countries with some oil production. I think we'll get some out of Norway, right? Yeah, we'll actually get quite a lot out of Norway. So I might go for German Aramco as soon as we take Norway. That'd be a good idea. So we can just produce a lot of oil and export it. That'd definitely be useful. Our industry is just doing so well now. 246 factories. We started with 80, I believe. In 8 years, our economy has just gotten absolutely massive. We're just a couple of those away from having a bigger economy than America as well, so we're doing real fucking well. We got 2005 carriers now. I am gonna start making, no, not 65. I'm gonna start making one carrier. I want to have at least one. We're gonna have to import some more materials for that though, because those things are not cheap. This will be real expensive. I'm not gonna do that. That's not worth it. I'm just gonna cancel that carrier. It takes so many materials to be able to do that. It's the problem with being. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and get out of globalized trade economy. I'm just gonna go for an export economy. That should, yeah, balance this out. We will have to import technology metals though. That's fine. You need to design the carrier. Yeah. You want to help me with that, Alex, in a minute? I don't want to start building one right yet, but when I do, remind me, and we're gonna work through that together. Because I'm still not amazing at designing naval stuff. Navy is still my weakest point in the Hearts of Iron. I've gotten way better with air, but I'm still not amazing with Navy. I need to get better. So I feel like it would be more IDK fun, maybe with the military in charge or the government. You know, make them lead the country. We're gonna put the monarchy in charge, Ukrainian. The House of Hohenzollern is very powerful. And in the 2009 election, we are going to put the monarchy in charge. So the military will be there to assist the monarchy. That's how we'll do it. You already are building one. No, I canceled it. We could design a different destroyer, though, if you want to do that. Get some better destroyers. I think we can customize this a little bit. Let's keep focusing on close air support. Alright, we should almost be ready. Yep, 100 days to go. 3 months. And we invade poor Norway. Russia's dead. Is it? Oh shit! There it is! The Soviet Union. They're back. Zyuganov did it. That mad bastard. He brought them back. So the Fifth Internationale is really powerful now. Ukraine, China, Hong Kong, Azakia, or Abkhazia, and South Ossetia are all in a faction with the Soviet Union. They're pretty scary looking. We're gonna have to be a little worried about that. Destroyer is easy, only light batteries and radar and best engine, that's it. Soviet Union. Let me go change our design for the destroyer right now. Go do that. Or I'm gonna wait until this destroyer is done though, then we'll customize it. August, 3 days to go. That's done. Alright, let's go ahead and customize. 2005 Destroyer, where's that at? It's this one. Let's forget. There's the Destroyer. 2005. Only light batteries and radar. Point defense. All guns. Protection costs 500. Alright, looks good. Oh, so I don't have any naval experience? Oh shit, not quite enough. If I get rid of a couple of these, I think I'll have enough. Yeah, there we go. We'll start to produce those. Pull A. Did I start to produce one? I think I did. There he is. Yep, we're good. Cool. We can make one more biofuel refinery. We can't make any more naval yards. Let's go ahead and upgrade our mobile networks in Austria. We're going to give them full bars. Let's keep building our coastal fort line too. Once we start to really get big, we are going to have to fight a war with NATO, so we want to make sure that our borders are secure against naval invasions, which will be happening at some point, undoubtedly. NATO loves to naval invade. It's their favorite thing. But we're not at full speed. Let's go ahead and speed that up. This is my, opinion, but I think air is more important than navy because, to be honest, you get maybe 500 to 800 naval bombers. The ships are at the bottom of the ocean. That's true. I think it's a bit of a balance, right? You got to know how to use both of them. If you get a lot of naval bombers, you can absolutely destroy someone else's navy. But if you utilize that navy properly and you put it somewhere where those naval bombers can't get you at, then you're fine. So I think Air Force is just really impactful, but I don't know if it's as strong as you say it is. Not in this game, though. A ship can easily get 400 AA. Exactly. You can absolutely shred someone's Air Force if you know what you're doing. With SAM sites and then with ships. I think, aren't corvettes really good at taking down other air? I'm pretty sure. So, it just depends how you use it, Ukrainian. It really it's dependent on how you use it. As with many things. Like, if you're playing against, like, a new player in multiplayer and he has no idea how to fucking use his navy, you can absolutely destroy it with naval bombers. But if you're playing against a vet player in multiplayer or against a really good AI, they will know how to, stop you from utilizing those correctly. But that's if the AI focuses on, AA. Single player games and multiplayer games are also very different, so a strategy that will work in single player will probably not work in multiplayer. Because humans by nature, they're not always more intelligent than AI, but they will think more outside the box than the AI does. Because the AI is scripted to do certain things. Humans aren't as scripted, usually. I don't know, I played multiplayer games against some players who really just acted like AIs, but those are the exception to the rule. Most players in multiplayer are fucking dangerous. Dangerous as hell. Especially if they know what they're doing. Okay. How long until our elections? 6 months-ish. Let's go look at our navy. Looking pretty good. Well, corvette and frigates are good anti-subs, yes. You know what's gonna happen 2 times right now, Hanarabi? I don't know. What's gonna happen, Ukrainian? You tell me. Nice. You were single-handedly stopping me from being dehydrated. I never remember to drink water. It's bad. Oh, another research slot. God fucking damn. Jesus. Technological superpower over here. I think you actually get more research slots as Germany as America. Whoa, the euro is at stake. Several Eurozone member states, Greece, Portugal, Ireland, Spain, and Cyprus, were unable to repay or refinance their government debt or to bail out over-indebted banks. We must reform monetary policy union or it will possibly collapse. I want it to collapse, so that's fine with me. We want to destroy the EU, so we're not going to bail out those countries. We will just watch them fall. This could result in us potentially splitting up the EU too. This is why it's important to stay in the EU, even if you plan on becoming nationalist in Millennium Dawn. Because if you stay in the EU, you're able to affect EU policy and stop them from centralizing and becoming more powerful, which is really important. Because the EU reforms can really boost EU countries if you let it. And we are not letting it. Can you just hold elections? No, Alex, I'm not sure if it's glitched out or not, but it will not let us hold emergency elections right now for some reason. I'm not sure why it's doing that, so. Unfortunately not. We have to wait. We're almost there, though. April in 2009, we'll have an election. Let's go ahead and dilute the power of the CDU right now. Want to dilute them. So then the House of Hohenzollern will be powerful. Alright, the debt crisis is getting worse. Wonderful. Fuck yeah. Oh, there's a lot of these. Wow. Okay, there we go. How many days? 42 days. Japan, what did you say? Did you say you have more research than me? Gets 20 research slots. That's accurate. You can't forget Japan. Let's go look around the world and see what the major countries are doing right now, actually. France is building military. Britain is going to leave the EU. Soviet Union is centralizing. Japan is not going to go nationalist this game, which is rare. They tend to go Bushido. The US is reforming. They're reforming their economy. That's cool. Good for them. Canada's getting closer to Soviet Union. Canada might actually join the 5th International, which would be really interesting. Because if the Fifth International goes to war with NATO, then the U.S. will conquer Canada. That'd be really interesting. Oh, Zyuganov and Lukashenko did not get along. Apparently, they're gonna invade Belarus. Damn. Goodbye, Belarus. So Russia's gonna start eating its former satellites. I'm not gonna get involved. We don't really care about that. We're much more focused on expanding our own borders. So we're gonna let the Soviet Union kind of run rampant for a while. Japan needs the research slot for its questionnaire animated cartoons. Fuck. Or for, you know, there's always that. That is very popular over there. God damn it. Alright. Let's get our Air Force up in northern Germany. I think might be able to reach the southern coast of Norway coast. Why am I just mispronouncing words today? God damn. I can't get to there, but we're gonna have to move some things around. You're not gonna reach there anyway, so I'm gonna move you off. There we go. You go there. You also go there. That's a weird sound. Okay, let's start to build. Oh. Are we fully developed right now? No, we're missing a couple. How's it going, Isabel? My dog, the dog is pretty old now, so she really struggles to get up the stairs, because I'm on the second story. She likes to come up here and hang out with me, but it takes her like a solid 40 seconds to get up the stairs, and there's not that many. We'll keep building those while we wait. I just realized how deep that German man's rotate is. He just staring around to my soul. Nice. How's it going, Dolphin? Good to see you. Yep, we're doing the German Empire. We haven't actually formed the German Empire government, though, because it kept us democratic, which turns out to actually be really useful, because it's allowing us to annex our neighbors without NATO backing them up. So it's lovely. I'm doing good. How about you? I'm doing real good. It's been a pretty crazy week, but it's going really good now. Glad you're doing well. Okay. 20 days. I'm ready. I am ready. We are ready to go as soon as possible. Belarus is dead. Did they get annexed? Oh yeah. Yeah, I like this music too. It's really good. Belarus got... Yes, they did get annexed. The Soviet Union took Belarus. They're just going to keep taking states over here. I'm not going to back them up. I don't want to fight a war with the Soviet Union yet. Maybe later, but not now. We're not ready for that. We need to get much bigger and much stronger before we make that happen. No template. Probably artillery, right? Yep. That's fine. We have to do Lebensraum. Lebensraum. Oh. Alright, let's do this thing. Get all that lovely Norwegian oil. And all those lovely factories. I've built, like, I want to say maybe 10 civilian industry with foreign investment into Norway. So we're going to be able to take back all those wonderful factories. Yeah, they have a lot of factories. 18 to 22 civilian factories. We'll be able to annex all of those. Here we go. Let's fucking get it. I'm gonna wait to drop those paratroopers until all their divisions have moved south. I think that's the smarter way to do this. Let's continue building Fortress Germany. Prepare for all this pesky naval invasion, so we'll be getting late game. Once America figures out what we're up to. Okay. Yeah, we're pissing off the whole world. That's fine. Fuck them. We should be able to... Yeah, we're just going to overwhelm Norway here. And micromanage a little bit. Here we go. Alright, let's go ahead and drop our paratroopers. What are we on our focus tree? We are currently working on BMBI. We have 2 more research slots we can pick up, so I'm going to pick up those 2 research slots. We've gone through most of our focus tree at this point. Germany's focus tree is not that massive. So we'll go down this route. Actually, no, we can't go down that route. We'll get these 2, and then we'll probably work on our military reforms. There we go. Okay. Let's get situated here. We should overwhelm them here. These are all like really good divisions, so they're at full capacity. Are we not dropping our air units? What's happening with that? I know we have air superiority. Yeah, we do. So why aren't we dropping? They should be going. We don't need them. It's fine. Not sure why it's not going, but it doesn't really matter. New Nazi Germany is sad. Yeah, we can do another game. I find the German Empire to be much more interesting and appealing, personally. I think the German Empire was a really interesting period of German history. Did Al Gore just get elected? Did I read that right? 2008 Al Gore. Instead of Obama, we got Al Gore, huh? Oh, he's probably going to be better. Yeah, Al Gore. Cool. America's going to be really democratic, unfortunately, then. Alright, picked up that other research slot. We can pick up 1 more. Whew. Let's keep working on those biofuel refineries. But you could get 122-year-old Hitler in charge. We just have to go down to Argentina and ask them politely to give him back. Yeah, we could do that. Along with all his other officers who are still living down there. Alright, Norway should probably capitulate soon. We can move all of our air force over to Norway, but I don't really think we need it at this point. We're really just overwhelming them, honestly. Here we go. But you there should be a event where if you go Nazi Germany route, you get a descendant of Hitler in charge. He didn't have any living descendants, did he, Dolphin? That'd be interesting. But I don't think he had any children. Him and Eva Braun didn't have any children, I don't think. Maybe like a distant, like a cousin's descendant or something. He did have one, really? I never knew that. Did they survive World War II? Don't remember reading about that. Soon. The fact they haven't capitulated yet is impressive. What are they at? 76%. We need to take their next capital, which I think is probably up here. Yep, Tromsø. Alright, boys, keep pushing. We got this. They're really holding out here. That's impressive. Oh, they got a couple tank units and mechanized armor, that's why. Norway actually has a pretty high quality military, if I remember correctly. So I remember fighting them as Denmark, and I remember it was actually much tougher than I expected. That Denmark game was so fun. I still can't believe I managed to annex Sweden. So wild. Absolute madness. Ah, I overcommitted. Shit. Yeah, great time to drop those paratroopers, but it doesn't look like that's really viable here. We should also make those guys stronger. I'll do that after this war. We should do a Nazi Germany route, too. We can do that in every game. I already committed to the German Empire route. I already went down the focus tree for it. But we can definitely do another game as a new Nazi Germany. I think the next game I want to do is it's probably going to be a Finland game. Because the Finland tree is really fun in Millennium Dawn. You can basically 1v1 Russia if you want to, which seems like a really fun challenge. Yeah, next game. I also do want to do a Ukraine game at some point, try and fight back Russia. There's so many games to do. Now that my internet's working again, I'll be streaming a lot too. Next couple days I'm going to be gone though. Next 2 days I'm going down to my girlfriend's cabin in West Virginia, but when I get back I'll be streaming again consistently. Alright boys, what we doing? There we go. Alright, we should be able to overwhelm them now. We really need to take Trondheim so we can surround those units over there. After that they will have basically no military. Let's get our mobile networks upgraded. And we'll do some more fuel reserves. I just want absolutely massive fuel reserves. We don't need to... Oh, we actually have a surplus. We'll be fine. After this war, we shouldn't have any more fuel problems. Because we already are producing a fair amount from biofuel refineries. And we'll produce even more with all that extra oil we're going to get from Norway. We don't have a border up here. That's a problem. I'm just going to manually do this. Work. We'll go for a little early for cloning. A little early for computing. We are done with the air doctrine, actually. That's a little early. We'll do more special forces. Never too early for cloning. Absolutely not. I find it so strange that world governments, and America in particular, has banned like cloning research. Most cloning research. I get that the moral implications are complicated, but the uses for it are considerable. That's how you get to some sci-fi level bullshit. Getting good cloning technology. But I understand the fear. Alright, let's finish this off. There we go. Alright, Norway capitulated. This is over. Goodbye, Norway. Hello, thick Germany. Very nice. Let's build some naval yards up here. Cool. We have access to a lot of oil now. We're producing 79. We're running out of things to build here. Let's build some more SAM sites. I'm going to build a couple more up in the north. I'm going to build some more air bases over in the west as well. That'll work for now. And then we can just keep building up infrastructure, I guess. We're able to get more oil up here. Yeah, it's not that significant, though. A little bit. We'll just go for max level infrastructure. So we can move our units around really quickly. Alright, it should be, 2 months away from the next big election, which will put the Hohenzollern's in power. Then we will actually be the German Empire. Hold new extraordinary elections. Now we can do it. I would spend the political power. Well, yeah, just do it. All right, this is the big one. This is a very important election. Oh, those are really useful. We'll get some trade focuses with the Soviet Union. That'll be useful. A little early for that. We could pick up a dingo a little bit early. Utility vehicles. Britain moves to the right. They are going to leave the EU. Empowering... Oh, holy shit. Germany is going to put Elizabeth II in charge. Or not Germany. England's putting Elizabeth II in charge. So Britain's also going to go nationalist. That's good. We can make an ally with them, potentially. Alright, we are going to win this election. Italy has canceled their military aid. That's fine. Go ahead and update psychological warfare, because we'll need to be able to really push propaganda, mainly in France. God, look at that economy. That's intense. Good kind. I'm going to put all of our troops on the border with Poland, because I want to try and blitz Poland if possible, as soon as we get the Casus Belli over them. So that would give us a really nice consolidated position in Eastern Europe. For expansionist monarchist countries that are allies, scary. Absolutely. Very scary for the rest of Europe, but not our problem. We're going to be the warmonger. Not the warmongered. Alright, so we're going to have to form a new government, I think. Do we not have governmental options here? We should. That's weird. We'll need to immediately ban elections as well, so we need to make sure we have the political power for that. Alright. We formed the government. Now we will be able to ban elections. We'll need 125 political power, and then we can permanently suspend elections. It doesn't have a portrait. Georg Friedrich I, the monarch. There's no portrait for him. That's unfortunate. But we are formally the German Empire now. Do we get a flag change, or did we already get it? We already got it. That's fine. 96 decisions, really? What changed? Interesting. Alright, now we need to leave NATO and the EU. I'm surprised we haven't immediately been kicked out of NATO. Let's see what happens here. Ooh, Soviet Union declared war on Georgia. They are really just starting to expand quickly now. No surprises there, though. There's gonna be a lot of warmongers in this game. Alright, so Brazil has created their faction, the UNASUL. Guinea joins. Typically Russia will join that, but Russia created its own faction, so they won't be joining it. Yo, a bot. Let's disband the final settlement in the decision tab. That gets rid of the settlement treaty. That gets rid of the national spirit German legacy, which increases military spending costs. That's what that does. Which we need to get rid of that in order to do the rest of our decisions, to claim territory in Europe. So we can't do any of these until we're out of NATO, we're out of the EU, and we have done this. So let's go ahead and get out of NATO right now. No, we already got kicked out. It's fine. No, we haven't, actually. How have you guys not kicked us out of NATO? We're nationalists. That's weird. We'll have to say about the political power to do that now. Okay. We'll chill until we get access to some more political power. I got a bot. I need to kill that bot. Goodbye. Yuck. Ban. Goodbye. That's better. Nationalist propaganda campaign. And EU member is really slowing us down on that. Oh, didn't know there was a no. A no? What do you mean a no? Dolphin. We'll probably stop producing convoys now. We have so many of them. Oh, we're missing technology metals again. Oh my gosh. Let's go buy those. Import everything we need here. Ugh. Many people do not want to sell us stuff because we are very unpopular in the international community right now due to annexing all of our neighbors. They're just jealous. There was a bot because I left the stream for a second. Oh, you're fine. Don't worry about it, man. I got rid of it. We'll do another excavation here. Kazakhstan joined the Soviet Union. Shit. Did they? Mongolia joined the Fifth International. Yeah, Kazakhstan's in the Fifth International. Is it still called the Fifth International, or is it called the Soviet Union now? Let's look. Still call it the Fifth International. So did North Korea. Wow, that faction is getting thick. Let's look at that. Wow, that's significant. We're gonna have to be a little bit wary of that. We may potentially join the UNASUL later on, which is Brazil's faction, but I'm not too concerned about that at the moment. Can't dismantle the treaty. Alright, we need to leave NATO. We'll do that right now. Germany leaves NATO. Goodbye. Now we need to get out of the EU. We'll have to do Article 50. Can we do that now? Yeah, we can Article 50. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm just going to cancel this focus. It's not really important. Right, 70 days, then we leave the EU. Let's make a faction with Britain. That'd be really fun, Dolphin. If we can pull that off, I absolutely will. They're not ready for it yet, but once we get Elizabeth II in charge, I think she'll probably be open to it. I mean, the British royal family is German, so, you know, it makes sense. Definitely makes sense. We need to suspend elections, too. That's not a big deal, though. We don't have to hyper-focus on that. The Dems are slowly losing power. The emerging outlook is somehow getting stronger. I'm not sure why that's going on. Iran joined the Fifth International. Oh, wow. We're gearing up for a world war right now. So we may end up having to actually side with NATO, which is weird, but I don't want the communists to get really powerful, so we'll have to intervene in that. Pick up tactical vests here. Alright, we are waiting for Article 50. Our economy is so strong. Absolutely wonderful. The European debt crisis is full effect too. Because typically Germany is the one that saves the Eurozone, but in this reality we did not save the Eurozone, so hopefully that'll cause the EU to just blow up. Or maybe at least a few countries will leave. We can pick them off. No manpower. We do have manpower. What are you talking about? Pick special forces. We'll go for a 60 width. 61, don't want that. There we go, 60 width, special forces. I'll let those just reinforce for now. That'll be fine. Go. We get no more technology medals. Oh, China will give us some. Fuck yeah. Thanks, buddy. Go. All balanced out. We can produce all the equipment we need now. If we go to war with Ukraine, I think that means they'll call probably the Soviet Union. Can they call regular factions? If I declare war on Poland, who's guaranteed by Ukraine, which is in the 5th International, does anyone know if that will cause the whole 5th International to join the war or not? If you attack someone who's guaranteed by someone in another faction, does the whole faction join? Does anyone know? I want to say no, but I could be wrong about that. And I don't want to make that mistake, because that's a game over mistake. If anyone knows, please let me know. Oh, fuck this. Let's suspend elections. I don't want to deal with this. Goodbye, elections. Okay. Jord Friedrich the First. That's a good name. It's a solid name. Do we actually have to do an election? God damn it. I banned elections, but we're still already committed to one, apparently. And we're not quite strong enough to form one on our own, so we will have to create a coalition, which is unfortunate. Coalition governments make other parties stronger, which we don't want, but no way around that. We're actually going to be able to get a straight up casus belli on Russia, but I don't want to have to use that. We're really early on this, but I'm going to start because we have enough research slots so we can do that, not really have to worry about it. Let's start pushing France right. Propaganda. There we go. Propaganda. We're going to keep you in Poland. We will take you and put you into France. I want to make France as nationalist as possible. Because if they go nationalist, they'll get kicked out of NATO, and then we can invade them. And we'll be able to overwhelm France pretty easily, so. I could set up a naval invasion of Poland, too, because they don't really have a navy. As well. We'll hit them right in Gdansk. force setup. I think I'm gonna have to pause the game before I declare war on Poland, or not pause the game, save the game, because I'm pretty sure that Ukraine and the Fifth International won't join, but I'm not certain. So I can reload the autosave, because I think that if they're guaranteed by a country, the country's faction won't join. But if we do end up declaring on Poland and they join, then we're fucked. So cool. We suspended elections too, so there won't be any more elections after this, I think. Yes. We almost got Article 50, which will allow us to get rid of the German legacy. Keep going with psychological warfare. Let's see if this is working. Yep, we are starting to develop a nationalist outlook in France. We could do one of two things with them. We could form a all-monarchist and or all-nationalist faction with the UK, who's going to go with Elizabeth II and France. Or if we want to, they'll go nationalist, they'll get kicked out of NATO, and we can invade them. So we'll decide what to do with France a little bit later on. I'm not sure if we want them as an ally or as core territory, but we'll decide later. Both options are viable currently. Ah, we don't have enough fees. We've got a lot of APCs. APCs aren't actually as good as these, but they're still not awful. I'm going to go ahead and make an APC division that I like. I'm going to start to produce those as well, because they are useful. They're very quick. No. No. We'll build off this one. We'll do... I want to make 30 width, but we can't do that yet, so we'll do 15 width for now. Can't even do that? Wow. Okay. We'll wait to make those until later, I guess. We can't do those quite yet, unfortunately. Article 50! Leave the EU. Cool. Is that enough, or do we have to wait 2 years? We have to wait the 2 years until we leave the EU. Is there a way to get around that? So we have to wait 730 days. I don't really want to have to do that. What a no-deal exit. Nope. I will have to wait 2 years. That sucks. So we'll have to justify casus bellis instead of being able to do them ourselves. Unfortunate, but not the end of the world. We get an IFV bonus. We'll go for that. Okay, so who do we want to... I'm going to justify casus belli. Is anyone around us... We could probably get a casus belli on Italy, because they're socialist. The only problem is this might make them join the Fifth International, but it's a risk worth taking. We should at least get Alsace-Lorraine, but could puppet them. That's a good idea, Dolphin. That's a very good idea. That sounds way better than both options I suggested. That way we will have all their divisions by puppeting them, but we'll take the Alsace-Lorraine, which is very valuable. You good? You good, China? We're not cool. What you think this is? I'm not communist. Who are they at war with? Oh shit, it's the World War? Not quite though. They're at war with NATO, but the US hasn't joined yet. Interesting. They're at war with France though. Huh. Okay. Wow. Let's go look at the map and see who's at war with who. France, Belgium, Netherlands, Spain, Portugal, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, and Czech, and Turkey against Soviet Union, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, Iran, Mongolia, and China. I think the US will probably join. Hold the fuck up. America's going for Avenge 1812. They're gonna go to war with Canada, I think. America's dealing with its own shit, apparently. Yeah. They're gonna get a puppet casus belli on Canada. What is this game? Holy shit. This is about to get very interesting. If America doesn't intervene in Europe, I don't think Europe will win this war. Join the Commonwealth? They don't want us in it. Germany has generated too much world tension compared to the faction. Once they put Elizabeth II in charge, they'll probably accept our invite, or they'll accept us in. But for now, we can't join. That's a good idea, though. Joining the Commonwealth is not an awful idea. I don't like really being under Britain, but that's fine. Is anyone going to guarantee Italy? They're not going to get guaranteed. All right, we're going to take out Italy first. Interesting. Fine by me. That'll work. As long as we just like blitz through here, we'll be fine. Because America's in the Commonwealth. Yes, it is. And we definitely want the backing of America. So when Britain goes nationalist like us, America will probably stay in their faction. So we'll be able to be nationalist, but also be in a faction of America, which is kind of insane. I've never been able to pull that off before. Very cool. China hates us now. Fine, fuck you too. There we go. Now we're getting what we need. Plus Canada will also be in the faction, because if America puppets Canada, then they'll be in the Commonwealth as well. Which is interesting. Right, how long until our War of Italy? A while. 140 days. 4 months-ish. Do we have air bases down here? Not really. Let's build some more air bases in the south. That's our infrastructure. Well, let's prioritize the Tyrol infrastructure and prioritize air bases in Bern. And there too. There we go. That'll give us a place we can utilize our air force for the invasion of Italy. I would take the North Puppet, the South, and take Sardinia. That's an option. We'll decide that after the war. We'll see how we're feeling after. Nah. I'm not getting involved in your guys' little war. Of Italy. Yeah. Whoa! America's intervening, I think. Did they join the war? Let's go look at that. That would be an all-out war with America and Soviet Union. Thankfully, nuclear missiles are not in this game, or things would get very desolate very quickly. No, they're not in the war, but they sent intervention divisions to basically all the units fighting Russia, which won't be enough. That will not be enough to stop Soviet Union. You're just getting overwhelmed here. Whew. We are really on the clock now. We have to get really strong really fast in order to be able to stop the Soviet invasion. Because the Soviets will come after us. They absolutely will. Nice! We got the actual German Empire flag now. Hell yeah. There we go. The black, white, and red. Very aesthetic. Extremely aesthetic. America's got a few divisions in the Netherlands. I'm sure they've got some in Turkey as well. Somewhere down there. Italy does not have a lot of divisions. That's a little sad. Good, we are going to finish that off. We built all of our air bases down there too. We'll send you there. And then we will use all of you to attack Italy. Yeah. I think we have some more aircraft actually. Let me go pop those out. Yeah, we do. Should have a lot of close air support. I've been mass manufacturing those for a while. 123, not as much as I expected or wanted, but that's okay. Now we wait for invasion of the Partito Comunista Italiano. Communist Italy. Moldova strong. No fucking kidding. Like, look at that. That's all Moldova. Whew. History is being very kind to them in this reality. China naval invaded Turkey. Nice. That's funny. They're not going to stop the Soviet Union. They're not going to be able to do it. There's no way. And America's not going to get involved, so we really have to get into a faction with the Commonwealth. Aha! Elizabeth II is in charge now. They really want us to join. Alright. Well, let's improve relations. They will let us join momentarily. We are so close to being able to join the Commonwealth. Well, in a month or two, they'll let us in. Holy shit. So we're going to be in a faction with Cuba, the US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Iraq, and Britain. That's such an interesting mix. If we can declare war on France and puppet them, we'll have a very strong faction to combat the Soviets with. Whew, I like this game. This is wild. Goddamn. 2 years until we formally leave the EU. Then we'll get access to all of our casus bellis on Europe and our coring decisions too. You good? Okay, we completed that. Our naval bases are fully upgraded. Not quite, not the Norwegian ones. Let's fix that. There we go. Let's get our operatives back. We lost a lot of them in France. French counter-espionage is apparently very good. $100 days to go. I'm gonna stop micromanaging and just wait for time to go by so we can invade Italy. The German Empire is invading communist Italy in 2009. Sounds about right. That sounds like a reasonable statement to make. Oh, Soviet won in Eastern Europe. Look at that. Now they're just like wrecking Turkey. They're scary. We gotta be a little bit scared of them right now. Let's see if we can join that faction yet. Oh, no. Neither they nor we are at war. If we keep improving relations with them, we can probably join the Commonwealth. America will want us to join, I don't think. Nah, they won't. It's fine, though. We don't care about America. Well, we do. That's why we're trying to join this faction, but we can negotiate with Britain. Are we having resistance problems? Who is... Okay, we are using those. Good. Compliance is high in Austria and Norway, so we're fine. We don't have to worry about that. We will be able to semi-integrate them. We'll be able to core Austria as soon as we leave the EU as well, because we have a decision for that. Where is it? Claim rifle territory Austria, which will allow us to core all of Austria, which is absolutely fantastic. Where is Steiermark? Don't know where that is. Cybersecurity infrastructure. Can we upgrade ours yet? Yeah, there we go. Small investments. That'll do. Oh boy, that's not good. That is not good. I'm not a fan of NATO, but NATO is dangerously weak this game. So China and Soviet are going to be the dominant world players. If we get into the faction with the Commonwealth, with Britain, Canada, and America, then we will shift the balance of power. But until then, the Soviets are the power to beat. If both we and the UK are at war, we'll be able to join their faction. So that's another alternative we can do if we have to. Our stability is so low. Debt crisis, interest rates, internal faction replace, unstable neighbors. Yeah, that'll be fun. We'll get that up here. Alright, halfway to invading Italy. Armando Cazuta is their leader. Getting access to all their factories is going to make us into such a power. If they have 105 factories, that'll put us into almost 400 factories. So after we invade Italy, we will be the world superpower. With the exception of the Soviets, obviously. Who are very strong as well. Will they accept an attaché? They're going to accept an attaché. Holy shit, we're going to get so much army experience. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. Let's see if we can send one to China. They're also going to accept. Wow. Good. We'll be able to upgrade our divisions a lot quicker that way. We're not going to align ourselves with China and Soviet. We could. I don't want to, though. We definitely want to try and uphold the West, even if we are nationalist. Fucking French hackers. They're in NATO. There we go. He was captured somewhere. Where is he captured? By France. I already rescued, though. Why isn't... There we go. Rescue captured operative. Good. We got an American unit in our territory, apparently. Nice. Wonder if they'll join our war with Italy. They might. They don't like communists in America, obviously. Whoa! Soviet invasion of the Netherlands. Holy shit. Those American divisions are just sitting there, too. Whew. We really need to start mass-producing units at this point. I think I have enough to probably make a... Yeah, I can make a mechanized division now. $16. $20. What if we do this? We get 2 more. 20 width. We'll just start to mass produce these. I'm gonna make as many as possible right now. Yeah. We'll do that. That'll give us a lot of divisions we can use. Probably be upgrading our air bases. I think we're gonna have to probably fight the Soviets, so I'm gonna start preparing for that in the east. Because realistically, we'll go head-to-head with them. How's it going, VDR? Good to see you. How are you doing today? We are very deep into our German Empire game right now. Already annexed Austria and Norway. We're preparing to go to war with Communist Italy, which is a thing in this game for some reason. Days to go, 2 months. Turkey's getting overwhelmed. There's just not enough American divisions there to hold the line. Ooh, man. Let's make sure all our military tech is up to date. Yes, it is. I'll keep working on this stuff too. We can do all three of these, I think. Yeah, we need to do all three in order to keep going. That's fine. Alright. Hurry the fuck up. 50 days. America's not going to get involved. Wow. This was really the game to go against America, but they got puppet war goals in both Canada and Mexico, too. Al Gore's a fucking warmonger over there. God damn. You're going to cut your carbon emissions or we fucking invade your country. That's how Al Gore's going to run climate change, apparently. So isn't there a name for that? For, like, militaristic environmentalism? Isn't there, like, a name for that politically? I think there is. I read about that before. They don't have enough divisions to stop us here. They are not guaranteed. We prepare. EU reforms. Really, Italy? Is that what you're going for? Yikes. They destroyed Hungary. How many divisions does the Soviet Union have? Probably a couple hundred. I'd say 250 maybe. 92 to 190. It's probably around 150. That's a lot. Soviet Union is so strong right now. They accept a trade agreement. Italy really likes us, but it's unfortunate they have to not exist. 17 days, or no, 27 days. Around a month. We're about ready to upgrade our GDP per capita, but I don't think that'll happen in time. Before we take all our new territory in Italy. Maybe. We might be able to pull it off. We'll build our mobile networks up in Norway. Soviet wants to base their forces, or China does, but no, good. We're not going to let them do that. I think we should be able to easily overrun them here, but... because I don't see how they'd be able to hold us back. They don't have a big military, not like us. Our military is actually quite large, honestly. These. Good, they're going to move to the border. Fiscal responsibility. We'll go for military conservatism. They'll give us war support. Yeah, we want to militarize. Obviously. We are the German Empire after all. 62 divisions. I want to probably get up to around 120, and at that point I think we should be fine. That'll be enough to probably hold the Soviets as well. Maybe. We're out of APCs. So we'll make that one. We'll be fine. Do we actually not have that? Yeah. Looks good. All those American divisions surrounded over there. 1 week. Here we go. Oh boy, Chinese and Japanese fighter jets engage in aerial combat. This could start a war with China and America. Let's see what happens. Japan backed off. They didn't start a war with China. Not surprising. They'd have to fight the Soviet Union as well, which they cannot do, frankly. Okay. One day. Here we go. Alrighty. Let's take him down. Push. Don't you dare stop. Don't you fucking dare. Anyone retreating will be shot on sight. You will take the fucking mountains, or you'll die trying. It's that simple. Nope. Yeah, they are really entrenched here. This will be rough to bust through, but we'll do it. Worst case scenario, I can set up a naval invasion of Sicily, but I don't want to set that up, so we'll try and break through the mountains first. This will also allow us to farm army XP, so nothing wrong with that. Alright, we are going to bust through here. They just don't have enough units to hold us. Forces all there. We don't have air superiority. Really? They must have a lot more aircraft. They start off with 2,000 or 3,000, that's why. How much anti-air do I have? Enough. This is what we're gonna do. Self-propelled AA. There we go. That'll give us a lot of anti-air. We really need that right now. Okay, good. That'll help us take down their aircraft a lot quicker. We are pushing through their lines here. I'm gonna build some SAM sites down here too. I didn't build enough in the south. We'll put a bunch in the Tyrol. Okay. One more. There we are. They must have a lot of aircraft. Wow. It's allowing them to hold us in the Alps. Not for long, though. As soon as we bust through here, we're just going to overwhelm them. Yep. There we go. As soon as we get into the lowlands, we are just going to overwhelm them. You'll start to get some fun encirclements. I'm sorry, what? Oh, Taiwan. China declared war on Taiwan. Did that call in America? That might have called in America. Yep, America's at war with China. Wow, this game. Yeah, so China chose to try and annex Taiwan, which resulted in the United States joining this world war. They're only at war with China right now, but I think the Soviets will probably get called against America too. Japan joined the Commonwealth. Holy shit. Ha 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 ha. We can create a faction with Britain. Alright, what are we thinking? What's the nationalist faction name for us in Britain? Did they get kicked out of the Commonwealth? We wouldn't be able to join the faction with Canada, though, in America. Would Japan let us join? No. So we're just gonna have to create a faction with Britain alone, which sucks, but that's fine. I got it. Befitting of modern monarchies. We call anyone? Can we get anyone to join? Well, we can actually get Britain to join our war. Fuck yeah. No, because then they're going to want stuff in the peace conference, so I'm not going to do that. I want to annex every last bit of Italy. I think our spy died, so. No, thank you. We're good. No one is going to be able to join. That's fine. A German-UK alliance is very solid by itself, so we'll just build off of that. Jesus. Is America at war with Soviet? Yep. Good. America's going to fight the Soviet Union and China, so we won't have to worry about that. That'll allow us to basically just annex most of Europe while America fights the Fifth International. Poland's invading. What? Why the fuck is Poland invading Italy? Oh no, that's our country. The flag. I just got the flag mixed up. I thought that was. We got a spearhead. That's what's going on here. We'll be able to encircle that division. I saw the Polish flag here because the black's really hard to see. Here we go. Alright, this is over. We broke them in the mountains, so this is over. Latvia's going to be annexed now. Let's try to circle them. Here, I'm going to micromanage this for a minute. You go there. You go there. There we go. We'll be able to encircle those 3 divisions. Yes. Go ahead and pop those guys out. Send them south. Salvatore Camporiola. That's a good fucking name. Goddamn. Is anyone else finding that their name doesn't stack up when you play Hearts of Iron? Like, if you read some of the general leader names, it's like, oh fuck, that's fucking awesome. I find that to be true. 140,000 GDP per capita. Germany is an incredibly wealthy country now. We are the pinnacle world economic power. You love to fucking see it. I love to fucking see it, at least. Finish them off, boys. No. Let's just, yeah, knock him out here. Come on now. Goodbye. Goodbye, one division. We got a lot of encirclements here. Let's finish. There we go. That'll break that off. Then we need to go ahead and finish that one. It was just tie up your troops, so better to just finish it. Okay. All of northern Italy is taken now. Now we're going to push down towards Naples and Sicily. Come on, guys, we can finish this. Take Venice already. USA is good. Are they strong in this game? Yeah, they're very strong in this game, Benjamin. They're at war with China and the Soviet Union right now. Yeah, they're fighting all of Asia, pretty much. Good luck with that, Al Gore. We wish you the best of luck. We're in a faction now with Britain, too. It's fun. We're buddies with Queen Elizabeth. We're very close. We hunt peasants together. It's the national German monarchy pastime. We let loose a bunch of peasants in Cornwall and chase them down with hunting rifles. As monarchists do. There we go. How's it going, Dolphin? You caught the game just in time to watch Italy fall. We got really long Germany. Germany is about to be really fucking long. Just splitting Europe in half. Alright, we do have air superiority now. I added a bunch of AA units to our divisions, so we've just been massacring the airplanes. Yeah, the Air Force is gone now. Push, you bastards. Thank you, but no thank you, UK. We got this. I'm not giving you Sicily in the peace deal. I know what you want. Everyone knows what you want, Britain. You want territory, but Italy is ours, so fuck off. Let's take the North and Sardinia. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll take everything north of Rome, and we'll puppet the rest. That's a good idea. We could definitely use those extra units to fight the fucking Soviets. We're gonna save up and replace a faction, I think is what we're gonna do here. What are we doing? Come on, finish this encirclement. Sometimes I wonder about the AI. Let's take Rome. You think so, Dolphin? Yeah, I don't know. Let me take that population. I don't know if we'll be able to core it or not. I don't think we'll be able to. Israel declared war on Lebanon and Hezbollah. They're going to probably puppet Jordan. That's what they usually do. Flight decks. You can do 3. Oh. Lovely. It's gonna be absolute beast carriers here. That should work. Diesel powered engine. Cool. We'll start to produce that. There we go. We'll be done with that in 8 years. Takes a little while. See, can we import anything else? I think we're about maxed out with most folks here. There we go. Cool. Go ahead and pay off some of our debt here. I'm going to redo our lines here. This is getting a little bit messy. Okay. Let's immediately launch that. Otherwise they're going to creep around us up here. Good, good, good. France is trying to defend here. They're going to probably just get completely destroyed. Good morning, World War III. That's about right. The whole world's at war at this point. I'm curious to see when America's going to navally invade China. Are they doing it down here? Is that what they're doing? China's got all those troops in the south. They know what's up. China knows what America's going to do. America will probably still win, though. Taiwan's navally invading, but I think they're going to fail that. Taiwan's not strong enough to do that. They'll need to wait for America. I didn't end our trade deal. What are you talking about? Oh, don't be pissy, America. Just improve relations with them. I have to decide who we want to go to war with next as well. That's the answer to that question. We take Poland, we'll have a border with Soviet and obviously Ukraine. So we'll need to man this whole fucking border. We're gonna need a lot more units. We're gonna need so many more divisions for this next big war. Because we will fight a war with Ukraine and the Soviet Union. That will happen. There's no way around that. I don't want to, but they're way too warmongery for that not to happen. Not enough manpower. Really? Oh, there we go. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom. I will be back in like 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Could mass produce infantry units, but I don't want to do that, so we'll just hold out for now. Is England fighting the Soviet Union? No, they just got intervention forces over there. They're trying to hold Lithuania. They won't succeed. Maybe. France actually has a lot of units over there. If Lithuania capitulates, France is going to lose 17 divisions, which is insane. Okay. 300, 1,000. We'll put you over here. And we'll push you over here. Some more aircraft too. There we go. Okay. Can we pull off an encirclement? Vietnam joined the 5th International. Wow. This is just a world war at this point. It really is. Oh, come on. We pulled off an encirclement. Oh, yeah. There we go. Just finish this. Goodbye. We just killed like probably 6 or 7 divisions there. It's actually surprisingly easy to get encirclements on the Italian peninsula, which you wouldn't think, but it's wide enough that you can pull it off pretty easily. Like these 5 units we just encircled in Naples. Come on. You got this. You have a better general. That's the problem here. Alright, we have complete air superiority now. That's good. They had it at the start, but I think that means if we annex them, we might get a bunch of it. Liechtenstein asking for a $20 billion bailout? Liechtenstein, what the fuck have you been doing? Your economy isn't big enough to warrant this. They have $206 billion in debt. Mario, what the fuck are you doing? We'll give it to you. Goddamn. That's just poor economic practices. How do you get 200 billion in debt as Liechtenstein? That's impressive. We'll have to take the Vatican and San Marino as well. We'll have to justify those individually. I'm sure the Vatican is really, yeah, 10 factories just in the Vatican. Wow. They are really holding out here. That's impressive. Greece wants a bailout. Nope. I know how that goes. Not happening. Let's invade Liechtenstein and Monaco. Yep, Liechtenstein, Monaco, San Marino, and the Vatican. And Malta. Oh, there we go. Italy capitulated. Whew. We got 2.2 thousand IFVs too, so we'll be able to make a couple more divisions with those. Alright, we were gonna puppet, weren't we? Whew, almost didn't puppet them. There we go. Take the North and Sardinia and Rome. Yep. Oh, I didn't take Sardinia. That's fine then. I don't really want to have to defend Sardinia, so I'll let the AI do that. Cool. Thick Germany. Got even thicker. Alright, let's set up for invasion of Poland. It's our next war. Assuming they are not guaranteed. Let's check that right now. They're guaranteed by Ukraine. Don't know if fighting Ukraine will call on the Soviet Union. I think it might, in which case we can't fight them. What's Italy's leader now? That's a good question. Let's go look. 66 divisions. I mean, honestly, fighting the Soviet Union at this point isn't an awful idea. Greece left NATO. Oh, you dumb bitch. Why'd you do that? Now we can annex you. The Federation of Anatolia. Oh, wow. There it is. Communist Party of Turkey. They got taken by Russia. Alright, who's in charge of Italy? Casa Savoia. So it's monarchist Italy. Vittorio Emanuele IV, which is, I think, the old Italian Empire royal family, if I remember correctly. So they are monarchists. Netherlands left NATO. Oh, because they are Soviet now, aren't they? Yep. The Netherlands has been vassalized by the Soviet Union. Jesus Christ. The Soviet Union is absolutely insanely dominant right now. Look at what they vassalized. Did they vassalize France? Oh god. This is so much worse than I expected. They have vassalized France and Spain. And Belgium, and Netherlands, and Portugal, and Hungary, and Czech, and Romania. Oh boy. Wow. This is the power. Take a note here, guys. This is a note of how powerful the Soviet Union is in Millennium Dawn. Look at what they've created. How is this possible? Soviets are just incredibly powerful. They have so many divisions. All of Eastern Europe and all Western Europe is now a vassal of the Soviet Union. Yikes. We can't declare war on the Soviets yet. It's too early. Look at Crete. Oh, it's independent. Crete is independent. Wow, that's interesting. Never seen that happen. Oh boy. Oh boy. NATO's gone. NATO is just gone now. USA and democracy. Yeah, democracy's basically dead. I think America's gonna invade France. Yep, there they go. Oh, they got pushed back. I think they got pushed back. No, not yet. They didn't take a port though, so they're not gonna succeed with a naval invasion. Iron Curtain much. No kidding, Dolphin. It is the second Soviet Union right now. I'm going to do a save game, and I'm going to try and invade Poland. I don't think the Soviet Union can join, but if they can, then I'm going to just reload the autosave. I don't normally do that, but I just don't know how factions work. So we're going to try and invade Poland. That's our next step right now. We need to get closer relations with America. Well, we can't, because we're in separate factions now. We got our faction with Italy and UK, and then US has got their faction with Japan, Canada, etc. So as long as we're all fighting the Soviets at some point, we'll be fine. But I'm going to take as much of Europe that remains as possible before declaring on the Soviets. We need to build up a lot more divisions too. I've never seen this happen. I've never seen NATO fall like this. Zuganov, you absolute fucking monster. Look what you've done. God damn, bro. That's just impressive, honestly. Hats off to the AI on this game. Right at APCs. Okay. Explain NATO. Do you not understand NATO at all, Benjamin? Like, do you not understand NATO in the context of Millennium Dawn? Or do you not understand NATO as an entity in and of itself in real life? Do you want me to explain actual NATO or NATO in the game? I can do either, or both. Let's keep working on fuel refineries. Good bait. Yeah. So the North Atlantic Treaty Organization is basically what happened post World War II. So when World War II ended, Russia actually wanted to have closer relations with the West. They wanted to have close relations with America and Britain. Obviously, Truman and even FDR really did not want close relations with Russia because they saw them as an ideological enemy of democracy, which, I mean, you could argue they were. So after World War II, NATO was basically a military alliance created to combat Russia, specifically the USSR, but after the fall of the USSR, NATO has continued to be an anti-Russian alliance. So it's basically just a giant European alliance that says if one NATO country gets attacked, all the other ones will help fight Russia. So it's basically just a giant coalition against Russia, mainly the USSR, but later on regular Russia. So in this game specifically, there are a faction which is really powerful. So if you attack one NATO country, all the other ones attack you, and NATO typically includes the US. The reason the Soviets got so strong this game is America left NATO. It was still technically in it, but America joined another faction. And when America joins another faction in Millennium Dawn, it actually won't get called to NATO wars. So that's the reason the Soviets were able to do this. If America had joined the war against the Soviet Union early on, this would not have happened, but they just joined too late. So look at how Spain got split. 1 second, let me look at that. We'll do this early. Oh, what the fuck? Catalonia? Basque country, yep. They have a cool ass flag, look at that. And then Galicia. Damn, that's interesting. Huh. This is a wild game. We need to really start mass producing military equipment at this point. So we're going to do this, get a big navy, and we're going to do this. That'll work for now. To our Chinese puppets. Let's look at who China has a puppet, actually. Catalonia, Galicia, Hungary, Luxembourg, Slovenia, Spain, and Hong Kong are all vassals of China. Everything else is a vassal of the Soviet Union. Wow, this is going to be tough. Especially since the UK does not have a lot of divisions. We're really just going to have to fight this whole thing by ourselves. I mean, the USA will help us out, but they haven't fully militarized yet. Have they gone into China? Nope. Let's see what focus America's on right now. Getting India into our faction would be really cool. Is that even a remote possibility? Nope. Neutral foreign policy. Destroy South American socialists. It's realistic. They're doing what they would normally do in real life. Look at Siberia. Oh, there they go. Here they come, ladies and gentlemen. The United States in all their glory. Or lack thereof. Fuck. Alright, well, they're gonna go through Soviet Russia. Collapsing housing prices. Shit. We're still in a fast growth, so I don't care. Good. If they can pull all of the Soviet units back over to Siberia, if we declare on Soviet later on, it'll give us a little bit of time to probably blitz Europe, depending on how we do it. Obama's not coming. Nope. Obama was not elected in this game. Al Gore is the president of the United States, which is so fucking weird, but that's what happened. How long until we leave the EU? Gotta be getting somewhat close now. It's a year to go. And how long until we get our Casus Belli on Poland's? 40 days. That would give us a really... We're gonna be bordering Soviet vassals on literally all sides. I mean, look at the map. Every single one of these countries, except for Croatia and Switzerland, Poland, and Denmark, are a vassal of the Fifth International. So being able to fight our way out of Germany is going to be a nightmare. We need as many units as we can make. That's what we need. That's unfortunate, but not surprising. Okay. Wow, look at all this Ukrainian forces just on our border there. We're going to replace international bankers. We'll do the military-industrial complex, and we'll replace industrial conglomerates with maritime industry when we can afford it. A lot of jets from annexing Italy. Go. We want Nazis now for destroying the comments. What do you mean, Benjamin? Is Brazil with the Soviet Union? Yeah, because Lula is communist. Did Lula join the Fifth International? Goddamn, communism is so strong in this game. It's ridiculous. This is like Kaiserreich levels. No, they created their own faction with Guinea. So, but they did send forces to help out the Fifth International. That's good. Brazil won't actively be fighting for them. Makes things a tiny bit more manageable. Whoa, I've been streaming for 6 hours. I might stop here and like, okay, what's gonna happen? I'm gonna invade Poland and I think I'm gonna call it for the day. Because I started streaming a lot earlier than normal. Normally I go till 8, but I started I think at like noon, right after noon, so. And again, I will not be streaming the next 2 days, but after that, when I get back, I will start streaming again, pretty much every day. Now that my Wi-Fi is fixed, I don't have to worry about that anymore, so I'll be able to stream a lot again, which will be fun. We're also going to start up our multiplayer game again. So this coming Saturday, we will be continuing our Millennium Dawn multiplayer game. Anyone who's interested, just join the Discord or shoot me a message or just show up on Saturday. And we are going to continue our multiplayer game with that. Just heads up. Alright, let's see if we can invade Poland. Just we want Nazis. We or you, Benjamin? I will do another game as for Fifth Reich or whatever, but next game will probably be Finland. I think is what the next one will be. Yeah. 10 days. But next time, when I come back on probably Thursday or Friday, I'm going to probably continue with this Germany game, assuming we don't get completely steamrolled by Soviets. Nazis fight the Soviet Union. I could do a base game and do that. A base game, Nazi Germany, fight Soviets. That's fun. I actually haven't done... I have not streamed a regular Hearts of Iron game ever. I've only streamed modded games. So I will do that once in a while. I prefer modded games more, though. I play them more. I enjoy them more. Shit, we're running out of technology medals here. There we go. Two days. I am going to say before this invasion, guys, I don't think the Soviets will get called, but if they do, we can't fight that war. I'm just not certain how that mechanic works in this game. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing that. Try to always play on an Iron Man-ish, but for this, I will prepare just in case. Okay. Italy has been called. Ukraine was called. China joined. Fuck. Yeah. So we can't invade Poland. If we invade Poland, Ukraine, and the whole Fifth International join. So Poland is not an option. Alright, I'm going to call it here for today. When we come back on Thursday and Friday, we'll figure out what to do with Germany. We'll mess around some more with that. On Saturday, we're continuing with our multiplayer game, and I will be streaming consistently now. I think we'll go raid someone. Does anyone have someone good to raid? Does anyone know someone good to raid? I can just look around for someone too. Let's see. Let's go see who's streaming right now. One person I follow streaming with, they're playing a different game, so I'm not going to raid that. By the way, if anyone ever has someone you want me to raid, just let me know. I'll raid them, assuming they're chill. Soviet, Kaiserreich. I think that big Kaiserreich multiplayer game's going on right now. We'll probably raid someone playing that. See if there's any interesting small games going on. I got someone. We'll raid them. Yeah, small streamer. He's playing, I think, Kaiserreich multiplayer, so we'll go raid him. Alright, guys, thanks for watching. I will be back on either Thursday or Friday, so I'll keep going with the Germany game. Thanks for watching. We're going to go raid this guy, so I will see you in there. There we go. Alright, catch you all around. Thank you for watching.